Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. Bai Xiaochun did not continue the fight. Following the path formed by the disciples of the North Shore, he wore a sorrowful and helpless expression, shook his head slightly, and slowly walked away. Under the complex gazes of countless North Shore disciples, his figure gradually faded into the distance. Only when he was far away did Bai Xiaochun sigh, flicking his sleeve and muttering to himself, "It's all my fault. I should have appeared less often, alas." He was deeply troubled, his heart filled with pride and exhilaration. But outwardly he maintained a melancholic and lonely demeanor, making his retreating figure seem desolate. Each North Shore disciple watched Bai Xiaochun's retreating figure, their hearts filled with complex emotions, unsure of their feelings. The Gongsun siblings, Sitang and Beihan all felt unwilling and utterly powerless. The feeling of having tried so hard to catch up, thinking they had finally caught up, only to find themselves even further behind, left them in a somber silence. Perhaps many years from now, one of them will appear on the inheritance list between him and Ghost Feng. Su Tang sighed inwardly, and the Gongsun siblings also suddenly had this thought. Only Bei Hanlei was trembling, clenching his fists. He hadn't given up, nor did he want to. Thinking of the tragic situation in the Heavenly Pride battle, he felt as if an invisible whip was lashing him. As he gritted his teeth, a hand rested on his shoulder, the hand of his elder brother Bei Hanfeng, the #1 prodigy of Luo Peak. He had been there for a long time, and among the paper cranes that Bai Xiaochun had decided not to fight anymore, there was one belonging to him. Having witnessed Bai Xiaochun's formidable power firsthand over the past month, Bei Hanfeng himself understood that he was absolutely no match for Bai Xiaochun, even though he was already at the 10th level of the Cha condensation stage. With his terrifying physical strength and unimaginable speed, Bai Xiaochun dealt with everything with ease. Brother Bei Hanlei looked at his elder brother. "Your talent is even better than mine. Keep cultivating. Temporary failures are nothing." There are many seniors on the inheritance list who weren't particularly outstanding when they were at the Cha condensation and foundation establishment stages, but later, through accumulated strength, they surpassed those who were once called geniuses of their generation. Bei Hanfeng encouraged. He said these words to his younger brother, but it was also a self-reflection. Bei Hanlei remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. From now on, don't provoke Bai Xiaochun again. No matter how hateful he was in the past, he deserves respect now. His conduct is also something you should learn from. Knowing your limits, understanding when to advance and retreat, not being deceived by illusions, not being swayed by money, and always living with unwavering determination. This person is very formidable. Bei Hanfeng said softly. Not only him, but also the more than 2,000 inner disciples who were ultimately ignored by Bai Xiaochun and did not continue the fight felt the same way. Bai Xiaochun was shrewd. This time, it was the North Shore who initiated the challenge. But he didn't force a continuation of the fight precisely to save face for the North Shore and for these more than 2,000 inner disciples. After all, continuing the fight would be meaningless, and his contribution points had already accumulated to an incredibly formidable level. The immediate issue should be left unaddressed. Waiting until 6 months later when the challenge becomes invalid is the best approach. Not only can this save face for the North Shore, but it will also reduce unnecessary animosity towards ourselves. The disciples of the North Shore were all silent at this moment. Many understood the situation, and the more they knew, the more they could only say and offer their respect to Bai Xiaochun. The gazes of the 4 peak masters of the 4 mountains in the air were also filled with solemnity. Bai Xiaochun is even more formidable now than during the Heavenly Pride battle that Ghost Fang Kid is still in seclusion preparing for foundation establishment. I wonder which of the two will be the strongest disciple of this generation, and which one will be able to enter the inheritance list in a few years and become part of the inner workings of our Linksy sect. Entering the inheritance list is truly too difficult. If you don't reach the golden core stage within 2 cycles of 60 years, you won't be allowed to inherit. Even if you manage to reach the golden core stage after 2 cycles, you'll only become a supreme elder. Ghost Fang and Bai Xiaochun are both good candidates. Their paths are still very long. If one day they can surpass all of us and enter the inheritance list, they will be allowed to enter the most profound place in our Linksy sect, the Linksy secret realm. Not only will they receive the teachings of a supreme elder, but they might even be lucky enough to meet the Linksy ancestor. Throughout history, the inheritance list within the Linksy secret realm has never exceeded 20 people. These are the immortal inheritance seeds of our Linksy sect. Each one of them receives continuous support and backing from our Linksy sect. We are hopeless, only able to become mountain guardians, but Li Qingou, he has the greatest hope. The 4 peak masters of the 4 mountains exchanged glances filled with emotion, inevitably thinking of Li Qingou from Bai Xiaochun. After a long while, the crowd gradually dispersed. For the next period, the entire North Shore, including both the inner and outer sects, was completely silent. At this time, the terrifying power of the North Shore disciples was revealed, and all the disciples began to cultivate frantically. Perhaps they no longer considered Bai Xiaochun an enemy, but rather an object they aspired to surpass. This sudden surge of power greatly surprised the 4 peak masters of the 4 mountains. Time passed, and half a year flew by. Bai Xiaochun remained inside the 100 Beasts Academy, never venturing outside. He spent his days cultivating the dragon elephant transformation into a sea scripture or practicing the water marsh kingdom, and most of his remaining time observing the ferocious beasts there. Thanks to Bai Xiaochun's relentless efforts, regardless of their gentle and obedient nature or their ferocious nature, they gradually became more and more friendly towards him. Because he had wandered through this forest so many times, he had become intimately familiar with every nook and cranny. Especially deep within this forest, there was a ravine, pitch black inside. From afar one could see countless black mists emanating from it, the infamous abyssal ancient beast of the North Shore. It was rumored that this place could lead to the 9 underworlds, connecting to a secret realm teeming with ferocious beasts. Back then, when the founder of the Linksy sect discovered this place, he had to pay a huge price to temporarily seal it, making it one of the sect's most valuable treasures and the breeding ground for most of the ferocious beasts needed for the cultivation of the North Shore disciples. However, the origins of this secret realm are incredibly mysterious. Even after tens of thousands of years, the Linksy sect has only explored a small part of it, and the sealing force must be activated every few hundred years. Even so, this secret realm has yielded countless resources, and is a major reason for the gradual rise of the North Shore today. Furthermore, this ancient beast abyss is the resting place of the heavenly horned black dragon, the guardian beast of the Linksy sect, and it itself is a part of the seal of this place. The Azure Heaven Horned Sword, refined 9 times, and the sect's treasure was also forged from the horn of this beast during one of its shedding cycles years ago. The beast's cultivation level is also incredibly formidable. Even Zheng Yuandong had to address it as an elder. Even in that year, the Linksy sect, rising from the lowest ranks to the lower reaches and gaining the right to establish its sect here, could not have overlooked the meritorious service of Tianzhao Molong, who closely followed the Linksy sect's founder. Bai Xiaochun had explored the area outside the ancient beast abyss several times, but only from the outside. He understood the history of this place and the heavenly horned black dragon from the jade slip containing the sex rules on the north bank. After habitually throwing a large handful of pills into the ravine, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and called out, "Senior Heavenly Horned, I am Bai Xiaochun, here again. I wish to use some of the earth fire vein here. I will use pills to cover any expenses or rules." Without waiting for a reply, Bai Xiaochun rushed to the stone keep he had created in the ravine. Since arriving at the 100 Beasts Academy's forest, Bai Xiaochun had quickly discovered traces of the earth fire vein, and thus he had dug out this cave. Sure enough, he found the earth fire vein, and this place became his alchemy workshop on the North Shore. The elixirs he fed to the ferocious beasts were also refined here. However, when he reviewed the sex rules in the jade slip, it mentioned the history of this place, so to prevent any risks, Bai Xiaochun always threw a large amount of spiritual herbs into the ravine as a precaution. Although there was no sound or change after throwing the elixirs into the ravine, Bai Xiaochun gradually stopped paying attention to it. He simply maintained this habit. Another month passed, and Bai Xiaochun emerged from the stone cave, his eyes gleaming with a triumphant light, his face full of excitement. This alchemy session was very successful. The third-grade spiritual herbs in his hands had become incredibly potent. His cultivation level was no longer slowly increasing, but had now jumped to the 9th stage of the Qi condensation realm, reaching the great perfection stage. Haha, soon I can enter the 10th stage of Qi condensation, and then I can prepare for foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun was full of excitement. In the past 6 months, his immortal silver skin had also progressed significantly. Feeling that his cultivation was no longer ordinary, Bai Xiaochun tried to unleash the purple Qi transformation cauldron, and purple cauldrons appeared one after another. Bai Xiaochun was surprised to find that this divine ability had reached the level of being able to be unleashed and retracted at will. In his joy, Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed as he thought of a technique he considered himself to have created that had been pondering him for years. The Great Human Control Technique. Perhaps it was because during the war with the Luo Chen family years ago, at that dangerous turning point, he had used this method to control Chen Heng, leaving a deep impression on him. He was extremely agitated at that moment. Although there were no cultivators around for him to test his techniques on, this place was the 100 Beasts Academy, teeming with ferocious beasts. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun became excited and rushed out of the forest to find a beast, then immediately began practicing his human control great technique. A few days later, the entire forest was in chaos. Bai Xiaochun reluctantly discovered that his human control great technique still couldn't completely control beasts with excessively large bodies or high cultivation levels. He could only barely control beasts with small, thin bodies and cultivation levels below the 5th stage of Qi condensation. Bai Xiaochun was frustrated and somewhat disbelieving. He then summarized his method and continued to ponder the human control great technique. He vaguely felt that this technique relied on his spiritual power to control and suppress the opponent's will, but it always seemed to be lacking something. If he could find that missing element, he would surely succeed. While Bai Xiaochun was practicing the human taming great technique in this place, within the ancient beast abyss, a pair of blue eyes, seemingly having opened at some point. We're now watching Bai Xiaochun perform the human taming great technique in the forest. Deep within those eyes, there was a hint of surprise. Back then, the old monster Han Zhang also had the idea of using this human taming technique. A small, mournful voice suddenly emanated from within the ancient beast abyss. Later on, the divine ability that Bai Xiaochun called the Imperial Human Great Technique became a new game for the ferocious beasts. Their bodies would often strangely float up and then fall down. Occasionally, their legs would suddenly stand upright. These ferocious beasts were not only unafraid, but also found it very interesting. Later, the small, thin, ferocious beasts would immediately run to Bai Xiaochun upon seeing him, hoping he would take them to play. As for the large, ferocious beasts like the flying tiger, they would often see Bai Xiaochun standing next to them, constantly extending their fingers and muttering to themselves. But very quickly afterwards, Bai Xiaochun would sigh, looking very annoyed, and silently leave. Even after he was far away, these huge ferocious beasts were still very surprised, not knowing what Bai Xiaochun was doing. A month later, Bai Xiaochun had no choice but to temporarily abandon the Imperial Human Great Technique. This technique, once mastered, will undoubtedly cause earth-shattering events. For now, I'll take it slow, and wait until I'm stronger before I can master it. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat unwilling, but after a month of continuous experimentation with no progress, he couldn't help but sigh and slowly suppress his frustration. Just as he was about to cultivate the Watermarsh Kingdom, he inadvertently glanced at his wings. When the old woman on the North Shore gave me the primordial magnetic pearl and these wings, she said that they contain the guiding force secret technique. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He picked up the wings and examined them, beginning to study them. But after a few days, he sighed, burying the matter deep in his heart and putting it aside for later. At this point, he fully focused his mind and devoted all his efforts to cultivating the Watermarsh Kingdom. Time passed unknowingly, and Bai Xiaochun had been on the North Shore for 2 years. The beast nurturing seed in his backyard had grown to over 10 feet tall, but unfortunately, it hadn't bloomed yet. However, according to Bai Xiaochun's judgments, the blooming time was not far off. Under Bai Xiaochun's continuous cultivation, the aura of the water marsh kingdom grew stronger and stronger. Each time he unleashed it, there was a resounding explosion, and a force seemingly not of this world descended, enveloping everything around him. Bai Xiaochun had observed all 900 ferocious beasts in the 100 Beasts courtyard, knowing each one like the back of his hand, yet time and again his life spirit failed to form. Haven't I observed enough ferocious beasts? I should probably go observe some even stronger ones. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then looked towards the ancient beast abyss. He hesitated a little because that place was too dangerous. After thinking it over, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly looked up at the 4 mountains on the north shore. All 4 mountains on the north shore have guardian spirit beasts. The north shore has 4 mountains, each with a powerful ferocious beast as its guardian spirit beast. Although not as powerful as the heavenly horned black dragon, they are still quite extraordinary. Every few days, they would occasionally come out, either soaring through the air or roaring to the heavens, shaking the surroundings. These moments would attract the attention and admiration of the disciples. During his time on the North Shore, Bai Xiaochun had also seen the 7-colored phoenix of Yanwei Peak many times, leaving a deep impression on him. After making up his mind, Bai Xiaochun left the 100 Beasts Academy. As he passed the training platform, although it wasn't the first time, every time he unconsciously glanced at the statue of the ferocious beast, an indescribable feeling would well up in his heart. A phenomenon that any disciple would experience. Even Bai Xiaochun carefully observed it once but gained nothing. Gradually, he stopped paying attention, but when he passed by, he still instinctively glanced at it. He withdrew his gaze, his first intention being to go to Yanwei Peak. While still full of doubts as he walked along, his mind suddenly became alert. The magnetic wings behind him instantly appeared, and he suddenly shot forward several meters. Just as Bai Xiaochun blinked away from that spot, a black shadow rushed towards him, a cracking sound echoing, the sound like teeth biting forward with all their might, terrifying anyone who heard it. The sound was not small, moreover, it stirred up the air, creating a violent sonic boom. One could imagine the immense power and deep-seated hatred required to unleash such a terrifying force with such a gnashing of teeth. The dark figure was a large black dog, over 10 feet tall, as big as a calf. However, its body was thin and its fur was matted like a stray dog. At this moment, its face was ferocious as it stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, a large amount of saliva dripping from between its teeth, its eyes bloodshot and filled with madness. Bai Xiaochun was terrified, his whole body covered in cold sweat. When he turned around and saw this large black dog, he was momentarily stunned before immediately recognizing it. Isn't that North Han Li's Nightwalker beast? Before Bai Xiaochun could finish speaking, the large dog's head shot up, and it swiftly fled. It was as if its sudden attack missed, it would immediately escape thousands of miles away. Bai Xiaochun was a little stunned. At this moment, many disciples from the North Shore also recognized the large dog, their eyes wide with astonishment as they whispered among themselves. North Han's senior brother's Nightwalker beast is truly pitiful. North Han's senior brother doesn't want it, so others don't dare approach it. The elders all feel sorry for it, that's right. Since that incident, this Nightwalker beast has been frequently roaming our North Shore. Once, I even saw it sitting on a small hillside, looking up at the night sky with a melancholic expression, just like a human. How pitiful. No wonder it tried to ambush Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun glared, feeling a little guilty after hearing the last few words. Watching the large dog disappear into the distance, Bai Xiaochun decided not to pursue the matter of the black dog's earlier attempt to ambush him. I had no other choice. When I went into battle, I told Bai Hanli to surrender, because even I, once I made a move, felt afraid. Bai Xiaochun sighed, turning around and continuing his ascent of Yanwei Peak. With his status as a glorious disciple, even on the North Shore, he could easily traverse many areas. He cautiously approached the back of Yanwei Peak, not going near the dwelling near the summit, but instead finding a rocky outcrop far away, sitting cross-legged, and quietly waiting. After waiting for 3 long days, on the morning of the 3rd day, a sudden phoenix cry pierced the vast sky, as if tearing through the dark clouds. Waves of 7-colored light flickered from within its dwelling, and the elegant 7-colored phoenix flew out, spreading its wings in midair. Seeing the morning sunlight fall upon it, reflecting dazzling 7-colored light, Bai Xiaochun's mind was deeply shaken. He vaguely sensed that within the seven-colored phoenix existed a terrifying force, one that, once unleashed, would be no match for even his perfected immortal silver skin. He gazed intently, as if imprinting the image of the seven-colored phoenix deep into his heart, observing it meticulously. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the seven-colored phoenix returned to its dwelling, not even glancing at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and mentally pictured the seven-colored phoenix before continuing his wait. 5 days later, still in the early morning, the seven-colored phoenix appeared once again. Time passed, and Bai Xiaochun had been observing the phoenix on the summit of Yangwei Peak for several months, only occasionally returning to the 100 Beasts Academy before hastily coming back. The disciples of Yangwei Peak were surprised to hear about this, but didn't pay much attention. Only a few inner disciples seemed to ponder, their minds filled with speculation. Another month passed, and Bai Xiaochun's observation of the phoenix had reached a meticulous level. Only then did he rise and leave, heading to Lori Peak. The guardian beast of Lori Peak was a three-eyed crow, about to jump tall, its body surrounded by black threads that distorted the surrounding space. However, it didn't appear often, only about once or twice a month. Each time it emerged, it not only moved with incredible speed but also brought countless flashes of lightning. It usually only appeared at night, never during the day. In the darkness of night, Bai Xiaochun meticulously observed the three-eyed crow. Finally, after 3 months and 5 observations in total, he remained completely absorbed in the process. His life force spirit gradually began to take shape. The guardian spirit of Kangdin Peak was not a bird, but a very large lizard. Its movements were slow, but its aura was incredibly powerful. It was also perfectly suited to Bai Xiaochun's observation, as each time it emerged from its cave, it would simply stand motionless on the highest rock of Kangdin Peak, gazing at the distant sky. Bai Xiaochun observed from afar, constantly watching. After several months, his level of meticulous observation of this lizard far surpassed that of the seven-colored phoenix and the three-eyed crow. As for the guardian spirit of Ghost Crow Peak, it was even more bizarre. It could no longer be called a spirit beast, but rather a mountain demon. This seemed to be a collection of countless ferocious beasts fused into one entity, condensing the mountain range into a spirit, then giving birth to consciousness, known as the mountain demon. It had a humanoid form, its entire body covered in black fur, human eyes, a gaping wolf's mouth from the forehead upwards, to twisted horns growing from the top of its head, snake scales covering its upper body, a tiger's head protruding from its chest, and a long tail behind it. In its hand, it always held a dark bone staff, and each time it appeared, the sky was filled with thick clouds, obscuring the sun and moon. In that pitch-black space, its eyes flickered with a sinister light. Looking at it, Bai Xiaochun was terrified. He sensed its presence, but the gap between them was too great. It simply ignored him, standing on the mountaintop, looking up at the sky and growling silently. Its growl caused the rocks and earth of Ghost Fang Peak to tremble slightly. After a long time, the mountain ghost returned to its cave, and the rocks and earth returned to normal. As time passed, Bai Xiaochun immersed himself in observation, constantly moving back and forth between the 4 mountains on the north shore. In his mind, the feeling of his life's spirit nearing its appearance grew stronger, but it remained stuck at some kind of barrier, unable to break through. Gradually, all the disciples on the north shore knew that Bai Xiaochun was observing the mountain guardian beast. Some didn't care, but inner disciples like Su Tang and Bei Hanli, after speculating, felt a jolt in their hearts. He's cultivating the Water Marsh Kingdom. Many inner disciples on the north shore guessed this, because only cultivating the Water Marsh Kingdom required observing ferocious beasts for such a long period of time. The Water Marsh Kingdom, along with the Ghost Nightwalker, are famous high-level secret techniques in the Lingxi sect, but the effectiveness varies depending on the practitioner. Some are extremely powerful, while others are extremely weak. Bai Xiaochun is still observing the ferocious beasts, meaning his life spirit hasn't formed yet. I wonder what his life spirit is while all the disciples of the North Shore were speculating. Bai Xiaochun had been observing the 4 guardian spirit beasts of the 4 mountains for a year. In fact, during this year, not only the inner disciples paid attention to him, but even the sect master and the head of the 4 mountains, and Li Qing'o, were secretly observing Bai Xiaochun's progress in cultivating the Water Marsh Kingdom. They were also very surprised. Logically speaking, observing the ferocious beasts in the 100 Beasts courtyard should have been enough to form the life spirit of the Water Marsh Kingdom. But Bai Xiaochun's was still insufficient. If that wasn't enough, observing the 4 guardian spirit beasts of the 4 mountains would surely suffice. But Bai Xiaochun still couldn't condense one. Why is it so difficult for Bai Xiaochun to form his life spirit? Life spirits vary from person to person. They manifest into a mysterious and unpredictable spirit based on the hidden inner world of each individual. What will Bai Xiaochun's life spirit be? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bai Xiaochun finished observing the 4 guardian spirit beasts of the 4 mountains and was leaving in a daze. He discovered that no matter how much he observed, it was useless. He clearly felt a strong urge to form his Water Marsh Kingdom life spirit at any moment, but he was still just a little short of breaking through. This one point alone seemed incredibly significant. Bai Xiaochun walked along in a daze, not knowing what to do, and could only silently trudge along the north shore. But as he passed the trial platform, he instinctively looked at the statue of the ferocious beast on the platform. He had seen this statue many times before, each time with an indescribable, inexplicable feeling. But in this instant, just a split second, his steps suddenly halted, his whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, when he looked at this statue, he merely felt it possessed an aura that could inspire a majestic fighting spirit, but it was so profound that he couldn't quite describe the feeling. But now, perhaps because he had been continuously observing the guardian beasts of the 4 mountain peaks for the past year, and immersed in the possibility of his life force spirit breaking through at any moment, when he looked at the statue, he did so in the same way he observed the battle beasts. He wasn't looking at the statue itself, but at the scale on its body. This scale looked very ordinary, as if it had been carved, but the moment Bai Xiaochun saw it, the feeling of his life force spirit about to be born surged intensely in his mind. At the same time, he seemed to hear a roar that sounded like it came from ancient times. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. Just as he was about to look closely, everything vanished in an instant. Immediately afterward, the feeling of his life spirit about to be born in his head gradually calmed down. Bai Xiaochun's breathing quickened, and he suddenly moved forward, directly sitting cross-legged beneath the statue. He raised his head, staring intently. He vaguely felt that the scene he had unintentionally perceived was not an illusion. That statue, there's something strange about it. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, staring without stopping. Not looking at the whole thing, but intently staring at a piece containing countless scales inside. But time and time again, Bai Xiaochun found it very difficult to memorize this seemingly simple scale fragment. This was a very strange situation. He could see it, but couldn't remember it. Time passed, and soon it was sunset. This trial platform was located in the central area of the North Shore, and disciples frequently appeared around it. They all saw Bai Xiaochun sitting there, staring intently at the statue. They were all very surprised, but no one stopped, and they averted their gaze and left. But early the next morning, when the disciples who had seen Bai Xiaochun the day before passed by the trial platform again, they saw him once more. It was as if Bai Xiaochun hadn't left it all the entire night, but had maintained the same state from beginning to end, his eyes even bloodshot as he stared at the statue, astonishing even more people. Bai Xiaochun knew that he could only use that statue to break through. There was no other way. He felt he had done everything he could to find the Water Marsh Kingdom's life spirit, observing the 100 Beasts Academy, the 4 guardian beasts, and even secretly observing the battle beasts of the North Shore disciples. But the Water Marsh Kingdom's life spirit had never appeared. If there were no sign at all, it would be fine. Perhaps Bai Xiaochun wouldn't waste his time here. But time and again, the life spirit seemed to be on the verge of appearing at any moment, as if he could sense it but couldn't see it, so close yet so far away. This feeling of being neither here nor there made Bai Xiaochun very uncomfortable. At this moment, he finally grasped a glimmer of opportunity, and the patience in his character immediately burst forth. Just like his obsession with alchemy, Bai Xiaochun now sat before the statue, beginning a similar obsession. Even though a night had passed, even though his eyes were red, and even though the same phenomenon as yesterday hadn't occurred a second time, Bai Xiaochun still didn't give up. He even had a strong feeling that if he gave up this time, then the Water Marsh Kingdom might never be able to produce a life-bound spirit in its lifetime. But if he seized this opportunity, then the life-bound spirit of the Watermarsh Kingdom would break free. I don't believe it. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, once again beginning to gaze intently, meticulously observing the scale, constantly sketching it in his mind. He even put himself into an unconscious state, blocking out his hearing, smell, and other senses, focusing all his attention on his eyes. As the days passed, and the morning of the fourth day dawned, many disciples of the North Shore were startled by Bai Xiaochun's presence, gradually beginning to discuss among themselves. Bai Xiaochun has been under the statue at the trial platform for 4 days. What is he doing, observing the statue at the trial platform? That statue at the trial platform is truly bizarre. I heard many people have tried to observe it, hoping to gain something, but so far, except for senior brother Ghost Fang, no one has succeeded. While some North Shore disciples were discussing among themselves, the inner disciples of the North Shore also paid attention to everything. Many even deliberately went to see Bai Xiaochun, and upon seeing his frenzied state, they all breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out they were just trying to observe and memorize, not truly achieving enlightenment. I told you, this trial monument, although it contains secrets, is not something everyone can truly understand. I've looked through some ancient texts. Since that statue was brought back from the ancient beast abyss 4,000 years ago and erected here, I don't know if any elders have attained enlightenment, but among the disciples before Ghost Fang, no one has attained enlightenment. We've all tried observing that statue, but ultimately had to give up. We couldn't sense anything. Unless, like Ghost Fang, you enter the legendary state of enlightenment by observing it. Otherwise, too many have tried. Some took 10 days, some 15, and at most 20 days before their bodies weakened and they fell into a coma. Bei Hanli, along with the Gongsun siblings, Su Tang, and many other inner sect prodigies, all breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Bai Xiaochun was only observing and not attaining enlightenment. Even the 4 peak masters were paying attention to Bai Xiaochun beneath the statue, their faces filled with anticipation. I wonder if Bai Xiaochun can be like Guya, able to gain something from that statue. This requires luck, comprehension, and effort. Lacking even one is unacceptable. Like Zhang Ling's chaotic drawing, some people see only chaos, some see disorder, some vaguely perceive other images beneath the mess, and very few see something different from everyone else. Bai Xiaochun was truly observing, not genuinely comprehending. His eyes were bloodshot, and the scale fragment in his vision seemed magnified countless times, replacing the entire world. He seemed to see a piece of heaven and earth within this scale fragment, seeing countless ephemeral beings. He couldn't articulate what those things were, and it was even possible they were just hallucinations caused by his eyes. But Bai Xiaochun paid no attention to any of that. His only thought was to memorize the shape of the scale in his mind and sketch it out. He didn't know how many times he had tried, perhaps 1,000, perhaps 10,000, or even more. Even his entire being was slowly depleting his vital energy, yet he still failed. Time was slowly passing. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day, until 10 days had passed. Just as observing the statue consumed a great deal of vital energy, Bai Xiaochun's body had withered considerably, yet he still persevered. Gradually, after 19 days had passed, the group of people including Bei Hanli were completely relieved. They realized that Bai Xiaochun could only hold out for 1 more day at most before collapsing due to weakened vital energy. Previously, Ghost Fang took 15 days to finally enter the legendary state of enlightenment, and after 27 days of enlightenment, he awakened. His Ghost Nightwalker technique reaching the minor accomplishment stage is also greatly related to that enlightenment. This Bai Xiaochun has spent 19 days and still hasn't achieved enlightenment. Regardless of his cultivation level, in this respect, he is inferior to Ghost Fang. That statue is mysterious and unpredictable. Many have tried before. If he fails the first time, subsequent attempts will be even more difficult. Tomorrow he will fall into a coma, and even if he replenishes his vital energy after waking up, there will be no more opportunities. Not only did the people of Bei Hanli think so, but even the 4 Grand Elders sighed in unison, feeling regretful. Time passed, and Bai Xiaochun had been observing the statue for 19 days. The sun had already set. As the morning sun of the 20th day set, when most people expected Bai Xiaochun to fall into a coma, their eyes gradually widened in disbelief and astonishment. The 20th day passed. Bai Xiaochun had fallen into a coma. His body had only withered further. But he was still persevering. The 21st, the 22nd, the 23rd. As time went on, more and more people were astonished. By the 30th day, even the 4 grand elders were shaken. Bai Xiaochun's vital energy is so abundant, reaching this state. Ordinary disciples take a maximum of 10 days, body-cultivating disciples a maximum of 15 days. Even a prodigy like Ghost Fang can only last a maximum of 20 days. If he can't enter the state of enlightenment, his vital energy will be damaged and he'll fall into a coma. But Bai Xiaochun, he can persevere for so long. But what good does this do? Even if it takes longer, if there's no enlightenment, it's all in vain. The people of the Northern Han Dynasty were also shocked. At this moment, they truly understood what level Bai Xiaochun's physical strength had reached. But they also felt a sense of regret. After all, if he couldn't achieve enlightenment, no matter how long it took, it would all be useless. Very quickly, another 10 days passed. Bai Xiaochun was still immersed in his practice, his mind having tried to sketch the scale fragment countless times. Perhaps 50,000 times, perhaps 100,000 times, perhaps even more, but still failing. Until the 50th and 60th days passed, countless people were shaken by Bai Xiaochun. They couldn't believe how deep Bai Xiaochun's vital energy truly was. This kind of perseverance surpassed their imagination. Without sufficient physical strength, it would be impossible to do this. Finally, on the 70th day, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled, noticeably thinner, as if both his vital energy and physical body had reached their limits. He had already attracted everyone's attention. His trembling body immediately drew the notice of many. It must end. He'll be unconscious within these next few days. Without a clear understanding, all efforts will be in vain. But just as most people were making this judgment, in an instant, at sunset on the 70th day, as the distant sun shone down, casting an orange glow on the horizon, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly became hazy. In that hazy state, his eyes slowly closed. The moment they closed, a complete scale. After countless attempts, it was finally sketched out in his mind. The moment the scale fragment appeared, a thunderous roar echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. He took a deep breath, his aura vanishing in an instant, as if only his physical body remained, entering the legendary state of enlightenment. At this moment, everyone present narrowed their eyes in disbelief. It was truly unexpected, hard to believe. Bai Xiaochun's entry into enlightenment wasn't a coincidence, nor was it predetermined, but the result of his own efforts. He had the opportunity to give birth to the life force spirit of the Water Marsh Kingdom, possessed a certain level of comprehension, and more importantly, the effort he had put in surpassed everyone else. His comprehension might not be equal to Ghost Fang's, but he had spent 5 times more time than Ghost Fang. The reason he had this much time was because of his immense physical body and vital energy. The reason his physical body and vital energy are so powerful is because he has cultivated the immortal longevity technique and has been diligently practicing and accumulating power over the years. All of this is the greatest reason he was able to enter a state of enlightenment. Enlightenment is a kind of realm, or more accurately, a state, like the soul merging with heaven and earth, existing with the world, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, and understanding the principles of all things. Even ordinary people can unintentionally achieve enlightenment, although the probability is extremely small, but it cannot be said to be non-existent, just almost non-existent. Even Cha condensation cultivators find it extremely difficult to achieve enlightenment. Occasionally, one person will appear, causing countless others to tremble. Only those powerful beings with profound cultivation can occasionally immerse themselves in enlightenment, comprehending the changes of heaven and earth, and comprehending the great Tao of the universe. In the Lingxi sect, over the past 1,000 years, among its disciples, only to have been able to enter enlightenment. One of them is the demon Fang, whose talent is truly astonishing and unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing Shangguan Tianyu. And yet another person, none other than Bai Xiaochun, who had been striving for 70 days beneath the statue. At this moment, all the disciples of the North Shore surrounding them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, uttering sounds of disbelief. Bai Xiaochun, he achieved enlightenment. Following senior brother Ghost Fang, he's the second to achieve enlightenment. HMPH, how can his enlightenment compare to senior brother Ghost Fang's? Senior brother Ghost Fang only needed 15 days, while Bai Xiaojun took 70 days. That's impossible. Even if you told us that 70 days of perseverance was enough to achieve enlightenment, we couldn't possibly endure it for 70 days. This is Bai Xiaojun's own effort. Among the crowd, there were exclamations of surprise, complex emotions, and a few who were unwilling to accept defeat, their faces clearly showing jealousy and contempt. But regardless, the vast majority of disciples sensed Bai Xiaojun's perseverance and effort and greatly admired his unwavering determination. At the same time, 6 streaks of rainbow light flashed across the sky, screaming as they flew. The fastest one wasn't one of the 4 grand elders of the North Shore, but of the South Shore, Li Qing'o. Evidently, he had been eyeing this place for some time. At this moment, almost instantaneously as Bai Xiaojun entered his meditative state, his figure suddenly appeared, his right hand raised, pointing towards the trial platform. Immediately, a screen of light descended, enveloping Bai Xiaojun and preventing anyone outside from entering. Just then, the 4 grand elders and the sect master Zhang Yuandong also arrived. Seal off the 4 sides of the trial platform. Before Bai Xiaojun awakens, this place must not be opened. The old woman Yan Weifeng glanced at Li Qing'o, then swept her gaze around, suppressing her astonishment at Bai Xiaojun's ability to achieve enlightenment, and said in a low voice, "Anyone who disturbs Bai Xiaojun's meditation will be charged with treason and punished accordingly. The law enforcement hall will arrive soon to guard this place." Zhang Yuandong abruptly interrupted, his voice echoing in all directions. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples present bowed respectfully towards the 6 figures in the sky. Soon, more than 10 disciples from the law enforcement hall were dispatched to the statue, sitting cross-legged around it, enveloping Bai Xiaojun and protecting him. At this time, the news of Bai Xiaojun entering meditation finally spread from these outer disciples, gradually reaching the entire North Shore. Bai Hanli and his group were even more startled, rushing out of their cave dwellings to the scene. From afar, they saw Bai Xiaojun being protected by the law enforcement hall, each of them filled with indescribable thoughts. He actually achieved enlightenment 70 days, 70 days of perseverance. Could the gap between us and him really be that big? I'm not convinced. Bai Hanli, the Gongsun siblings, Sitang, and other inner sect geniuses were all feeling conflicted at this moment. In midair, the 4 grand elders of the North Shore were also observing Bai Xiaojun sitting with his eyes closed, in a state of enlightenment, his entire aura completely gone. And they all exclaimed in admiration, "I didn't expect him to actually succeed. This guy's accumulation is too deep. His success is not accidental. I wonder how many days he can remain in enlightenment." That time, Ghost Fang's enlightenment lasted 27 days. While the 4 grand elders were marveling, Zhang Yuandong's eyes showed anticipation, and he laughed heartily, feeling that his master would surely be pleased with this junior disciple. Bai Xiaojun. Li Qing'o also wore a smile on his face, his eyes filled with admiration and even joy. After all, this was the Lingxi sect, with the law enforcement hall here, and the protective formations Li Qing'o himself had set up. Unless a Golden Core expert arrived, it would be impossible to breach the defenses and disturb Bai Xiaojun's meditation in a short time. And if a Golden Core expert did dare to appear, then in the Lingxi sect, they would undoubtedly die. The 6 of them were naturally relieved, and after watching for a while longer, they left. The disciples of the North Shore all around sighed, their eyes falling on Bai Xiaojun, who was being protected by the law enforcement hall. And they all wondered how long Bai Xiaojun could persevere in his meditation. He took 5 times longer to successfully enter enlightenment. I guess the time he takes to achieve enlightenment is probably only 2/3 of senior brother Ghost Fang's. Only 5 or 6 days at most. No more than 7 days. A cold snort came from the crowd. There were too many people on the North Shore, and Bai Xiaojun was an enemy of the North Shore. Although some had respected his strength before, many still harbored animosity towards him, and some were even jealous. Time passed quickly, and 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Bai Xiaojun remained motionless, but his body no longer consumed vital energy. In fact, it was slowly recovering. Only his aura, since the moment he began his enlightenment, had completely disappeared, as if his soul had left his body and merged into the heavens and earth, into nothingness. 3 days ago, at the moment he closed his eyes, the hazy look in them was a manifestation of his state of mind. His whole being was truly hazy, devoid of any concept of time, and he didn't know how much time had passed. He only remembered that the instant the scaled image was finally sketched in his mind, the statue before him seemed to come alive, carrying the aura of savagery. Its body rose, using its right claw to tear open a world. It was as if it were truly tearing open nothingness, and his consciousness was also sucked away by this void, appearing within a surreal world. He was in a daze, his mind completely empty, having forgotten who he was, forgotten why he was there, and simply drifting in this illusory world, until he saw a gigantic figure appear within this illusory world. This figure was unimaginably enormous compared to it. Bai Xiaochun felt as if he were not even a tiny scale. This terrifying figure was, surprisingly, a crocodile-like beast conjured from the statue. It was resurrected in the illusory world, raising its head towards the sky, towards an unseen figure, like a non-existent life form, raising its right claw and suddenly lunging forward. It was like the creation of heaven and earth. A deafening roar echoed. Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the giant beast, astonished by the claw that tore through the sky. His mind reeled, all his thoughts focused on this single claw. Even if Bai Xiaochun could remember who he was at this moment, he would immediately realize that this claw bore a striking resemblance to the Ghost Fang's Ghost Nightwalk technique. While Bai Xiaochun was inside this illusory world, outside, time was rapidly passing, surpassing the 5 or 6 days that most disciples of the North Shore had estimated, reaching 10 days. For these 10 days, the disciples of the North Shore would gather around the trial platform to watch Bai Xiaochun. Especially the inner disciples, many of whom even chose to sit cross-legged on all sides. Bei Hanli and his group were among them. They watched Bai Xiaochun enter his 10th day of meditation, their hearts filled with complex emotions. In contrast to the inner disciples' silence, the outer disciples were buzzing with excitement. He's reached 10 days again. However, surpassing senior brother Guyi's 27 days is impossible. While these outer disciples were discussing amongst themselves, time continued to pass. The 11th, 12th, 13th, and so on until 20 days. The North Shore was completely shaken. This time, all the outer disciples were deeply moved by Bai Xiaochun, and they were all intensely focused on him. They wanted to know if Bai Xiaochun could reach the same level as Ghost Fang in 27 days. Absolutely impossible. He took 5 times longer than senior brother Ghost Fang to achieve enlightenment, which shows his talent is inferior to senior brother Ghost Fang's, so he absolutely cannot surpass him. Such voices were numerous. Even among the inner disciples, some believed this was the case. But gradually, as the 22nd and 25th days approached, these voices faded, replaced by a stunned and shocked silence. At sunset on the 26th day, amidst the shock of countless people, a black streak of light flew across the air above the trial platform, transforming into a young man in black robes. It was Ghost Fang. He had been in seclusion, making final preparations for foundation establishment, but had received a message from a fellow disciple learning of Bai Xiaochun's situation, and had now emerged to investigate. Among all the disciples of the entire sect, only Bai Xiaochun could capture his attention. At this moment, the moment he appeared, he was immediately recognized by the disciples all around. These disciples, whether inner or outer sect, each showed a look of awe, even fear, and repeatedly bowed in greeting. Greetings, senior brother Ghost Fang. Even the group of people including Bei Hanli bowed in unison. These sounds blended together, echoing in all directions, but Ghost Fang seemed to hear them all, turning a blind eye. In his eyes, there was only one person, Bai Xiaochun. Looking at Bai Xiaochun, a strange light gradually appeared in Ghost Fang's eyes. I began observing the sharp claws of the beast, and after sketching it in my mind, I entered a state of meditation. Finally, within that illusory world, I became lost in the earth-shattering claw attack of that ancient beast, unable to escape. By the time the meditation ended, I couldn't see if the ancient beast had undergone any further transformations. Bai Xiaochun, you've also attained enlightenment. I wonder if you can escape from that claw. In the illusory heavens and earth, Bai Xiaochun and the entire world were completely torn apart by a single claw of the ancient beast. His consciousness seemed to be affected as well, a crushing sensation spreading through his mind. As time passed, this crushing sensation gradually dissipated. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was still bewildered, unaware that the claw had torn open the sky, causing his entire body to tremble. He couldn't comprehend what kind of power this was. Instinctively, he yearned to possess this power, this invincible power of creation and destruction. Even though his consciousness was being crushed and dissipating, he wanted to absorb and comprehend it with all his might, all for the sole purpose of obtaining that power. The more he craved it, the faster his consciousness dissipated. But when 2/3 of his consciousness had vanished, Bai Xiaochun's body trembled violently, and he vaguely felt something was wrong. In his hazy consciousness, he suddenly remembered something. Being engrossed in this claw attack didn't seem to be his purpose in coming here. This thought grew stronger and stronger, until finally, it replaced his desire for the power of this claw attack. This caused his consciousness, which was being crushed and dissipated, to slowly stop. The fragments that had been shattered into tiny pieces before seemed to reverse at this moment, reconnecting once again. Within the illusion, the gigantic beast reappeared. But this time, it didn't extend its claws. Instead, its tail, like a whip, swept across the heavens and earth with earth-shattering force. This tail whip produced a deafening roar, as if the whole world was about to explode. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness was inside the world of cataclysmic destruction, so his consciousness once again lost its bearings and was sucked in. Meanwhile, outside, as night fell on the 26th day since Bai Xiaochun's enlightenment, time continued to pass. On the 27th day, from early morning to noon, to sunset, and then to midnight, many disciples from the North Shore gathered around the trial platform where Bai Xiaochun had attained enlightenment. Their expressions changed, and in the end, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Bei Hanli, the Gongsun brothers, Su Tang, and those intersect prodigies, all of them were experiencing a storm of emotions. He surpassed 27 days, surpassing even senior brother Ghost Fang. My God, that guy Bai Xiaochun can actually achieve such a level of enlightenment. How much longer can he meditate? 30 days, 35 days, or 40 days? After a moment of pressure and silence, many people let out a series of shocked exclamations and murmurs, each one looking at Bai Xiaochun, who at this moment didn't even have a trace of aura, all of them showing expressions of fear. But their fear at this moment was obviously premature. Time continued to pass, the 30th day, the 33rd day, the 37th day. By the 40th day, all the disciples on the North Shore were stunned. Not only them, but the heads of the 4 great mountains also took a deep breath. Each additional day in this meditative state carries a completely different meaning. In that meditative state, a single day can be compared to several years, or even longer. Ghost Fang remained silent, but a look of astonishment shone in his eyes. He glanced at Bai Xiaochun, wanting to know what Bai Xiaochun had actually seen. He must have escaped disorientation from that one claw strike. So what did he see next? Inside the illusory world, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness trembled. He didn't know how long he had been disoriented by the power of the ancient beast's tail whip. His consciousness was rapidly dissipating, but the thought in his head, even as his consciousness faded, continued to grow. The violent power of the tail whip was not his purpose in coming here. This isn't it either, he murmured softly. This sound lasted only a split second before his consciousness stopped shattering. After showing no signs of dissipating, the enormous ancient beast suddenly opened its wide mouth, revealing a force even more terrifying than its claws and tail whip. Its teeth were incredibly sharp. The arrangement of those teeth contained an overwhelming killing intent, as if it wanted to destroy everything, seemingly capable of tearing apart everything that existed. With this single bite, the entire world turned pitch black and shattered once again. No, this bite's power, like before, isn't my purpose in coming here. Bai Xiaochun's whispered voice echoed around, growing stronger and stronger. My purpose in observing this ancient beast is to give birth to a life-bound spirit of the Water Marsh Kingdom. What I want is not the power of a single claw, a single tail whip, or the power of the ancient beast's teeth. What I want is to carefully observe this entire ancient beast, imprinting it firmly in my mind, and using that to unlock my life spirit of the Water Marsh Kingdom. And those claws, whips, and snaps will not become my life spirit, but rather merge into it, becoming a part of my life spirit. This is the true purpose that I want to achieve by coming here. Bai Xiaochun's voice was no longer a whisper, but a roar. In the illusory world, As this voice exploded and continuously spread in all directions, his consciousness suddenly coiled together, transforming into a beam of light that shot straight towards the giant beast in the distance. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost beyond description. In the blink of an eye, it instantly approached the giant beast. A loud bang resounded. In that instant, upon contact with the giant beast, his consciousness merged into its body and spread outwards. Bai Xiaochun's mind surged violently. He had a powerful feeling that he seemed to be transforming into this giant beast. In the process of becoming this giant beast, he was actually studying and understanding it. He wasn't using any specific method. It could be likened to observation, or rather, it was no longer just observation. It had surpassed the limits of meticulous observation and reached a level of inseparable unity. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness flowed rapidly, continuously merging into the entire body of the ancient beast, understanding, analyzing, grasping, observing, and controlling. Starting from the flesh and blood, then the scales, followed by bone spikes, sharp claws, teeth, bones, even internal organs. Bai Xiaochun had no concept of time. He used all his consciousness to quickly and thoroughly understand the parts of the ancient beast's body, until Bai Xiaochun's consciousness shook violently, finally filling the entire body of the ancient beast. At this moment, he seemed to have become a real ancient beast. He roared to the sky, as if the whole world was trembling. But at that very moment, the parts of the ancient beast's body suddenly twisted violently, the flesh and blood quickly transforming in a miraculous and incomprehensible way, clearly turning into a three-eyed black crow. The black crow's body was enormous, and it rapidly flew through this illusory world. In its crab-like eyes, the gaze of Bai Xiaochun reappeared. In an instant, the black crow once again twisted and transformed into a seven-colored phoenix. Then it continued to transform into a giant beast, and even the ghost Fang Mountain Ghost could be transformed at Bai Xiaochun's will. And that wasn't all. Immediately afterward, in the 100 Beasts courtyard, nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts, in the blink of an eye, all transformed continuously according to Bai Xiaochun's consciousness. Flying tigers, pangolins, giant bears, spirit deer. All the ferocious beasts he knew were transformed continuously. Even the beasts Bai Xiaochun had secretly observed from the north bank were transformed, until a loud explosion rang out, and those ferocious beasts disappeared. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness transformed into a swirling mass of mist, as if containing within it a terrifying spirit about to be born. That was Bai Xiaochun's life spirit, the Water Marsh Kingdom. It was unclear what form the spirit inside ultimately took. Even Bai Xiaochun couldn't see it clearly, as if this spirit was still incomplete. But even without a complete form, it was already emitting an astonishing aura. Though still vague, a gigantic monster could be seen within the mist, its bone spikes shaking the heavens and earth. It also carried an indescribable pressure, and as the mist swirled, it was continuously condensing into shape. At that moment, Bai Xiaochun's consciousness could no longer withstand it and began to dissipate rapidly. 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. In the blink of an eye, 5/10 had dissipated. As his consciousness dissipated, the entire illusory world began to tremble, and the life spirit that was about to be born within the mist also showed signs of dissipating. Faster, faster, before my consciousness dissipates, the life spirit. Awaken, Bai Xiaochun's spiritual consciousness roared. The events unfolded too quickly, deafening explosions resounded all around, and his consciousness dissipated even faster. 6, 7, 8, then 90%. Cracks appeared in the illusory world, which began to crumble and transform into a raging storm, simultaneously enveloping it in mist. At this point, as Bai Xiaochun's consciousness reached 20%, he finally let out a worried scream. Boom! The world shattered, but in that very instant, within the dissipating mist, a pair of red eyes suddenly opened. The life spirit had awakened. In the outside world, after Bai Xiaochun had attained enlightenment for over 40 days, the number of days continued to increase. 50 days, 60 days, 70 days, 80 days, 90 days, 100 days. During this period of increasing time, all the disciples on the North Shore felt utterly terrified. 100 days, more than 3 months. Bai Xiaochun, he's still meditating. Could he be dead? This is terrifying. I've never seen anything like this in my life. The outer sect was terrified. The inner sect was shaken. It felt like thunder was exploding in the minds of Bay Hanley and the others. And it didn't end there. 110 days, 120 days, until noon on the 131st day, on the north bank of the trial platform. Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly trembled violently. This tremor was witnessed by everyone around. After rubbing their eyes and looking again, they all saw Bai Xiaochun's body tremble once more, and immediately a chorus of shocked exclamations erupted. In the blink of an eye, as these exclamations echoed, Bai Xiaochun's eyes suddenly opened. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were hazy. Although his consciousness had returned, he still seemed not to have fully recovered from the meditative state in the illusory world. At this moment, he was filled with bewilderment, as if the world before him was blurry. The disciples of the law enforcement hall around him all sensed this and looked up at Bai Xiaochun. Even the outer disciples who had been paying attention to the commotion widened their eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. 130 days! He took 5 times longer than senior brother Ghost Fang to enter meditative state, but his meditative time was also 5 times longer than senior brother Ghost Fang's. The outer disciples all around suddenly stirred and simultaneously took out their jade slips, transmitting the news of Bai Xiaochun's awakening to the outside world at the fastest speed. This news swept across the entire North Shore like a whirlwind. Every disciple who heard it was shaken and rushed straight to the trial platform. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was sitting beneath the statue of the trial platform, his eyes filled with a dazed expression. His right hand slowly rose, unconsciously waving slightly forward, and he murmured, "Water Marsh." The sound was so faint that outsiders could barely hear it. But the words from Bai Xiaochun's mouth echoed in his mind. Then a deafening roar, like a thunderclap, erupted violently. Boom! 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 3 thunderous sounds, like terrifying lightning, shook everyone's hearts. Within the thunder, a dense cloud of water vapor suddenly appeared and spread outwards. 3 zhang, 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 100 zhang, up to 200 zhang. In an instant, the area within 200 yards around Bai Xiaochun was enveloped in endless mist, blurring everything within. Simultaneously, a powerful force emerged, pushing all the disciples, including the disciples of the law enforcement hall, who were all gaping in astonishment, out of the area. The force was immense, making it impossible for any disciple within 200 yards to resist. They were all forced to retreat. In a flash, the area within 200 yards around Bai Xiaochun was completely empty. The hazy mist stirred the clouds in the sky, and the surrounding forces of heaven and earth seemed to transform, forming a gigantic vortex that slowly rotated in the sky. Seeing this scene, the disciples' hearts trembled as they recalled the moment when Ghost Fang unleashed Ghost Nightwalker, a ghost claw descending from the sky. The secret technique, which even a Qi condensation disciple couldn't perform, instilled both respect and fear in all the disciples of the North Shore towards Ghost Fang. But the scene before them made them feel the same way about Bai Xiaochun, perhaps even more so. While they gasped in shock, a large number of disciples also arrived. Among them were many inner disciples, including Bei Hanley, the Gongsun siblings, and Su Song. Seeing the vortex in the sky and looking towards Bai Xiaochun, their expressions changed. Water Marsh Kingdom. He must have cultivated it, but I don't know what his life spirit is. Ghost Fang's figure also appeared in the air. He stared intently at Bai Xiaochun, his fighting spirit surging in his eyes but quickly suppressed. While each disciple was still immersed in their excitement, the Four Peaks master of the North Bank, Li Qing'o, also appeared, gazing expectantly at Bai Xiaochun beneath the statue. "I'm really looking forward to it." Bai Xiaochun's life spirit. Just the water marsh has such a powerful aura. What exactly is it? Li Qing'o's eyes were filled with surprise and delight as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, who had just awakened from his meditative state. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Bai Xiaochun slowly raised his head, his eyes still hazy, his right hand slowly lowered. Domain! The moment his right hand lowered, under the breathless gaze of everyone around him, an indescribable aura surged from within Bai Xiaochun's body, instantly enveloping all 8 directions. Within a radius of 200 yards, the entire landscape became hazy, almost invisible, leaving only the image of an extremely dense pool of water. A strange roar emanated from the surface of this pool, as if it were a culmination of countless ferocious beast sounds, then transforming into an exceptionally unique howl. Roar! The sound shook the heavens and the earth, causing everyone around, regardless of their cultivation level, to recoil in shock and feel an uncontrollable sense of oppression. As soon as the roar echoed, all the battle beasts of the North Shore disciples became agitated, each raising their heads and howling, some even erupting in aggression. All the battle beasts were in chaos. Inside the 100 Beasts Academy, nearly 1,000 ferocious beasts roared in unison. Very quickly, countless ferocious beasts throughout the entire North Shore roared, their cries echoing across the sky and spreading in all directions, causing all the disciples on the North Shore to tremble with fear. What exactly is Bai Xiaochun's Watermarsh Kingdom, the life-bound spirit anyway? Oh my god, how could this be? All the disciples on the North Shore were doing their best to calm their beasts. Everyone's faces changed drastically, revealing expressions of horror. Calming the beasts of the inner disciples, whose bloodlines varied, was even more difficult. They all seemed to be going berserk. Just as everyone was trying to calm these constantly roaring beasts, the more than 200-foot deep pool of water suddenly twisted and shook, its surface seemingly becoming a gateway to some strange space. At this moment, an unseen beast was struggling, as if trying to break through this gateway and escape from that strange space. Immediately afterward, the water vapor surged violently, and a gigantic mountain powerfully broke through and rose from within the pool. The more one looked at this mountain, the more terrified they felt, because the mountain rising above the water was only the peak of a colossal mountain. The mountain before it was clearly visible. The mountain was truly even larger. Even upon closer inspection, everyone's scalp tingled, because what stood before them wasn't a mountain at all, but merely a spiky bone. A spiky bone? My god, that's just a spiky bone. A spiky bone already 200 feet tall. How big is this beast's body? What does this life force spirit look like? Well, everyone was still exclaiming in shock. An earth-shattering horror, like an invisible shockwave, erupted from the swamp. The disciples on the North Shore could no longer restrain their battle beasts. They all roared loudly, then quickly collapsed to the ground. Impossible! How could this be? While most of the disciples were still screaming in terror, the war beasts of the North were trembling and prostrating themselves. At this moment, 4 more voices, as if sensing the threat, roared from the 4 mountain peaks. The 7-colored phoenix instantly soared out and stood in midair, staring intently at the mountain within Bai Xiaochun's Watermarsh Kingdom, full of vigilance. The 3-eyed crow also quickly advanced. Just as they arrived, the giant lizard suddenly appeared, growling softly towards the mountain within the Watermarsh Kingdom. The mountain ghost of Ghost Fang Peak also descended, its bone staff shaking, its entire body enveloped in swirling black energy, its face filled with tension. Even if one looked closely at the eyes of these mountain guardian beasts, one could see a deep sense of awe and fear. At this moment, deep within the ancient beast abyss of the 100 Beasts Academy, in that pitch-black space, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly appeared, revealing a fierce and solemn expression that seemed to shatter the void, piercing through the hazy barrier to gaze upon Bai Xiaochun's Watermarsh Kingdom. It was the sex divine beast, the heavenly horned black dragon, the guardian spirit of the Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun's lifebound spirit had caused it to show such solemnity. The entire North Shore was shaken, and the elders of the 4 mountains rushed forward in shock. Meanwhile, several gazes filled with supreme majesty from the Sea Dao Mountain also focused on this direction. The breathing of the 4 mountain masters became rapid, and their scalps tingled. What kind of life-bound spirit is this? Never seen before. This kind of power is beyond the reach of the Che condensation stage. It surpasses even the Ghost Fang. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the colossal mountain within the Watermarsh Kingdom slowly sank. It seemed that the 200-jang radius of the Watermarsh Kingdom was too small. Bai Xiaochun's life force spirit couldn't fully descend. After sinking completely, the pool shattered into small pieces and gradually dissipated. Bai Xiaochun's image, sitting cross-legged, slowly became clear. His face was pale, but he was now fully awake. His eyes were no longer hazy but wide with shock, clearly terrified by the bone spikes that had appeared within the Watermarsh Kingdom. As the Watermarsh Kingdom dissipated, the surrounding battle beasts gradually recovered. However, their masters, the disciples of the North Shore, were all in a frenzy, their heads buzzing. After a brief silence, a commotion erupted. I didn't see wrong. Is this the Watermarsh Kingdom? Bai Xiaochun's life force spirit has only revealed a sharp bone spike that earth-shattering aura just now came from a Cha condensation cultivator like us. Alas, if only he were from our North Shore. Amidst the murdering discussions, the four mountain lords exchanged glances and then looked towards Li Qingou, who was equally astonished. A promising young man, I'm truly curious. What exactly is his life force spirit? The Water Marsh Kingdom in Bai Xiaochun's hands must be able to unleash its full power. His life force spirit has only revealed a sharp bone spike because his cultivation is insufficient. The water marsh only has a radius of 200 zhang. Later, when his cultivation progresses, if he can reach the golden core stage and unleash a 1,000-mile radius of the water marsh kingdom, then his life force spirit should be able to fully descend. If that day truly comes, once he unleashes the water marsh kingdom, there will absolutely be very few powerhouses of the same level who can match him. Li Qingou was overjoyed and somewhat proud of Bai Xiaochun. He didn't let Bai Xiaochun know he was there, and with a relaxed, happy, and excited mood, he turned and left. He also wanted to prepare well and try to break through to the Golden Core realm within the next 10 years. Even Bai Xiaochun himself didn't know what his life spirit looked like. He realized his cultivation wasn't sufficient. The 200 zhang radius of the Water Marsh Kingdom couldn't contain the entire body of his life spirit. But he didn't dwell on it much. After all, forming his life spirit showed him that his years of cultivating the Water Marsh Kingdom hadn't been a failure. He even had some expectations for his life spirit. Hearing the surrounding crowd's excited discussions, Bai Xiaochun quickly coughed, feeling a little smug. Ah, what a headache. No matter where I go, people cheer. But actually, I just want to be humble. Anyway, never mind. I won't hold a grudge about how those disciples bullied me before. As Bai Xiaochun was about to stand up, he felt dizzy, and then annoying hunger struck him, instantly rendering him powerless and unable to stand. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Only when the pill dissolved into his body did he feel a little better and able to stand up. Under the complex gazes of the North Shore disciples, although still weak, when he looked up, Bai Xiaochun still didn't forget to reveal the lonely demeanor of a master. His pale face suddenly displayed a unique aura. And then he slowly left. Only when he was far away did the North Shore disciples sigh. They couldn't quite articulate their feelings towards Bai Xiaochun at that moment. At first, he was a common enemy. Then there was the more than a month of continuous battles on the trial platform. Then his superior comprehension compared to Ghost Fang. And then the earth-shattering events in the Water Marsh Kingdom. Everyone inwardly acknowledged that Bai Xiaochun was indeed a prodigy. However, unlike other prodigies, he was unlike any other. Every time they encountered him, they couldn't help but want to beat him up. This was a genuine feeling emanating from the depths of their hearts, completely unrelated to his actual strength. Since Bai Xiaochun arrived on the North Shore, there had been no peace. Things were constantly happening around him, leaving everyone in awe. The inner disciples were even more impressed. Bai Xiaochun's entry into enlightenment took 5 times longer than Ghost Fang's, showing them that Bai Xiaochun's aptitude was indeed inferior to Ghost Fang's. Perhaps it wasn't even close to theirs, but the 70 or so days of intense observation revealed Bai Xiaochun's unwavering determination, driving him to strive for enlightenment for such a long time. Bei Hanlai remained silent, watching Bai Xiaochun's retreating figure in the distance. He turned and returned to his cave dwelling. He wanted to continue his seclusion, attempting to break through to the 10th level of Qi condensation, preparing for foundation establishment later. Is it because I haven't been persistent and hardworking enough? Bai Xiaochun, sooner or later I will surpass you. Gongsun's siblings, Xitang, and the other inner disciples all took a deep breath. They knew Bai Xiaochun was powerful. They knew their own limitations, but the more they knew, the more they felt a surge of unwilling excitement that they had to suppress. All of them, with the same determination and resolve as Bei Hanlai, left the place. Diligence compensates for a lack of ability. If Bai Xiaochun can do it, we can do it too. Soon, the people from the North Shore dispersed. Only Ghost Fang remained, still suspended in midair, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun's departure. He wanted to know what else Bai Xiaochun had seen after witnessing the beast claw. He didn't want to hear the answer. He wanted to see it with his own eyes, so that his ghost Nightwalker could achieve another breakthrough. Unless I can enter his memories, I won't be able to see the images I want to see. Ghost Fang pondered the feasibility of this, but after half a day, He shook his head. Right now, I can't be sure. But after he reaches the foundation establishment stage, a profound look flashed in Ghost Fang's eyes. Calculating the time a bit, according to my master, the 3 foundation establishment sacred lands, jointly owned by the 4 major continents in the eastern downstream of the Tongjian River, are about to open, and the eternal sword abyss within it will also open. The foundation establishment earth vein triggers the tides, and with my secret technique, I can probably trigger them 8 times. 8 times the tides of the foundation establishment earth vein will easily solve everything. Ghost Fang nodded slightly, then turned and walked away. Along the way, Bai Xiaoqun maintained his expert demeanor until he entered the 100 Beasts courtyard. He finally relaxed and wearily dragged himself to the pavilion. Then he collapsed, exhausted, and fell asleep on the ground. He slept for 3 days straight, only recovering half his strength. After more than a month of continuous recuperation, he finally recovered to his original state. He was surprised to discover that his cultivation had advanced to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. He only needed to meditate for less than half a month to break through to the 10th level of Qi condensation without needing any elixirs. Furthermore, he found that his manipulation of spiritual power was much more fluid than before. He could even precisely control the movement of spiritual power within his body without any feeling of sluggishness. What made him overjoyed was that the meridians in his body were much larger and stronger than before. Furthermore, the immortal silver skin, when circulated, emitted far more golden light than it had in the past few months. Everything has improved. Bai Xiaoqun's spirits lifted, and he quickly went into the forest to observe the ferocious beasts he hadn't seen in months. Then he looked at the beast cultivation seed, which had now produced a very large flower bud, over 2 meters tall, in the backyard. Bai Xiaoqun had been cultivating the beast cultivation seed for quite some time, and he had refined the spiritual soil 3 times. He even sprinkled powder from various growth-enhancing spiritual herbs on this patch of soil at regular intervals. Because it was covered by a formation and located in the backyard, no one paid attention to it. Bai Xiaoqun examined it carefully and was surprised to find that the beast cultivation seed was almost mature. It'll be done in a month at most. Bai Xiaoqun laughed heartily, full of excitement. He resolutely stayed by this place, cultivating his breathing while observing the beast nurturing seed. 10 days quickly passed, and Bai Xiaoqun felt he was about to break through, while the beast nurturing seed further excited him. For the past half-month, the beast nurturing seed remained only about 2 zhang tall, but the flower bud had grown at an astonishing speed, now more than half a zhang in diameter. The bud was so heavy that the stem bent downwards, and many petals curled up at the top, suggesting that when the flower bloomed, its coverage area would be even larger. A faint fragrance began to slowly emanate from it. Bai Xiaoqun, excited, took a deep breath and continued his meditation. One evening at sunset 3 days later, a rumbling sound emanated from within him. His whole body trembled violently, and a considerable amount of black, impure substances seeped out through his pores. Then, the spiritual power within him surged like a stampede of thousands of horses, spreading throughout his entire being. This overflowing spiritual power finally converged into a surging river, transforming into a giant dragon that let out a roar. Bai Xiaoqun's entire body trembled, and the image of the dragon elephant suddenly materialized behind him, rapidly changing. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoqun opened his eyes, his gaze as bright as lightning. A thunderous roar, audible only to him, went unnoticed by others. Dragon elephant transformation into the sea scripture, 2nd level, 10th level of Qi condensation. Bai Xiaoqun exhaled, feeling the overflowing spiritual power within him, twice as much as when he reached the 9th level of Qi condensation. He stood up and tested the transformation of his spiritual power a little, his hands forming a magic incantation, and a purple cauldron appeared. Bai Xiaoqun, full of excitement, pointed his finger, and immediately another purple cauldron appeared beside the previous one, followed by another. 3 cauldrons circled around Bai Xiaoqun, reaching the limit. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, his whole body flashing as he flew out. The golden crow sword in his hand also swung up, flames spreading out, turning the area within 3 meters into a fiery inferno. A fiery golden crow emerged from within, born from the flames, radiating immense power. Bai Xiaoqun's smile widened, and with a wave of his hand, all his techniques vanished. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had truly become a master. Foundation building is very close. When I reach the 10th level of check condensation and achieve great perfection, I can try to break through to foundation building. The thought of foundation building increasing his lifespan excited Bai Xiaochun. He quickly washed himself thoroughly, then spent half a day adapting to the abundant spiritual power that had increased his cultivation. Only then did he return to the backyard with a clear mind, sitting cross-legged before the beast cultivation seed. My cultivation has broken through. Now all that's left is the beast cultivation seed. Haha, my dream is finally about to come true. The life force spirit is, after all, illusory, formed by secret techniques. And like the beast cultivation seed, which can conceive a true battle beast, I want to cultivate one that combines all the strongest advantages of all battle beasts. If I can, then my purpose in cultivating on the North Shore will be completely fulfilled. Bai Xiaochun had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now he suppressed his excitement and guarded the beast cultivation seed. More than 10 days passed quickly. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the beast cultivation seed, which now had no branches left, only a massive flower bud remaining. He had only learned about the beast cultivation seed through information, and this was his first time cultivating it, so he found it unbelievable. 7 days earlier, Bai Xiaochun had anxiously watched as the branches of the beast cultivation seed, unable to support the bud, began to transform, gradually merging into the bud. The bud, now seemingly sprouting from the ground, grew larger and larger. It was now about 6 meters in diameter, resembling a giant bun. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard, took a few steps back, and continued to guard it. 3 days later, a strong, pungent aroma suddenly spread around. Bai Xiaochun quickly opened his eyes and saw before him a dumpling about 9 feet in diameter. The dumpling had a fist-sized opening at its mouth, and the fragrance was emanating from that opening. The spiritual fragrance is strong, and a crack has appeared in the beast-taming flower. According to the records, this is the ripening time for the beast-taming seed, and it's ready for taming. Bai Xiaochun quickly stood up, walked around and looked at the beast-taming flower for a while, his eyes shining. After thinking for a moment, he immediately went outside and returned after a long time, followed by the flying tiger. The flying tiger was originally full of curiosity, looking around, but as soon as it followed Bai Xiaochun to the backyard, its body suddenly trembled violently, its eyes flashing intensely. It seemed to have spotted a female beast, let out a roar, and charged straight into the beast-taming flower. Just as it got close to the flower, its mouth suddenly opened wide, instantly swallowing the flying tiger whole. Bai Xiaochun was still wondering how this flower could give birth to such a ferocious beast when he suddenly saw this scene, and his eyes widened as he rushed forward. Although he couldn't clearly see the form of the flying tiger inside the flower bud, he felt somewhat relieved that it showed no signs of movement inside, and he waited curiously. After a full hour, the bud finally opened, and the flying tiger crawled out. Its forelegs trembled slightly, but its eyes were filled with fascination, and it even seemed about to go back inside. However, Bai Xiaochun grabbed it and dragged it out of the 100 Beasts courtyard. When he returned, a giant bear followed him. Very quickly, the giant bear's eyes widened, it let out a loud roar, and lunged towards the beast-nurturing flower. Bai Xiaochun stood outside the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the giant bear leave with a look of fascination. Seeing the bear's lingering gaze, its head turning back as it went, he felt deeply moved, as if he had done a good deed. Therefore, for the next half-month, every time Bai Xiaochun went out, he meticulously selected a beast and brought it back. Each time, he watched the beasts being devoured by the beast-nourishing flower, and then watched them become engrossed in it and willing to leave. After half a month, he had selected all the beasts in the top 200. Besides those 200, unless they were a few exceptionally ferocious beasts, he didn't select any more. His ultimate goal was to create the strongest battle beast. Therefore, he only chose the strongest beasts or those with extremely great potential. Even in the end, all the ferocious beasts that had once offered themselves to the beast-nurturing flower gathered in front of the formation outside Bai Xiaochun's pavilion. Every time they saw Bai Xiaochun come out, they all roared loudly, wishing they could have another chance to enter. No, one offering is enough. Any more will harm your bodies, Bai Xiaochun firmly refused. A few more days passed, and even the giant pangolin had finished its offering. Bai Xiaochun suddenly discovered that there were no more beasts left to choose from in the 100 Beasts courtyard. Bai Xiaojun became anxious because he knew that the lifespan of the beast-nurturing flower was short. Once this period passed, it would begin to conceive. No, these ferocious beasts alone aren't enough to cultivate the strongest battle beast. Thinking this, Bai Xiaojun left the 100 Beasts courtyard and circled around the north shore. While observing the beasts, he also paid attention to the battle beasts of his disciples. He didn't know them all, but he had a general impression, knowing whose battle beasts were strong and whose had great potential. I remember there was a female outer disciple who had a peacock as her battle beast, right? She has great potential, surely that would work. Bai Xiaojun hurried to the female disciple's residence. After waiting there for a while, he finally saw the rather famous and beautiful female disciple return. Immediately, Bai Xiaojun flashed what he considered his warmest smile, quickly stepping forward and subtly expressing his willingness to exchange contribution points for the peacock to cooperate with him in some so-called offerings. Except for the matter of the beast-taming flower, he didn't mention it, but he explained everything else in detail. He even added, worried about the other party's refusal. Don't worry, the battle beast will not be harmed during the offerings. You probably don't know, but the ferocious beasts in the 100 Beasts Academy are all very infatuated after the offerings, wanting another round. But I'm worried about their vital energy being greatly damaged, so I've refused them all. The female disciple initially didn't understand what he was saying, not knowing what offering meant. But after hearing it, her eyes widened, staring blankly at Bai Xiaojun in front of her, finally filled with fear. You pervert. She didn't know what to say, stomped her foot, and tried to get as far away from Bai Xiaojun as possible. Bai Xiaojun was startled, feeling a little wronged. I only borrowed your battle beast for a while. If you don't agree, fine, but you're clearly calling me a pervert. I, Bai Xiaojun, am not a pervert. Bai Xiaojun left feeling somewhat frustrated. For several consecutive days, he approached over 100 people, but not a single one agreed. Many even looked at him with strange expressions. Bai Xiaojun sighed, thinking to himself, if everyone disagrees, then so be it. If all else failed, they could only retreat and use the remaining ferocious beasts in the 100 Beasts Academy. Just as Bai Xiaojun was about to give up, a rumor spread throughout the sect. Many disciples looked at Bai Xiaojun with strange expressions, whispering and discussing amongst themselves. Have you heard? Bai Xiaojun has a peculiar hobby. These past few days, he's been asking everyone he meets to borrow their battle beasts, saying something about dedication. Don't you understand the meaning of dedication? Come, let me explain. That's the meaning again. My God, Bai Xiaojun is actually with beasts. My God, this can't be true, can it? These rumors, whose origin was unknown, seemed to contain all the resentment, malice, and powerlessness that the disciples of the North Shore had harbored towards Bai Xiaojun for so long. The rumors spread more and more intensely, eventually even altering their content. Time and again, the disciples of the North Shore were extremely interested in this, spreading incredibly fast. Within a few days, almost all the disciples had heard about it. Do you know why Bai Xiaojun went to the North Shore? It's because he has a peculiar obsession with ferocious beasts. I finally understand why he was able to research and create the aphrodisiac pill. So that's the reason, because he needed it. That's why he researched and created it. Heavenly geniuses are all different. I'm just curious. It seems his target isn't the female beast, but the male beast? My God, you even thought of that, don't we? Lower your voice a little. I vaguely guess a bit of the reason. When Bai Xiaojun heard these rumors, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. The most exaggerated one was when he once saw a female disciple strolling under the sunset with a black-eyed blue cat. Out of curiosity, he looked at her for a while, and the female disciple screamed, hugged her beast, and ran away. Bai Xiaojun was stunned and extremely wronged. He wanted to explain, but found that after hearing his explanation, these people seemed to have a sudden realization, yet they secretly spread even more rumors. You're all too arrogant. Bai Xiaojun roared. How much hardship I, Bai Xiaojun, have endured. I came to the North Shore alone to cultivate, always being extremely cautious, not daring to offend anyone, always keeping my tail between my legs. And yet you still bully me like this, and you even falsely accuse me. Bai Xiaojun's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth, speaking each word with difficulty. This is you forcing my hand. Since you falsely accused me like this, I'll personally capture those battle beasts. Just as Bai Xiaochun was consumed by rage, a gust of wind suddenly blew from behind him. He immediately turned around, only to find nothing behind him, just a large tree not far away swaying slightly. Immediately after, as Bai Xiaochun turned his head, a dark figure darted towards him at incredible speed. Aiming for his stomach, a bite would hurt a bit. It viciously bit down as if trying to tear off a piece of his flesh. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun was already at the 10th level of Qi condensation. Especially after that enlightenment, his senses were heightened, and his consciousness became more alert. Sensing something was wrong, he retreated sharply. Clang, a sound rang out, and in the instant he retreated, a huge mouth full of sharp teeth appeared, only half a meter away from Bai Xiaochun. The bite landed in empty space, the force so great that it created a sonic boom, carrying boundless hatred. This dark figure was none other than the head of Big Black. That dog. It was nighttime, and its speed was much faster than during the day. Seeing that its second sneak attack on Bai Xiaochun had failed, the large dog didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately turned and fled. It's you again. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled, cold sweat poured down his body, and a chill ran down his spine. If he had dodged even a little slower, he would have been bitten directly by that dog. Thinking of the consequences of being bitten, Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled uncontrollably. He didn't dare gamble with the immortal longevity technique. Damn black dog. You almost wiped out a family's glory. Seeing the black dog flee, Bai Xiaochun's anger flared up. You're too arrogant. It's one thing for the disciples from the north sure to bully me, but even you, this big dog, are looking down on me. I spared you the first time because I saw you were pitiful, but this time you won't get away. Bai Xiaochun roared, wings appeared behind him, his body flashed, his speed increased dramatically, and he immediately chased after them. The sky was pitch black. Bai Xiaochun had been chasing for half an hour, but the big black dog was incredibly fast and familiar with the terrain, making it impossible for him to catch up. He was already furious, and now, having been ambushed by this black dog, coupled with the realization that he couldn't catch up, he was instantly enraged. This big black dog was now ranked second on his list of enemies. Third place went to Elder Joe's bird, and of course, first place was none other than that tattle rabbit. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. Bai Xiaochun's entire body emitted a powerful silver light, pushing his immortal longevity technique to its limit. With a flap of his star-like wings, bursts of primordial magnetic force appeared, doubling his speed. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun transformed into a blur, closing the distance. The big black dog let out a gasp, attempting to slip into a nearby cave entrance. The dog had only crawled halfway in when Bai Xiaochun approached, lunging forward and grabbing it tightly with both hands. In an instant, he lunged forward. The big black dog's eyes blazed red, and it ferociously turned its head, disregarding its own danger, and bit directly at Bai Xiaochun's lower abdomen. If this sneak attack hadn't succeeded, it certainly wouldn't have succeeded in Bai Xiaochun's current furious state. Before the dog could bite, with a loud howl, Bai Xiaochun grabbed it by the neck with one hand and lifted it up. No matter how much the dog struggled, his hand was like an iron clamp, preventing it from escaping. HMPH, let you know my power. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and returned to the 100 Beasts courtyard, contemplating how to punish the dog. Upon arriving, a glance at the beast-taming flower gave him an idea. Bai Xiaochun chuckled, tossing the large dog forward, and it was instantly swallowed by the beast-devouring flower. After a while, the beast-devouring flower gently released its grip, and the large black dog crawled out. Its eyes, besides madness and hatred, held a strange glint. Upon seeing Bai Xiaochun, it still wanted to lunge forward and tear him apart. Bai Xiaochun said nothing, picking it up and throwing it back. Another hour passed, the beast-devouring flower released its grip, and the large black dog reappeared, its eyes still filled with madness, only to be thrown back by Bai Xiaochun again. This happened for more times. When the large black dog crawled out again, all four legs were weak, and it collapsed, panting heavily. Are you scared? Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly. You're provoking me again. Before Bai Xiaochun could finish speaking, the big black dog raised its head and lunged forward to bite Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was furious and threw the big black dog into the beast-taming flower several more times, adding the previous 5 times to make it 9 times in total. After 9 attempts, the big black dog's body had become noticeably thinner. Seeing Bai Xiaochun about to throw it away again, the big black dog let out a mournful, pathetic cry, weakly struggling, which softened Bai Xiaochun's heart. Are you scared now? Don't provoke me again. During the Heavenly Pride battle, I really had no other choice. Bai Xiaochun warned, then threw the big black dog out of the pavilion. The big black dog used its remaining strength to crawl away, stopping at a secluded spot, its eyes filled with bewilderment. There was a faint lingering feeling in them. Watching the figure of the great black dog disappear into the distance, Bai Xiaochun was lost in thought. He had noticed that the great black dog's body had slowly become noticeably thinner. This scene deepened Bai Xiaochun's understanding of the beast-nourishing flower's life-transforming abilities. He thought of the fragrance when the flower bloomed. Within this beast-nourishing flower existed an aura that affected the minds of ferocious beasts, creating illusions. Each type of ferocious beast would have a different illusion. The illusion affected the beasts, and when their blood and energy were full, it would extract a trace of their original life, force the blood of ancestral transformation to transform them. That's why the great black dog had become so thin regardless. Its purpose was to render all the ferocious beasts within the illusion powerless to resist. As expected of the nearly extinct beast-devouring flower, in other words, its existence overwhelms all other ferocious beasts. Bai Xiaochun's mind trembled, gradually understanding. Just like mosquitoes inject a paralyzing substance when they suck blood, this beast-devouring flower, when absorbing the essence of the ancestral blood, injects a pleasurable substance. Days passed. 7 days later, seeing that the beast-devouring flower's flowering period was almost over, if no more ferocious beasts with the essence of the ancestral blood appeared, this precious beast-devouring flower would be wasted. Bai Xiaochun thought of the false accusations leveled against him by the North Shore, so he gritted his teeth and, that very night, under a dark and windy moon, silently left the 100 Beasts courtyard. It's been a long time since I've done something like this. Although it's a bit undignified for someone of my status to do something like this, I have no choice. A glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He flew back and forth on the North Shore, straight to the roof of a building, and with his fastest speed, he leapt inside. Inside the building, a beautiful peacock was resting, completely unaware of the danger lurking around it, when a hand suddenly grabbed its neck. The peacock's head struggled, but its body was pulled up by a powerful force, not making a sound. Its body went limp, unable to struggle any further, and it could only let Bai Xiaochun carry it away. Bai Xiaochun looked around cautiously. When he found no one paying attention, he darted to the next location. Very quickly, in his hands, besides the peacock, he also had a green python. He then darted to another direction, continuing his work. Half an hour later, Bai Xiaochun returned to the 100 Beasts courtyard, carrying a peacock in his left hand, a leopard in his right, a white monkey under his arm, and a green python wrapped around his body. His face was full of excitement. A great harvest, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. Knowing time was of the essence, he went straight to the back courtyard, tied up these battle beasts, and immediately threw the peacock's head into the beast-nurturing flower. Watching the beast-devouring flower devour the peacock's head, Bai Xiaochun waited excitedly from the side. Before long, the peacock was spat out, its eyes no longer filled with simple infatuation, but with a deep remembrance of those beautiful memories. Clearly, its illusion was different from that of other ferocious beasts. Before it could react, Bai Xiaochun quickly pounced, throwing the head of the green serpent over, then swiftly returned the peacock's head to its master. This time, the peacock didn't make a sound or struggle. In fact, as Bai Xiaochun left, it even rubbed against him affectionately, its eyes filled with anticipation, as if hoping Bai Xiaochun would take it away again next time. Being drained of a trace of your ancestral blood essence won't have any effect, but any more than that won't be good for you. Listen to me, and don't tell your master about this. Bai Xiaochun lowered his voice to the minimum and seriously instructed, then immediately left. This night had tormented Bai Xiaochun to the point of death. Seeing off the green serpent, the white monkey, and then the night leopard, he didn't finish until dawn, and even he felt exhausted. Just thinking about the unwilling and infatuated expressions of those battle beasts, Bai Xiaochun felt he had done a good deed. Especially seeing the beast-nourishing flower healthy, he felt even more satisfied. Doing this has satisfied the battle beasts, pleased the beast-nourishing flower, and I am also satisfied. This shows that I am truly doing a good deed. Bai Xiaochun was very happy today. As the sunlight fell, he felt the breeze, tilted his chin up, and continued out. For several consecutive days, he had become accustomed to the easy task. Regardless of whether they were inner or outer disciples, they were all his targets. Each night, he would take a maximum of 4 battle beasts. Any more and he wouldn't have time to get them back before dawn. Bai Xiaochun did this very carefully, and because of his profound cultivation and extremely fast speed, there were no problems from beginning to end. The only time was during the day, when the battle beasts that had been secretly offered as sacrifices saw Bai Xiaochun. They would immediately become cheerful and want to flatter him. The disciples and their masters were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed, seeing their battle beasts, which had previously shown hostility towards Bai Xiaochun, now clearly displaying fawning expressions. They were all astonished. They immediately tried to communicate with their battle beasts, but none responded. Half a month passed, and in the backyard, Bai Xiaochun watched with great satisfaction as the beast-taming flower, according to his plan, continuously absorbed the essence of ancestral blood. And the strongest battle beast's head was steadily developing. Therefore, every night, Bai Xiaochun exerted even more effort. Late tonight, dark clouds covered the sky, obscuring the moon, and the ground was pitch black. Bai Xiaochun carried a hedgehog in his hand and a ferocious ox on his shoulder. He subdued both creatures, preventing them from making a sound, and silently approached another building. A blue-eyed black cat. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had coveted this battle beast all along, and now he was about to act. Suddenly, in the darkness, a pair of blue eyes appeared, and a low growl, like a cat's meow, echoed clearly in the quiet space. So vigilant! Bai Xiaochun stammered in astonishment. The meow echoed in all directions, startling many people. Bai Xiaochun quickly retreated a little, but at that moment, the blue-eyed black cat lunged straight at him, as if trying to prevent his escape. Especially in its human-like eyes, there was a fierce mockery. Bai Xiaochun was furious. Under normal circumstances, he could have easily subdued this black cat, but now, fearing discovery, he spread his wings and fled at top speed. As soon as he left, figures appeared from all directions. The cat's meow carried immense power, spreading across the North Shore. He struggled to escape the North Shore disciples and returned to the small path in the 100 Beasts Academy. Bai Xiaochun secretly hated that black cat so much he gritted his teeth. I must find another way. That black cat is too vigilant. Just as Bai Xiaochun was racking his brains, his expression changed slightly, and he swiftly dodged. A large black shadow darted past him, a loud biting sound echoing. "It's you again." Bai Xiaochun, already furious, was instantly enraged upon seeing the shadow that had just passed. It was the great black dog. The previous 2 times, the great black dog had fled after missing its sneak attack, but this time it didn't leave. Instead, it charged forward again with a frenzied, ferocious, and hateful expression. Given the agility and speed characteristic of the Nightwalker beast, Bai Xiaochun had to exert all his strength and spend more time to catch it. But now that it wasn't running, Bai Xiaochun quickly subdued it. "Tonight we're short one, so I'll use you," Bai Xiaochun said resentfully. He then carried the struggling great black dog back to the courtyard. First, he sent the fierce ox and the hedgehog to be sacrificed, and finally, he placed the head of the still struggling great black dog into the beast-taming flower. After bringing the hedgehog and the fierce ox back, he spent the entire day brutally making the great black dog's head sacrifice 15 times, giving it an unforgettable lesson. Only when the great black dog was nearly dying did Bai Xiaochun ferociously throw it out. "Next time you dare to ambush me again, I'll turn you into a dried-up dog," Bai Xiaochun said angrily. The big black dog struggled to get up, quickly disappearing into the forest. Once Bai Xiaochun was out of sight, it crouched in the shadows, licking its lips with its tongue, a look of infatuation in its eyes. Several more days passed, and as usual, Bai Xiaochun acted late at night. However, the vigilance of the green-eyed black cat was a major headache for Bai Xiaochun. He wanted to forcefully capture it, but unfortunately, he found that this black cat was hiding inside its master's room and wouldn't come out. Bai Xiaochun, helpless, could only reluctantly give up and continue selecting other battle beasts, but he still couldn't let go of it. Late that night, after returning a toad to its owner, he suddenly stopped on his way back. A dark figure darted past him, and a familiar voice came again. Just like before, it was the great black dog, standing there with renewed vigor, not fleeing at all, but instead baring its teeth ferociously, looking as if it were about to pounce again. Bai Xiaochun was wide-eyed and speechless, shaken by the great black dog's persistence, but then felt something strange. Before, Bai Xiaochun hadn't thought much of it, but now upon reflection, the great black dog hadn't fled at all, completely abandoning its speed. Even during that sneak attack, Bai Xiaochun felt as if it was merely a feint. Its bite was weaker, not as ferocious as before. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Bai Xiaochun asked in astonishment. The original great black dog was about to charge out, but upon hearing this, it stopped, its eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun. It didn't roar, bar its teeth, or lunge. It simply stared at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's expression was strange. Ignoring the great black dog, he dodged past it and flew away quickly. The great black dog clearly followed behind, all the way back to the pavilion and into the courtyard. As soon as they arrived, the great black dog's tail wagged excitedly, and it lunged towards the beast-taming flower, and it jumped in by itself. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression becoming even more peculiar. Especially after he saw the great black dog, after its offering, crawl out, it didn't leave but jumped back in again, repeatedly, until sunset the next day. Clearly, the dog had offered itself 7 or 8 times. This so much primordial lifeblood, do you not want to live anymore? Damn it, what kind of illusion did you enter? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, grabbed the head of the big black dog that was about to charge into the beast-taming flower again, and quickly threw it out. He had originally intended to threaten it a little, but then his heart stirred, and Bai Xiaochun changed his words to coax it. "I know you can understand what I'm saying, let me tell you. Next time if you want to offer yourself again, don't sneak attack me. Just bring the green-eyed black cat back here, and I'll allow you to offer yourself again." Just as the great black dog was limping away, it stopped in its tracks upon hearing this, glanced back at Bai Xiaochun, and then turned and ran off. Late at night a few days later, as Bai Xiaochun was about to go out to find some battle beasts, suddenly a familiar dog bark came from outside the pavilion. Bai Xiaochun went out to see. And outside the formation, the big black dog was swaggering proudly. Beneath its paws was the extremely vigilant blue-eyed black cat. Only now the black cat was very listless, its face gloomy. The big black dog became even more arrogant upon seeing Bai Xiaochun and began barking loudly. Bai Xiaochun immediately opened the formation. As soon as the formation opened, the big black dog instantly rushed in, heading straight for the beast-nurturing flower. Bai Xiaochun was stunned for a moment, feeling that the illusion the big black dog had seen was certainly not ordinary. Does it really not want to live anymore? Bai Xiaochun sighed, walked over to the blue-eyed black cat, and seeing that the black cat was only slightly exhausted and fine, he picked it up and carried it to the backyard. He waited for more than half a day, until the big black dog jumped into the beast-nurturing flower for the 10th time. Bai Xiaochun grabbed it and threw it out. At this moment, he was extremely worried, fearing that if this big black dog kept offering up its life essence and ancestral blood like this, his plan for the strongest battle beast might end up giving birth to a little black dog. Thinking of this possibility, Bai Xiaochun immediately became anxious, and he resolved not to let this big black dog continue to offer itself up. He quickly threw the blue-eyed black cat in his hand into the beast-nurturing flower. Half a month later, the big black dog understood the rules, so every other day it would bring a very listless battle beast, bark loudly a few times, and as soon as Bai Xiaochun opened the door, it would immediately rush in very skillfully. Each time, Bai Xiaochun wanted to refuse the big black dog, but every time he saw the battle beasts the big black dog brought, his mind would be shaken. This big black dog is really something. How does it know that I want to catch these beasts? You should know that these beasts are all carefully guarded by their masters, either kept in beast-keeping bags or in intersect caves. Bai Xiaochun really couldn't refuse. This big black dog seemed to understand Bai Xiaochun's psychology, so every time it brought a battle beast that would tempt Bai Xiaochun. Once, it even dragged along the battle beast of an elder from Luori Peak. Damn it, if that's the case, then this big black dog has been secretly following me for who knows how long. Bai Xiaochun quickly understood the problem. Obviously, there was only one possibility. Bai Xiaochun sighed, glancing at the motionless large black dog inside the beast-taming flower. He felt that this Nightwalker beast was not only extraordinarily intelligent but also incredibly powerful, especially its speed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to defeat these battle beasts and bring them here. Well, it's a pitiful fellow. After all, I dragged it into this before. If it keeps bringing these kinds of battle beasts, then let it sacrifice itself a few more times. It's just that I don't want it to continue doing this for its own good. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, no longer paying attention to the large black dog, his eyes shifting towards the four great mountain peaks. I need a more powerful battle beast. The four great mountain guardian beasts should be the best. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, immediately leaving the pavilion and heading to the alchemy cave in the ancient beast abyss. Meanwhile, during this period, many disciples of the North Shore felt something was amiss. They noticed their battle beasts exhibiting strange behavior, frequently howling loudly at night, as if calling out. Especially the black-eyed blue cat. Its voice was even sharper, its eyes occasionally revealing memories, as if it were in that illusory realm, becoming the king of beasts, supreme and unparalleled. Even its voice carrying an aura of dominance that spread in all directions. The owner of this black cat became increasingly worried, not knowing what was wrong with his battle beast. Such incidents, it turned out, were quite common within the sect. Gradually, most of the disciples of the North Shore began searching for the cause. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun emerged from his alchemy cave, contentedly carrying a considerable number of beast-attracting elixirs. As night fell, he hurried out, his first destination being Yanwei Peak. After reaching the mountaintop, he felt a little nervous. He headed towards the cave where the seven-colored phoenix was, thinking of flattering it a bit, so he threw a third-grade spirit pill into it. However, the pill was immediately bounced back, hitting Bai Xiaochun in the chest with great force. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun was thick-skinned, so he only slightly changed his expression and took a few steps back. From inside the pitch-black cave, the seven-colored phoenix slowly poked its head out, arrogantly looking at Bai Xiaochun, its eyes showing contempt. It wasn't contempt for Bai Xiaochun, but rather for his act of throwing the pill. It was as if it was telling Bai Xiaochun that it would absolutely not eat a pill offered by a human. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he quickly coughed. "Senior Phoenix, this pill tastes delicious. If you don't like it, that's fine. Follow me, I'll take you to a very good place, a place that can help you fulfill all your dreams." Bai Xiaochun showed a submissive demeanor. While he was still explaining, the phoenix suddenly flapped its wings. A strong gust of wind swept past, causing Bai Xiaochun to stumble backward, almost falling off the cliff. He was so frightened that his heart trembled, and he hurriedly dodged. The seven-colored phoenix coldly glared at Bai Xiaochun as if warning him, then slowly returned to its cave. Well, this seven-colored phoenix is too arrogant. I'll go to Setting Sun Peak and see that three-eyed crow. Surely it's not that arrogant. Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on, but he made up his mind and went to Setting Sun Peak that very night. Standing in front of the three-eyed crow's cave, he tried again. However, in just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled, and he quickly fled, a black light flickering behind him. The three-eyed crow was rapidly chasing after him, as if trying to drive Bai Xiaochun down the mountain. Only then did it arrogantly turn around and fly back. I hate birds the most. Humph, birds are all so arrogant. Elder Joe's bird even knows how to falsely accuse people. Bai Xiaochun felt very wronged. He felt he had kindly given the elixirs, but these birds had treated him so badly. But because he wanted to cultivate the strongest battle beast, Bai Xiaochun was unwilling to give up, so his gaze fell on the sky peak, revealing a hopeful expression. That big lizard, it seems quite decent, and with such a big belly, it must be very gluttonous. Maybe there's hope. Bai Xiaochun was instantly invigorated and quickly went to Kungdin Peak, but he quickly returned with a pleading expression, his clothes tattered. The lizard didn't even pay attention to the pill Bai Xiaochun threw, and even though Bai Xiaochun threw a few more in his impatience, it lunged straight at Bai Xiaochun with a claw. Bai Xiaochun was so frightened he dodged quickly, his clothes scratched by the lizard's claws. Although he wasn't injured, his clothes were badly damaged. As for the last guardian beast, the Ghost Fang Peak Mountain Ghost, Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a long time, finally stomping his foot angrily, and then, in the night, he also fled. That mountain ghost, however, was the most good-natured, not even glancing at Bai Xiaochun, as if he didn't exist, and not even looking at the pill Bai Xiaochun threw. Bai Xiaochun waited until midnight but saw no results, so he went again the next day. After 3 consecutive days, he finally had to give up with a pleading expression. These 4 guardian beasts are all so arrogant. Bai Xiaochun sighed, his face clouded with worrying outside the pavilion. On the entire North Shore, except for a few battle beasts Bai Xiaochun couldn't provoke, or those imprisoned in his beast-keeping bag and not released by their masters, almost all the other valuable battle beasts had already been offered up. As for the elders' battle beasts, with the big black dog present, they had all been brought over one by one. But Bai Xiaochun had repeatedly failed against the 4 guardian beasts, leaving him extremely disheartened. Especially since the beast-nurturing flowers' blooming period was more than halfway over, making Bai Xiaochun very anxious. I want to bring out a battle beast, the strongest ever. If the 4 guardian beasts don't agree, then I'll find a battle beast even more powerful than them. In the entire sect, one more powerful than them, huh? Bai Xiaochun was muttering softly when his body suddenly trembled. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shining as he looked towards the ancient beast abyss. Even more powerful than the mountain guardian beast, of course the sect guardian divine beast. The heavenly horned black dragon. If I could get it to offer one, then everything would be enough. Bai Xiaochun immediately became excited, his breathing quickening as he began to think carefully. After all, I have some connection with the sect guardian divine beast. Since I arrived here, every time I go there to refine medicine, I throw some into the abyss, and although I've never seen that old man, the heavenly horned black dragon, it hasn't refused to let me refine medicine there. This means it approves of me. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more logical it seemed, and the more excited he became. After tidying up his storage bag a bit, he took a deep breath, flicked his sleeve, and headed straight towards the 6th rift. Familiar with the path, and determined to cultivate the strongest battle beast, Bai Xiaochun had risked his life, speeding along. At the mouth of the 6th rift, he saw a pitch-black expanse below, as if shrouded in black smoke. Even standing there, he felt a chill in his limbs, as if a constant stream of cold air was rising from the abyss. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled slightly. He feared he would fall, so he quickly retreated a few steps. After glancing back at the abyss, he gritted his teeth and threw a pill down. Senior Jianzhao, my name is Bai Xiaochun. Please remember, I have been giving you pills for many years. Please try this pill and see what it tastes like, Bai Xiaochun said nervously. He waited for half a day and saw no reaction, thinking that the heavenly horned black dragon probably had a different taste, so he threw out another 3rd-grade spiritual medicine. Very quickly, he threw out 7 or 8 different pills, feeling somewhat dejected. Finally, he decisively threw down the few aphrodisiac pills hidden in his sleeve, but there was still no reaction. Could it be that heaven has decreed that Bai Xiaochun will not cultivate the strongest battle beast? Bai Xiaochun sighed, dejected, and was about to leave. But at this moment, suddenly, the black mist in the abyss below surged. At the same time, a mournful voice suddenly emanated from the depths of the abyss. Little one, don't try. I appreciate your good intentions, but I haven't been able to do this for 3,000 years. If you can make my essence boil from its withering state, even if only for a moment, I will grant you any condition. Ah! Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and he suddenly turned around. From the swirling mist at the bottom of the abyss, a pair of eyes emerged. These eyes displayed a multitude of changing colors, the most prominent being a purplish red. At this moment, they gazed intently at Bai Xiaochun. The eyes alone were almost as large as Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun was astonished. He didn't know the exact size of this heavenly horned black dragon's body. He could even vaguely see its horns in the mist. Now, he carefully confirmed that it was indeed the heavenly horned black dragon that had spoken, and he was instantly filled with excitement. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Senior, rest assured, I will do my best. Bai Xiaochun turned around, his eyes filled with determination. This was his last hope. If he could make this heavenly horned black dragon offer itself up once, Bai Xiaochun felt that his strongest battle beast would be perfect. A withered essence needs intense stimulation to truly erupt. This kind of stimulation, nothing is more effective than the aphrodisiac pill. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red as he flew out of the 100 Beasts courtyard, heading straight for the Sea Dao Mountain. Using his status and a large amount of contribution points, he exchanged them for a large quantity of medicinal herbs. These herbs almost consumed more than half of his contribution points. Even one storage bag couldn't hold them all. He needed 7 storage bags to contain them all. The disciple in charge of exchanging the herbs stared in astonishment. He had been in charge of this place for many years, and this was the first time he had seen someone so extraordinary. Of course, he recognized Bai Xiaochun. Even after Bai Xiaochun had left, the disciple remained wide-eyed and open-mouthed, considering Bai Xiaochun a divine being. After exchanging for a large quantity of medicinal herbs, Bai Xiaochun returned to the 100 Beasts Academy and immediately began refining medicine with all his might. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had fallen into a frenzy. I must refine a super aphrodisiac pill. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. He had to greatly enhance the medicinal effect, revise the formula, and strive to increase the potency 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Time passed quickly, and 7 days went by. During these 7 days, Bai Xiaochun did not rest at all, his hair disheveled, completely immersed in refining medicine. Occasionally, the big black dog would bring its battle beast over, and each time Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but throw it a jade slip that could only open a formation once. The large black dog was very intelligent. It held the jade slip in its mouth while dragging its battle beast into the pavilion, seemingly worried that if it couldn't complete the task Bai Xiaochun had given it, it wouldn't have another chance to come here. Therefore, it not only offered its sacrifice, but also dragged its battle beast along with it. It didn't really need Bai Xiaochun's attention. It was just that Bai Xiaochun wasn't around, so most of the time, the large black dog's sacrifices were unlimited. At the same time, the disciples on the North Shore were gradually going crazy. They discovered that their battle beasts had suddenly disappeared. When they found them, each beast had a different expression. Some were arrogant as if they were masters of the world, some were furious and full of murderous intent, and some were intoxicated with boundless pleasure. All sorts of expressions and emotions. No matter how much their masters tried to communicate, they couldn't find an answer. As the number of battle beasts like this increased, some even seemed to have been excessively oppressed by their masters, normally not daring to resist, but inside the illusionary realm. They had obviously become immersed in the dream of becoming masters in that world. Therefore, after returning, some of them couldn't control themselves and once again displayed their imposing aura. The entire North Shore was in chaos. What's going on? There must be a problem. Investigate. We must find out. This situation, even the elders of the North Shore noticed that their battle beasts were sometimes behaving like this. The disciples of the North Shore all mobilized, beginning to search for the cause. 3 more days passed, and Bai Xiaochun was completely insane. He was now fearless, even running to the edge of a deep abyss, demanding a drop of blood from the heavenly horned black dragon. If it were any other time, Bai Xiaochun would absolutely not do such a dangerous thing. But today he had fallen into a frenzied state, completely disregarding the consequences. Even after a brief silence in the abyss, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but urge it on. Very quickly, a stream of black blood actually flew out, which Bai Xiaochun collected into a small bottle. He then hurriedly returned to the cave, added it to the medicinal herbs, and continued refining. For 5 days, and for half a month continuously, Bai Xiaochun worked tirelessly, without sleep or rest, refining the medicine. Finally, at sunset one day, a super-grade pill was successfully refined. A resounding roar echoed around. Bai Xiaochun looked at the pill, about the size of his head, and laughed loudly. This pill was not only large, but its medicinal effect was also perfect. Especially when it was just refined in the blink of an eye, the medicinal fragrance spread in all directions. Inside the cave, the large black dog was dragging a battle beast along. After smelling this fragrance, its body trembled violently, it let out a howl, its eyes turned bloodshot, and it turned around and flew straight out of the 100 Beasts Academy, disappearing into the unknown. Meanwhile, in the forest of the 100 Beasts Academy, at this moment, countless shouts and commotions arose because of this spreading aura. Seeing that just the aura alone had such an effect, Bai Xiaochun's laughter grew louder, extremely excited. He felt that this was still not enough, and to be more certain, he looked around, then quickly left with the pill. Finding a place where no one would notice him, he took out the turtle pattern cauldron and began refining the spirit, directly refining it 3 times. making this unprecedentedly huge supergrade pill in the cultivation world even better. This pill will definitely succeed. If it still fails, Bai Xiaochun, will never practice alchemy again. Bai Xiaochun, full of enthusiasm and confidence, carried the pill to the ravine beside the ancient beast abyss and threw it down. The pill fell into the black mist and disappeared. Bai Xiaochun stood at the edge of the abyss, waiting patiently. Time passed quickly, and half an hour went by. Even with his confidence, Bai Xiaochun felt nervous. Impossible. This is 1,000 times more potent medicine. Another half hour passed, and sweat beaded on Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Just as he was worrying, the mist in the abyss suddenly surged violently, and earth-shattering roars erupted, accompanied by fierce winds sweeping in all directions. Bai Xiaochun retreated repeatedly, and when he looked in that direction, a thunderous roar echoed from within the abyss. Those mists formed a gigantic column of air surrounded by countless black threads, causing the air to twist and warp. At the same time, a sound of astonishment mixed with joy suddenly echoed in all directions. Finally, I once again feel the surging essence of blood. As this sound emerged, the column of mist suddenly collapsed, spreading outwards in all directions. From the depths of the abyss, an enormous claw stretched out, and with a loud bang, it clung to the cliff outside the abyss, causing the ground to tremble. The claw was incredibly black, its scales as large as a person, extremely sharp, radiating a glow, and carrying an aura that made people tremble. Simultaneously, a colossal head, like a mountain, slowly emerged. It was a black dragon, its head suddenly sporting a horn. As it appeared, the entire sky and earth seemed to become somewhat hazy, especially the eyes of this giant dragon, which were not just a meter in diameter, but even more enormous after fully opening. Its body exuded an aura of endless decay, especially around its head, where countless healed wounds could be seen. One could imagine that this giant dragon must have slaughtered countless creatures over the years. Even though it was old, its aura hadn't diminished. On the contrary, it was even stronger. At this moment, it raised its head and let out a long roar, causing all the ferocious beasts in the forest to tremble and prostrate themselves, not daring to make the slightest movement. Bai Xiaochun swallowed hard, gazing at the unimaginably huge giant dragon before him. Especially since only half of its body had emerged, clearly the other half still submerged in the abyss. Bai Xiaochun's legs went weak, and a rumbling sound echoed in his head. Just then, the giant dragon suddenly looked towards Bai Xiaochun, its enormous head instantly descending and appearing before him. Bai Xiaochun felt immense pressure. The opponent's head seemed to have replaced the sky, making Bai Xiaochun nervous. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior Jianzhao, I am Bai Xiaochun. Remember me, that pill was refined by me. It took me half a month to refine it. I almost lost my life trying to make it." Jianzhao Black Dragon spoke, seemingly laughing. However, this laughter still sent shivers down Bai Xiaochun's spine. This time, without waiting for Bai Xiaochun to speak, Jianzhao Black Dragon's body instantly shrunk. In front of Bai Xiaochun's eyes, its enormous form transformed into a black lizard about 3 meters tall. Upon closer inspection, it bore a slight resemblance to the lizard on the sky peak. The lizard approached Bai Xiaochun, its claws pressing into the ground. In an instant, the surroundings warped, and when Bai Xiaochun could see clearly again, he was horrified to find himself back in the pavilion next to the courtyard. It really is the beast cultivation seed. As soon as it was planted, I sensed its aura uses illusion to enter the divine, awakens the essence of the spirit, and condenses the essence of the essence to return to its ancestral bloodline. My bloodline can continue to be passed down through it. The heavenly horned black dragon seemed to be sighing, ignoring Bai Xiaochun, and instantly moved closer to the beast cultivation flower. The flower trembled, suddenly opened, and swallowed the heavenly horned black dragon. The heavenly horned black dragon did not resist, and with an expectant look, was directly swallowed. Bai Xiaochun stood anxiously to the side, gazing into the beast-taming flower. He didn't know what kind of illusion the heavenly horned black dragon was immersed in, but unlike the other beasts, it didn't lie still and motionless. Instead, it emitted mournful roars. Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. He felt he had made a big fuss this time. He was very worried that his beast-taming flower wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying power of the heavenly horned black dragon. With his prayers, 2 hours later, the heavenly horned black dragon flew out, its expression solemn. After a moment of contemplation, it unexpectedly plunged back in. Time passed, and 9 days later, Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the heavenly horned black dragon, which had far surpassed the large black dog, having offered sacrifices more than 50 times. Only then did it fly out, filled with emotion. The illusion is good, but ultimately it's just old news, little rascal. You're very good. If you ever need anything in the future, just come find me. As long as it's not something too big, I can help you. The guardian beast of the Lingxi sect, its voice like a large bell, spoke to Bai Xiaochun with great appreciation and was about to leave. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. He felt that he had truly done a great service to the sect this time. So he quickly spoke up. Senior Jiangzhou, could you summon the 4 great mountain guardian beasts so they can also make a sacrifice? And the beasts of the sect masters Bai Xiaochun looked expectantly at Tianzhao Malong. Those little rascals, a small matter. Tianzhao Malong smirked, then suddenly raised his head and took a light breath. Bai Xiaochun felt as if the heavens and earth were distorted. In an instant, the 7-colored phoenix, the 3-eyed crow, the mountain ghost, and even the lizard from the Skyding Peak all appeared before the heavenly horned black dragon. Behind them were the battle beasts of the various sect leaders. These battle beasts trembled upon their appearance. The 3-eyed crow and the 7-colored phoenix trembled, their eyes filled with fear. The mountain ghost also trembled, prostrating itself on the ground. As for the lizard from the Skyding Peak, its legs went weak, and it lay sprawled on the ground. The battle beasts of the various sect leaders were even more overwhelmed. Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed watching as the once invincible battle beast now obediently followed the heavenly horned black dragon's instructions, each one jumping into the beast-nurturing flower. By early the next morning, each one departed with a different expression of astonishment. The heavenly horned black dragon also left, giving Bai Xiaochun a disapproving glance before departing. Bai Xiaochun looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. He excitedly watched the beast-nurturing flower slowly absorbing the energy, not releasing any aura, yet already beginning to conceive a battle beast. His heart was filled with joy and even arrogance. He also heard that the disciples of the North Shore were investigating the cause of the battle beast's commotion, which made him even more smug. My strongest battle beast is about to be born. Humph, you disciples of the North Shore, tremble. This is my strongest battle beast, and I've already thought of a great name for it. It's called Iron Egg. You wouldn't lend me your battle beast, and you even falsely accused me, Bai Xiaochun. By the time you investigate the cause of the battle beast's commotion and find out that your battle beasts were all sacrificed here, I'll have already returned to the South Shore. Ha 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 ha. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin, flicking his sleeves, displaying the demeanor of a master, his face beaming with smugness. But just as Bai Xiaochun was basking in his triumph, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Startled, he turned his head and saw, not far away, beside the pavilion, a rabbit had appeared. Its ears perked up, moving with supernatural speed. You damn chattering rabbit, why are you here? Bai Xiaochun was stunned, letting out a pained scream. You damn chattering rabbit, why are you here? The rabbit was also stunned, letting out a pained scream, and quickly fled, its speed far surpassing even the large black dog, disappearing in an instant. Don't say it. Knowing this rabbit's preferences, Bai Xiaochun was extremely anxious. In the blink of an eye, he darted out, his wings quickly appearing behind him, intending to chase after it. However, the rabbit's speed was too fast. He could only hear its voice echoing from afar. Don't say it. After chasing for half a day, Bai Xiaochun despairingly discovered that even though he was at the 10th level of Qi condensation, he couldn't catch up with the rabbit. Its speed was unimaginably fast, as if aided by a divine being. It's over! It's over! Bai Xiaochun stared blankly at the rabbit that had vanished in an instant, his whole body trembling. At this moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He never dreamed that this talkative rabbit, like a nightmare, would actually come to the North Shore. What did I just say? How much did that rabbit hear? Bai Xiaochun frantically ruffled his hair, almost in tears. This incredibly talkative rabbit was driving Bai Xiaochun crazy. He felt that if things continued like this, he would definitely suffer from psychological trauma and might even become permanently silent. He had regretted more than once why he had fed the rabbit the monster pill, creating such a talkative rabbit that made him constantly grit his teeth. That dying rabbit, it must not have heard. It definitely didn't hear, otherwise it would have started tattling before running away. Bai Xiaochun's mind was filled with anxiety, tears welling up in his eyes. At this moment, he could only console himself with a dejected expression, knowing there was nothing else he could do. He couldn't catch that glib rabbit. The other party was like a cauldron ready to explode at any moment, and once it exploded, it would surely be earth-shattering. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly returned to the pavilion, quickly packing his belongings and preparing everything so he could leave the North Shore and return to the South Shore at any time. He looked at the beast-nurturing flower with worrying. In 3 more days, the most powerful battle beast will be born. 3 days, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. While anxiously waiting, the big black dog brought another battle beast. Bai Xiaochun quickly stopped it and seriously advised the big black dog not to come here to offer sacrifices anymore, and not to need any more battle beasts. The big black dog immediately became unhappy, baring its fangs at Bai Xiaochun, looking fierce. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt a little moved and cleared his throat. It's not impossible. How about this? There's a rabbit on the North Shore that's incredibly elusive and likes to tattle. Go catch it and bring it back. The large black dog looked puzzled, so Bai Xiaochun gestured and explained again. Finally, it seemed to understand and quickly turned around, disappearing into a black blur in the distance. Bai Xiaochun watched the large black dog's retreating figure, his eyes filled with anticipation. Good luck. If you can catch that rabbit, I'll risk everything to find another beast cultivation seed for you. Thinking of the rabbit's fearsome nature, Bai Xiaochun sighed and returned to his courtyard, anxiously waiting. Another day quickly passed. During this day, Bai Xiaochun kept his ears perked up, listening for any movement outside. He saw that the disciples of the North Shore had been searching for the cause of the beast transformation for the past few days, and Bai Xiaochun's location was the focal point of suspicion, with many even coming to investigate. Fortunately, Bai Xiaochun concealed it well. The beast taming seed was in the backyard, so it would be impossible to detect it unless someone got close. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun mainly went out late at night and moved extremely quickly, so he didn't reveal any weaknesses. Therefore, although they suspected him, they lacked evidence, and in the end, those disciples could only leave. However, Bai Xiaochun's heart grew even more anxious. Another day passed, and the North Shore still couldn't find the reason for the transformation of the battle beasts, so they investigated even more thoroughly. Especially when the battle beasts became increasingly agitated, angry shouts and cries of alarm constantly rang out. What exactly is going on? Isn't it some kind of plague? It doesn't seem like it. There's no such plague. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. The commotion on the North Shore gradually spread, with many outer disciples joining in. All inner disciples mobilized, and even the sect master appeared. Finally, with only half a day left before the beast taming flower bloomed, the sect's diligent investigation yielded a clue. The Nightwalker beast once belonged to Beihan Lai. For the past few days, this beast has been silently appearing, quickly capturing a war beast and dragging it away. Although we don't know where it went, when it returned with the war beast, their expressions were very different. Go find that beast! At this moment, every disciple was filled with burning anger, and they all simultaneously launched a search across the mountains. The entire northern shore was under intense pursuit, and with such intensity, they quickly spotted the large black dog behind the mountain. At the same time, they also saw a rabbit. The rabbit was incredibly fast, running frantically. Behind it, the large black dog was chasing at full speed. In the eyes of these people, a dog and a rabbit were running at breakneck speed. If that's the case, then so be it. Very quickly, the disciples' expressions changed when they suddenly heard the voice of the chased rabbit coming out in a series of words. Sister Mixiang, I swear on my identity as the head of Ghost Fang Peak, I will absolutely not let Li Qingou snatch you away. Elder, you are truly wicked, haha. This elixir is not bad. I, Bai Xiaochun, am truly too powerful. Even this rabbit can talk. My strongest battle beast is about to be born. Humph, disciples of the North Shore tremble with fear. Disciples of the North Shore tremble with fear. Not only do you refuse to lend me your beasts, but you also slander me, Bai Xiaochun. By the time you investigate the reason for the commotion of your battle beasts and find out that your battle beasts all once offered their life essence to me, I, Bai Xiaochun, will have already returned to the south shore. Ha 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 ha. Following the frantically fleeing rabbit, each word spoken with such conviction caused all the disciples who had chased after it to widen their eyes in astonishment. At first, they were somewhat bewildered, but after hearing the last sentence, everyone understood completely. The extremely bizarre rabbit before them was created by Bai Xiaochun, and it loved to tattle. When the rabbit finished speaking, the bodies of all the disciples from the North Shore trembled violently. Their eyes widened, and they gasped for breath as they watched the rabbit fleeing from the large black dog, shouting and rapidly moving away, sacrificing its life essence. By the time the cause of the beast's commotion is found, Bai Xiaochun will have long since left the North Shore. Bai Xiaochun. All the disciples on the North Shore roared in unison, especially those whose battle beasts had been restless for the past few days. Their eyes flashed with coldness as they unleashed their full speed, charging towards the 100 Beasts Academy with earth-shattering force. The rabbit's words, uttered during its frantic escape, echoed continuously. Very quickly, the sound spread throughout the North Shore, reaching all the disciples. Their eyes widened, and then waves of furious roars erupted, shaking the entire shore. Bai Xiaochun. So it was him. He even wants to escape back to the South Shore. Down with Bai Xiaochun. All the disciples on the North Shore went berserk, including outer and inner disciples, and most of the elders also appeared, all rushing straight towards the 100 Beasts Academy. At the same time, somewhere on the North Shore, the elusive rabbit, having shaken off the great black dog, was speeding away when it suddenly stopped. Before it, an old monkey had silently appeared, its face solemn as it stared at the rabbit, its entire body radiating an aura of sorrow and murderous intent. Rabbit, who exactly are you? The rabbit's expression instantly turned serious as it observed the old monkey, its body radiating an aura of sorrow and murderous intent. It said solemnly, "Rabbit, who exactly are you?" A cruel glint flashed in the monkey's eyes as it lunged at the rabbit. The rabbit's eyes also flashed with cruelty before it quickly fled. A rabbit and a monkey, in the blink of an eye, were gone. Bai Xiaochun was anxiously waiting inside the 100 Beasts courtyard. In less than 2 hours, his most powerful battle beast would be born. But at this moment, suddenly, a series of explosions erupted outside, followed by figures filled with rage rushing towards him. Bai Xiaochun. All the disciples from the North Shore, consumed by anger, instantly approached. Seeing them shatter the formations, the earth-shattering explosions shaking the formations and pavilions, Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, his heart pounding. What are you trying to do? I am a glorious disciple, the sect master's junior brother. Who you are is useless. The disciples of the North Shore were now agitated, their numbers overwhelming, and they shouted loudly as they continued to attack the formation. Very quickly, the formation of the pavilion emitted a cracking sound, and with the bombardment of these people, it would soon shatter. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled. He realized that the disciples of the North Shore were truly too ruthless. The South Shore had merely thrown boulders, but they were now attacking with real force. In this situation, each of them could easily crush him to pieces with just one finger. Murder! Bai Xiaochun cried out miserably and quickly retreated. His heart was filled with injustice. The disciples from the North Shore had treated him with contempt, first taunting him, then slandering him. He had only summoned a few war beasts to offer as sacrifices, yet they all wanted to kill him. Just as he retreated, the formation exploded and collapsed. Tens of thousands of North Shore disciples outside, filled with rage, were about to charge in when suddenly four cold snorts echoed from the sky. 4 grand elders instantly descended, restraining the frenzied disciples. The old woman from Yanwei Peak swept her gaze across the North Shore disciples. Grand Elder, we disciple, unconvinced, was about to plead his case. Shut up! What kind of behavior is this, besieging the 100 Beasts Academy like this? The old woman from Yanwei Peak roared, her voice like thunder, shaking the disciples and filling them with unease. Yes, you guys attacking the 100 Beasts Academy like this is going too far. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief, then stood aside and added seriously, "You shut your mouth too." The old woman turned her head and glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun. Just as she was about to speak further, her eyes widened as she looked towards the beast-nurturing flower in the backyard, gasping in shock. The other 3 pavilion masters also trembled, simultaneously looking towards the beast-nurturing flower, and immediately cried out in alarm. Beast-nurturing seed. Immediately, The 4 Grand Masters of the 4 Mountains rushed towards the beast cultivation flower. Upon approaching, their breathing quickened, their hearts trembling as if they had seen a priceless treasure. Even the wrinkles on the face of the old woman Yin Wei Feng seemed to smooth out. The other 3 Grand Masters were also incredibly excited. When they reached out to touch the beast cultivation flower, their hearts trembled as if they had encountered a sacred object. It seemed that in their eyes, only the beast cultivation flower existed, nothing else mattered. The disciples all around were wide-eyed with astonishment. Most of them had never heard of the beast cultivation flower, and seeing the Grand Master's reaction, they were all terrified. But some of the inner disciples slowly realized it, especially after hearing the shocked cries of the 4 sect leaders. Their minds were violently shaken, and they exclaimed in astonishment, "Beast-nourishing flower! My God, a beast-nourishing flower actually exists. That's a legendary sacred object, a rare treasure in the world. I've only heard about it in ancient texts. This special plant has been lost since the ancient times. How could it be here?" The voices grew louder and louder, until finally, tens of thousands of people understood the immense value of the large and rather ugly plant before them. Everyone was gradually astonished, all looking at the beast-nourishing flower, even forgetting to cause trouble for Bai Xiaochun. The commotion was so loud that even the old man from Ghost Fang Peak, one of the 4 Peak Masters, suddenly turned his head and glared fiercely at the disciples. His piercing blue eyes sent shivers down everyone's spines, instantly silencing them. Bai Xiaochun stood to the side, his chin raised, his hands clasped behind his back, displaying the air of a solitary master. Yet inwardly he was overjoyed. HMPHMF, they must know why I, Bai Xiaochun, allowed those battle beasts to be sacrificed, right? I did it for the beast cultivation seed. Bai Xiaochun was inwardly thrilled, but his expression remained one of melancholy. While he was secretly gloating, the expressions of the 4 Peak Masters on the other side changed constantly, sometimes ecstatic, sometimes gnashing their teeth, and finally mostly grinding their teeth. Then the old woman suddenly looked up. Bai Xiaochun. The old woman, filled with regret, glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun with bloodshot eyes. Do you know how precious this beast-nurturing flower is? Do you know that the beast-nurturing seed is almost extinct? Do you know what this beast-nurturing seed represents? The old woman was almost going mad. Her heart was bleeding. If this beast-nurturing seed were in her hands, the situation wouldn't be like this. I know, Bai Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise. He knew how valuable this beast-nurturing seed was, which is why he dared to stir up such chaos on the North Shore. Not only was the old woman from Yanwei Peak filled with regret, but the other 3 Pavilion Masters also looked up, their hearts aching. The value of the beast-nurturing seed was unimaginable, and for them, it was an unparalleled treasure. At this moment, they all looked at Bai Xiaochun with disappointment. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and you planted it here, and it's already gestated, just waiting to give birth to a beast. You Bai Xiaochun, I know you brought many battle beasts here, causing all the battle beasts of the sect to stir up trouble, but what good is that? No matter how many battle beasts there are, they are all just low-level bloodlines. Do you know that if you gave this beast seed to Elder Sun's Azure Sea Beast, it could give birth to a 3rd-tier bloodline beast? But look, it's too late. It's too late. The old woman was practically screaming in anger, extremely disappointed in Bai Xiaochun. Elder Sun's Azure Sea Beast has already come here to offer itself. Bai Xiaochun glared, then quickly coughed. You. The old woman's body trembled, and she was about to roar again when she suddenly froze. The 3 Grand Elders beside him were also somewhat startled, suddenly glancing towards the old man standing at the edge of the group who had arrived. This was Elder Sun. He himself was very surprised. This time he and his group had come not because they discovered their battle beasts were disturbed, but simply because they knew that the battle beasts of his disciples were having problems. Now, suddenly knowing that his Azure Sea Beast had also come here, he was a little flustered. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then continued to glare at Bai Xiaochun. Even if we have Elder Sun's Azure Sea Beast, it's still considered a waste. If we were to give Elder Chen's Azure Sky Serpent, although it also has a 3rd-tier bloodline, it has the ability to transform into a dragon, and only the Azure Sky Serpent before the old woman could finish. Bai Xiaochun, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly replied, that Azure Sky Serpent has already come here to offer itself. The old woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Bai Xiaochun, while older Chen, among the crowd, also gaped in disbelief, quickly turning to look at his beast master. A small green snake poked its head out, gazing intently at the beast-nurturing flower. Elder Chen's azure serpent is still in its prime. It doesn't need a beast-nurturing seed, but Bai Xiaochun, that beast-nurturing seed is truly suitable for my night demon. If you... The old man, the head of Ghost Fang Peak, spoke angrily. That head of Peak Wu, your night demon beast, has already been offered as a sacrifice. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but seeing the fierce expression on the head of Ghost Fang Peak's face, he hastily replied. This time, not only was the head of Ghost Fang Peak gaping in astonishment, but the disciples all around him also changed their expressions drastically upon hearing his words. While the Ghost Fang Peak's sect master was still reeling from the shock, the old woman beside him, along with the sect masters of Setting Sun Peak and Sky Peak, were about to speak when Bai Xiaochun quickly stepped back a few paces before cautiously continuing. Yours have all been brought here to be offered as sacrifices. As soon as he uttered those words, the 4 Peak masters were struck dumb. They hadn't even known that their own battle beasts had been secretly brought here. At the same time, the tens of thousands of disciples who had come here, upon hearing Bai Xiaochun and the 4 Peak Masters' conversation, were left wide-eyed and open-mouthed, finally bursting into exclamations of astonishment. My God, how many ferocious beasts have been offered as sacrifices here? Bai Xiaochun, he didn't even spare the Peak Masters' battle beasts. He's gone mad. While the crowd was still buzzing with excitement, Bai Xiaochun nervously took a few steps back, staring blankly at the displeased expressions of the 4 Peak Masters of the 4 Mountains. After a long while, the old woman from Yanwei Peak glared fiercely at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, we truly underestimated you. You secretly took our 4 battle beasts, so why didn't you offer the 7-colored phoenix of Yanwei Peak as well? Our battle beasts are only 3rd tier, while that 7-colored phoenix is at least 4th tier, and a 4th tier bloodline isn't considered a waste. Before she could finish, she suddenly noticed Bai Xiaochun's cautious demeanor, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Her heart skipped a beat. You weren't that 7-colored phoenix. It's already been offered as a sacrifice, Bai Xiaochun replied somewhat dejectedly. The 3-eyed black crow from my Kunding Peak, the offerings, and also the Tixi at Kungden Peak, the mountain ghost at Guya Peak, they all came to make offerings, Bai Xiaochun insisted. The 4 Peak Masters were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Each of them took out a jade slip and, using their own unique methods, immediately communicated with their respective mountain guardian beasts. After a while, they all received confirmation from their guardian beasts. Although the 4 great mountain guardian beasts didn't dare mention the heavenly horned ink dragon, the other 4, unaware of this, stared at Bai Xiaochun with unimaginable expressions. All the disciples on the North Shore were also wide-eyed with shock and fear. Bai Hanli trembled, realizing that Bai Xiaochun was becoming increasingly powerful. Su Tong's head was buzzing. He knew how terrifying the 4 great guardian spirit beasts were, but he couldn't imagine what method Bai Xiaochun could use to make them willingly come here to serve him. The old woman from Yanwei Peak was somewhat exasperated. She had originally wanted to lecture Bai Xiaochun, but after a while, she found herself speechless. He knew how precious the beast cultivation seed was, and he had even brought the guardian spirit beasts, leaving her speechless. In truth, even managing to twist things around to this extent wasn't easy. However, being rejected by Bai Xiaochun in front of so many disciples, leaving her speechless, made her furious. She tossed her sleeve and immediately shouted, "It's still a waste, Bai Xiaochun. If you had given this beast cultivation seed to the Supreme Elder, you might even have disturbed the ancestor, causing him to issue an edict arranging for the guardian divine beast, Senior Heavenly Horned Black Dragon, to use the beast cultivation seed to preserve for future generations. That wouldn't be a waste. That would be." The old woman's voice grew increasingly angry and regretful. However, she suddenly stopped speaking, staring blankly at Bai Xiaochun, who seemed about to say something but then stopped. Her heart skipped a beat. Not only was the old woman startled, but all 3 of the pavilion masters beside her were equally astonished by Bai Xiaochun's expression. There's no need to trouble the ancestor to issue an edict. Senior Heavenly Horned Black Dragon arrived 3 days ago, and he was very pleased. Offering it more than 50 times, Bai Xiaochun glared, his voice low. In an instant, complete silence fell over the surroundings. The four grand elders of the four mountains were stunned. All the surrounding elders were stunned, and the disciples were also stunned. Everyone stared at Bai Xiaoqun in astonishment, their minds undergoing a world-shattering transformation. At this moment, the base of the beast-nurturing flower suddenly withered, and then its petals began to separate, a life force continuously rising from within, growing stronger and stronger. Finally, the minds of everyone present, the four mountain masters, elders, and disciples all trembled, their attention filled with anxiety as they focused on the beast-nurturing flower. In that instant, the four guardian spirit beasts of the mountain suddenly shuddered, raising their heads in unison, as if their bloodline had been extended downwards. Many battle beasts on the north shore also felt their bloodline awaken in that moment. Especially in the ancient beast abyss, the eyes of the heavenly horned black dragon suddenly opened, gazing towards the 100 beasts courtyard, their eyes revealing intense anticipation. Bai Xiaoqun was also extremely nervous, rushing to the side of the beast-nurturing flower, anxiously contemplating and waiting. The breathing of the four mountain masters beside him was also rapid, all looking on in unison. Slowly, the beast-devouring flower withered away, while the life force within it grew stronger and stronger. Finally, as if about to break free, a gigantic, swirling vortex appeared in the sky. It seemed as if a pair of eyes in the heavens were looking down upon this earth. At this moment, almost the entire North Shore was focused on this place. Even some eyes from the sea down mountain were concentrated here. "This is her?" A faint cry seemed to echo. Then suddenly the vortex in the sky turned red, and very quickly, the entire sky turned red. Just then, a mournful cry suddenly came from within the beast-nurturing flower. Immediately afterwards, that powerful aura suddenly reversed and drastically decreased, instantly falling to its lowest point, replaced by a deathly aura. It seemed to have died prematurely, nearing death before even being born. Bai Xiaoqun trembled all over, and the four mountain masters were also startled. This is a mixed bloodline, a manifestation of a will that cannot control the body. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. This beast can't be born. While the four mountain chiefs were exclaiming in shock, Bai Xiaoqun's body trembled, his eyes fixed on the beast-nurturing flower. He could feel a life within the beast-nurturing flower trying to emerge, but stubbornly failing, on the verge of death. In just a few breaths, a thick aura of death spread in all directions. At this moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared silently in the air above the beast-nurturing flower. Although no one could discern its specific form, it could be identified as an old man in a white robe, seemingly devoid of any aura, appearing calmly. His cultivation, unfathomable. The old man's appearance shook the hearts of the four mountain sect masters. Although the disciples on the North Shore had never seen this old man before, the four sect masters, after a moment of stunned silence, all four of them completely changed their expressions and immediately knelt down in reverence. Third-generation ancestor. Upon hearing these words, the disciples' minds exploded in that instant, and each of them hurriedly knelt down, trembling in reverence. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun was also stunned, no longer paying attention to the appearance of that figure. In his eyes, there was only the withering beast-nourishing flower and the life within it. His heart trembled, and his eyes filled with tears. The white-robed old man silently gazed at the beast-nourishing flower, his right hand forming a hand seal and pointing a finger, causing a surge of life force to flow in. But that life force dissipated quickly, and the aura of death became even more intense. The white-robed old man pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze towards the ancient beast abyss. Within the ancient beast abyss, the heavenly horned black dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a drop of golden blood immediately flew out. Its body seemed to age slightly, but its eyes, fixed on the distant beast-nurturing flower, were filled with urgency and anticipation. The drop of golden blood, like a tear in the sky, formed a golden rainbow and hurtled towards the beast-nurturing flower, falling upon it. At the same time, the white-robed old man sighed softly, his hands forming a hand seal, causing the clouds in the sky to surge. It was as if an unparalleled force was condensing in his hands, transforming into a talisman that penetrated the beast-nurturing flower, merging with the golden drop of blood and entering it. A mixed bloodline, a matter of life and death. I can only bind its fate to the 9 heavens. Whether it can survive and struggle out of the beast-nurturing flower depends on the beast's will. What a pity for a 5th-stage potential spirit beast. The old man sighed softly, acknowledging that he himself had no way to defy fate. Whether it could survive depended on the beast's own destiny. With regret, he tilted his head to look at Bai Xiaochun, who was standing there in a daze, his eyes filled with compassion. He flicked his sleeve, and his figure blurred, dissipating into countless points of light. Only after the old man had left did the four mountain masters slowly rise. All four looked with awe at the departing old man, then lowered their heads to look at Bai Xiaochun, who was still standing beside the beast-nurturing flower. A look of reluctance appeared in each of their eyes. No matter who it was, if they had put in so much effort only to find that the final beast couldn't be born, they would undoubtedly be very distressed. Moreover, this was a beast-breeding species that was now almost extinct in the cultivation world. The four pavilion masters sighed softly, their frustration with Bai Xiaochun dissipated, and they left. The disciples from the North Shore, seeing this unexpected turn of events, could no longer cause trouble for Bai Xiaochun at this time. Although some still harbored resentment, they silently dispersed. Soon twilight fell, and only Bai Xiaochun remained sitting alone in the 100 Beasts courtyard, staring blankly at the beast-breeding flower. Although half of the flower had withered, a frail body could still be seen struggling, as if challenging life itself. Tears welled up in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He slowly stepped forward, sat down silently, and stroked the beast-nourishing flower. He was deeply distressed, his face filled with sorrow as if he couldn't accept this reality. In his mind at this moment, it wasn't about the most powerful battle beast anymore, but simply that he hoped this little life could survive, even if it lacked any special qualities. This was a life he had nurtured, and the feeling of watching it die before his eyes was like a knife cutting through his heart. But time and again, Bai Xiaochun was powerless to help it, even though he was now at the 10th level of the Cha condensation realm. He felt utterly helpless. This helplessness suffocated Bai Xiaochun. As night fell, the suffocating feeling of watching a life disappear filled him with fear. He remembered back in his village, when his parents, before dying of illness, had held his hand and told him to survive. Those two words seemed to exist eternally in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Survive, you must survive, Taidan. Don't die. Tears streamed down Bai Xiaochun's face as he softly murmured, stroking the beast-nurturing flower on the tiny creature's protruding body, saying he had already named it. The little beast seemed to sense Bai Xiaochun's presence and stirred. You must persevere. You haven't seen this world yet. You haven't seen me. Someday, I want to take you on adventures throughout the cultivation world. Persevere. Bai Xiaochun murmured softly, his voice filled with unwavering determination. He spoke all night, constantly stroking the beast-nurturing flower where the little beast's body protruded, using his heart and the only ability he had to be by its side to encourage and plead with it. Dawn, noon, sunset, the moon high in the sky. The first day passed quickly. The little beast inside the beast-nurturing flower struggled a little less, but it didn't seem to give up, still trying to control its body, which felt like it was about to collapse from the mixed bloodline. Throughout the day, Bai Xiaochun forgot everything around him. His eyes were solely focused on the little beast in the beast-nurturing flower. He whispered softly, using the gentlest voice to reassure and encourage her with his heart. He talked incessantly, even trying to channel his spiritual power into the beast-nurturing flower, even though he knew it was useless, but he continued anyway. Gradually, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, Bai Xiaochun didn't sleep or rest. His eyes were bloodshot, and the spiritual power in his body was constantly being released, so it was already depleted. Each time Ni's spiritual power was produced, he would completely infuse it into the beast-nurturing flower. That spiritual power carried his blessings, his compassion, and his encouragement and reassurance. For 4 days, he constantly talked to it, constantly encouraged it. Every time the little beast struggled violently, letting out soft whimpers as if sensing pain, Bai Xiaochun would comfort it, letting it feel warmth and gradually calm down. However, Bai Xiaochun also despairingly discovered that its aura was becoming weaker and weaker, while the feeling of death was growing stronger and stronger. Taidan, you know, when I was little, my parents were still alive, and I wasn't so afraid of death. I didn't know what death was. When you recover, I'll take you to see Uncle Li. He treated me very well, like a father. Bai Xiaochun whispered softly, talking about his past, about everything in his village and his sect. Late on Wednesday night, even the 4 great guardian spirit beasts and the heavenly horned black dragon in the abyss slowly withdrew their gazes, sighing deeply, no longer paying attention to this place. But one large black dog silently made its way to the 100 Beasts courtyard that night. After reaching the back courtyard, it approached Bai Xiaochun, then leaned against the beast's nurturing flower, its eyes filled with sorrow as it gazed at the life within, gently licking it. Another day passed, and by the sunset of the 5th day, Bai Xiaochun was utterly exhausted. These 5 days felt like 5 months of relentless alchemy training without sleep or rest. But he didn't want to give up. He continued to encourage them as before, constantly talking and reassuring the increasingly weak, struggling little beasts. Late on Thursday night, the little beast suddenly thrashed violently a few times. Subsequent thrashing slowed, as if accompanied by tremors, before gradually becoming motionless. The aura of death emanating from the beast's nurturing flower permeated the air, enveloping both Bai Xiaochun and the Nightwalker beast. "Survive! You must survive!" Bai Xiaochun grabbed the little beast's body beneath the beast's nurturing flower, his eyes filled with tears as he roared. "The Luo Chen clan hunted me down. More than 10 people wanted to kill me, but I survived. I exchanged wounds for kills. I once broke my own bones to fight against fate. You must do the same. You must live. You must survive." Bai Xiaochun roared, continuously releasing his spiritual power, constantly encouraging and even shouting. The little beast, which had been motionless, gradually began to tremble and then slowly started to struggle. This struggle became increasingly intense, as if its will to survive was being powerfully stimulated by each word Bai Xiaochun spoke. "Unleash all your survival power, control your body and rush out of here." Bai Xiaochun wiped away his tears and shouted. The little beast inside the beast nurturing flower struggled even harder, emitting whimpering sounds. Each struggle caused it intense pain, making it tremble all over, yet it refused to give up, as if an incredibly strong will was supporting it. It seemed this overwhelming will to survive had become its entire being. "You are the most powerful battle beast. You are my lifelong companion, Bai Xiaochun. I created you. I nurtured you. I will not allow you to die." Bai Xiaochun's voice had become hoarse and filled with madness. Every word he spoke caused the little beast, which he had encouraged for 5 days, to stop whimpering and instead let out a roar. Although the sound was weak, it was a roar, and its previously dim life suddenly flickered as if being consumed by fire, constantly erupting and surging forth. The clouds reappeared in the sky, rumbling and moving like the struggling will within them, once again pushing them toward the challenge of destiny. This tremor attracted the attention of the entire North Shore. Many disciples awoke, and the 4 peak masters of the 4 mountains simultaneously rushed towards Bai Xiaochun in the 100 Beasts Academy. Many other disciples' faces changed color as they scrambled out, heading towards the 100 Beasts Academy from all directions. At this moment, the life force within the beast nurturing flower surged, stirring the heavens and causing the clouds above to move even more violently. The 4 guardian spirit beasts, the heavenly horn of the abyss, the gazes of the seed-cultivating mountain, and the unnoticed phantom of the white-robed old man reappeared. Just as the 5th day passed and the 6th day dawned, earth-shattering roars erupted from within the beast-nurturing flower. A powerful shockwave pushed Bai Xiaochun, who was unbearably exhausted, backward, causing him to lean against the wall. The Nightwalker beast was also pushed back. With a loud bang, the beast-nourishing flower shattered, and a small beast's claw suddenly extended. This claw was incredibly sharp, as if it could tear through the void, and even flames seemed to flicker on its surface, shocking and terrifying to behold. At the same time, the claw tore open in all directions, and then a small beast's head emerged. It resembled a horse, a dog, a lizard, a crocodile, and a dragon. It had a horn on its head, a strip of white fur running down its back, black scales, sharp teeth, and its eyes were tightly closed. "This is the eyes of the white-robed old man hovering in the air," flashed with a strange light, instantly stirring his heart. He hadn't expected this little fellow to survive, and judging by its appearance, it must possess boundless potential, perhaps even capable of advancing its bloodline. At this moment, in the ancient beast abyss, the heavenly horned black dragon also suddenly opened its eyes. The 4 guardian spirit beasts trembled, and all the battle beasts on the North Shore shook. Exclamations of surprise erupted from the surrounding crowd. Anyone could see that this little beast was definitely extraordinary. The 4 mountain masters were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, their eyes shining brightly. It already possessed magical techniques from birth, and the flames on its claws prove it has a 6th-stage bloodline. My god, our Lingxi sect has actually produced a 6th-stage bloodline spirit beast. In the future, it will definitely be the guardian spirit beast of our North Shore. Ha ha ha, our North Shore has finally produced a 6th-tier spirit beast, surpassing even the heavenly horned black dragon. Everyone couldn't help but want to rush forward to get a closer look. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun was leaning against the wall, his figure obscured by the crowd. But he didn't mind. He was just laughing, happily laughing for Tai Dan, and also happily laughing for himself. It's good that it's alive after the little beast's head emerged, its eyes open wide, staring intently. Its 2 eyes were very large, looking incredibly cute, and emitting a lively black light as it looked around as if searching for something. Its first action of sticking its head out was extremely significant. Others might not know, but the white-robed old man in midair was suddenly shaken. Surrounded by a crowd of people, the little beast seemed unable to find the figure it longed for. Its expression was one of anxiety and impatience, its eyes filled with anger as it let out low growls. Just then Tai Dan Bai Xiaochun leaned against the wall, struggling to drag his weary but excited and joyful body, peering through a gap in the crowd towards the little beast, softly calling out. As soon as he called, the little beast's anger subsided, its body trembling. In an instant, it turned its head, its eyes shining brightly, and through the gaps in the surrounding crowd, it saw Bai Xiaochun. Seeing him, its gaze softened, gradually revealing a look of joyful surprise, as if it had found a loved one. It had found him. It was as if it could endure and struggle relentlessly, using its last desperate willpower, all because it wanted to break free from the beast-devouring flower to open its eyes, to see once more the person who brought it warmth, encouragement, and comfort. Even just a glimpse would be enough for it. This kind of feeling formed a will that transcended the desire for survival. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. For Tai Dan, in that instant, no matter how many strangers stood in its way in this strange world, the moment Bai Xiaochun opened his mouth to call out to it, everything vanished completely. Only Bai Xiaochun remained everything to it. After a long while, the white-robed old man in the air sighed softly. He understood that this beast would never accept another master in its lifetime. Even if forced to accept one, its bloodline would still rely on Bai Xiaochun, which was the greatest obstacle for others. It could be said that in this world, its master would forever be only Bai Xiaochun. Even if Bai Xiaochun were to die one day, this beast would never forget that there was a person named Bai Xiaochun. There was no contract between them, but this kind of mutual relationship was more solid than any contract. The white-robed old man shook his head, glancing at Bai Xiaochun. He understood that Bai Xiaochun deserved this. This was the battle beast he created, and during the most critical times this battle beast faced, he had constantly encouraged and kept it company. Perhaps only a child with such a pure heart, not prioritizing efficiency and profit, simply wishing for this beast's survival, could truly move and win the heart of this 6th-tier bloodline battle beast. Hopefully this child can maintain this pure heart for a lifetime, unaffected by vicissitudes and the passage of time. The white-robed old man turned and silently departed, his figure somewhat melancholic, as if recalling his own naive and simple self from a long time ago when he first began cultivating. Outside the pavilion, the crowd also dispersed, but the female disciples lingered, reluctant to leave. The moment the little beast appeared, its large, round eyes and adorable appearance instantly endeared it to the female disciples, yet time and again, the little beast didn't even glance at them. The 4 peak masters, seeing the birth of the little beast, were filled with admiration, but could only leave with a sigh of relief. Gradually, the 100 Beasts courtyard regained its tranquility, leaving only Bai Xiaochun, the little beast, and the large black dog that had been pushed back by the shockwave. Bai Xiaochun smiled happily, patting the little beast's head. This beast had the body of a horse, the head of a dragon, snake scales, and rhinoceros claws. Even more astonishing, its teeth gleamed with 7 colors. The sharp horns on its head resembled those of the heavenly horned black dragon, incredibly sharp. Upon closer examination, many characteristics of other battle beasts could be seen in it. It seemed that, as Bai Xiaochun had initially thought, it had condensed the advantages of countless battle beasts, creating a unique life form, unlike anything ever seen before in this world. From now on, you are my battle beast, Bai Xiaochun. Rest assured, I will take you on adventures throughout the cultivation world. Bai Xiaochun's laughter echoed around him as he patted Tai Dan's head. Tai Dan snuggled against Bai Xiaochun, his eyes wide and incredibly adorable. The big black dog also looked very excited and rushed over. It was still wary of Bai Xiaochun, its hatred not forgotten, but when it looked at Tai Dan, its eyes showed fear mixed with protectiveness. Tai Dan curiously looked up at the big black dog, not rejecting it. Time passed month after month. Bai Xiaochun often took Tai Dan out of the 100 Beasts courtyard, strolling along the north shore. He walked ahead, Tai Dan following closely behind, curiously looking around. In the distance, the big black dog silently watched, as if guarding Tai Dan. Along the way, all the disciples who saw Bai Xiaochun immediately shifted their gaze to Tai Dan, some surprised, some with complex emotions, some admiring. And quite a few female disciples who gazed at Tai Dan with wide eyes, finding him incredibly adorable. Tai Dan, feeling a little scared, clung to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back, a smug expression on his face. My Tai Dan is liked by everyone he meets. He's just like me, he thought happily, clearing his throat before focusing on taking Tai Dan to places with many people. The places they passed attracted countless glances from the disciples, making Bai Xiaochun's mood even more joyful. His chin held high as he walked. For several consecutive days, he and Tai Dan had become familiar with every nook and cranny of the North Shore. Gradually, Tai Dan no longer felt afraid. It even hopped along behind Bai Xiaochun, its chin raised as if mimicking Bai Xiaochun's posture, full of arrogance, even a little boastful. It seemed as if as long as it was by Bai Xiaochun's side, it feared nothing in heaven or earth. When the surrounding disciples saw its appearance, they were all terrified. But Tai Dan's temperament was quite strange. When it noticed someone looking at it, if it was in a good mood, it would actively run over and rub against them, but if it was in a bad mood, it would bare its teeth and snarl, displaying a fierce expression and growling softly. In this past month, Tai Dan's body had grown very slowly, seemingly not much at all, but in these few days, its speed, strength, and biting power had been displayed, terrifying everyone who had seen it. In terms of speed, it was on par with the great black dog. In terms of strength, it could repel the pangolin's head, which was over 10 meters long, in the 100 Beasts Academy. Its intelligence was also incredibly high, comparable to a teenager. In some aspects, it even seemed smarter than a teenager. What surprised Bai Xiaochun the most was its ability to control flames. The flames under its foreclaws grew increasingly numerous, and it could be unleashed and retracted at will. Each time it rushed forward, it seemed as if it were stepping on fire, and these flames were black, as if they came from the underworld. With all these peculiarities, coupled with its incredibly adorable appearance and wide-open eyes always displaying a pure look, it was extremely favored by many elders on the North Shore, including the 4 peak masters. Therefore, they frequently provided Iron Egg with food and various beneficial spiritual herbs for its battle beasts. However, as Iron Egg grew bigger, Bai Xiaochun gradually discovered some rather unusual things about it. This Iron Egg seemed to have a somewhat strange personality at this moment. In front of Bai Xiaochun was Su Tang frowning as he looked at Iron Egg, which was constantly growling. Its scales all over its body standing on end, and black flames constantly spreading from its forelegs. He was filled with astonishment. He had only glanced at it a few times when he passed by, not expecting Iron Egg's temper to erupt and charge straight at him, looking as if it wanted to bite him. Bai Xiaochun, this beast of yours, Su Tang was displeased, but thinking of how much this battle beast was favored by many elders and the head of the hall, he took a few steps back and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Before he could finish speaking, Gongsun Wanner gently walked past from a distance. As soon as she glanced over, Tai Dan, who had been baring its fangs and claws in front of Su Tang, instantly brightened up, its eyes widening. In an instant, it became adorable and darted towards Gongsun Wanner. As it ran forward, its tail wagged like a puppy, its gentle, obedient whimpering as it rubbed against Gongsun Wanner's legs. Gongsun Wanner immediately smiled, sat down, and hugged Tai Dan to her chest. Its eyes lit up, and it kept rubbing against her, making Gongsun Wanner smile even more charmingly. Tai Dan tilted its head, showing its enjoyment. This scene made Su Tang's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, while Bai Xiaochun gave a wry smile. He had also started to notice this unusual behavior about half a month ago. Whenever Tai Dan saw a male disciple, it would immediately bare its teeth and grin. But if it met a female disciple, it would switch to an adorable appearance, helping to be hugged by the other person. Even Bai Xiaochun didn't know why it had become like this, only blaming the bloodline within Taidan, wondering which beast he inherited this peculiar obsession from. The situation worsened, and Taidan became increasingly ostentatious. This kind of differential treatment between male and female disciples left the male disciples on the North Shore speechless. Many were even envious of Taidan. While more than half of the female disciples on the North Shore had already been touched by him, if it were just that, it would be fine. But when Bai Xiaochun began his seclusion to break through to the 10th level of the Che condensation realm, Taidan's preferences quickly changed. Following the big black dog, the two frequently peeked at the female disciples on the North Shore bathing. The big black dog only watched a few times and then stopped, as it wasn't interested, but Taidan became increasingly addicted, even quickly summarizing the bathing patterns of each female disciple. Every day, it would leave the 100 Beasts Academy with a cheerful expression, departing early in the morning and never returning until dusk. Throughout the day, it would watch many female disciples bathing. Bai Xiaochun didn't pay much attention to these things. He was fully focused on his seclusion, his cultivation steadily increasing. Another month passed, and Iron Egg's behavior only worsened. Besides its fondness for rubbing against female disciples' chests and its penchant for peeking at them bathing, it developed a new obsession every time it watched someone bathe. It would steal their undergarments and secretly hide them in a place it felt safest. Soon, the female disciples on the North Shore discovered that their undergarments were constantly being stolen. Surprisingly, this happened to almost all of them. Because Iron Egg was incredibly fast, and with the big black dog guarding it, even though it stole the aprons for a whole month, it never showed any signs of wrongdoing. Moreover, its adorable appearance prevented any female disciples from suspecting it. We in the North have unexpectedly produced a scoundrel. This guy specializes in stealing female disciples' aprons. Damn it, I must find this scoundrel. Junior sister's son has already lost 7 aprons. I've investigated a bit, and I estimate that thousands of aprons have been stolen. He must have such a bizarre obsession that he wouldn't destroy them, but only hide them. We must find him. The apron theft incident became increasingly serious. Gradually, all the female disciples united, each seething with anger, relentlessly searching. They even borrowed a battle rat from Elder Kung Din Feng to assist in the search. Many male disciples, filled with resentment, also joined the effort. After searching numerous areas within the 4 mountain peaks without any results, someone suddenly suggested the 100 Beasts Academy, and so these female disciples quickly rushed into the 100 Beasts Academy. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was sitting in a pavilion, meditating intently, feeling his cultivation increase, feeling smug. I've never actually created a protagonist like Bai Xiaochun before, and honestly, this is quite difficult. Because I'm a serious person, not just pretending to be serious. I hope everyone understands that's exactly the kind of person I am. Cough cough. So creating a character like Bai Xiaochun is very challenging, and also somewhat ruthless after choosing the naive Su Ming, and then challenging myself with the greedy Meng Hao. Now I'm trying my hand at Bai Xiaochun. For books with 4 protagonists of distinct personalities, it might seem unremarkable at first glance, but for an author, this is a path that the vast majority wouldn't dare take. I've always strived to break through my own limitations and transform myself. Some say Ajen has changed, that he's no longer meticulous. If I didn't, the protagonist of Seeking the Demon would be called A, the protagonist of I Want to Seal the Heavens would be called A, and the protagonist of One Thought Eternal would also be called A. But you should understand, usually the protagonist in the first work truly embodies the author's spirit. A cold, arrogant is my true nature. Cough cough. Finally, One Thought Eternal is in VIP, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes are wide open, looking at his brothers and sisters, calling for monthly votes. But just at this moment, a commotion erupted outside the buildings. Bai Xiaochun, startled, stood up and opened the main gate. Immediately, he saw a large number of disciples from the North Shore gathered outside the formation. What are you doing? Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he immediately retreated a few steps. His mind raced, trying to recall his actions over the past few days, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out what he had done to cause such a stir among the North Shore disciples. Although he couldn't figure out what he had done, Bai Xiaochun became nervous. Standing there with his mouth agape, the disciples outside the formation immediately turned to look at him. Uncle Bai, please open the formation so we can go in and search. It's not just here we're searching. We've searched every place on the northern shore we could find. For the past month, a notorious thief has appeared on the northern shore, stealing the undergarments of most of the female disciples. Bai Xiaochun, if you're not feeling guilty, open the formation and let us search for a while. Hemph, even if it's hidden well in a storage bag, we have ways to find it. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then angrily clasped his hands behind his back and glared at the northern shore disciples in front of him. Nonsense, I'm a glorious disciple. I'm the sect master's junior brother. This wasn't me. Bai Xiaochun was a man of reason. How could he let it go? He angrily raised his head and glared at everyone. That's right, this Bai Xiaochun is the most despicable. Before, he secretly stole our battle beasts and offered them as sacrifices. This is the clearest proof. He clearly has the ability to steal our undergarments without our junior sisters noticing. Seeing everyone around him clamoring, Bai Xiaochun sneered, flicking his sleeve, and the formation suddenly opened. All right, I'll let you search. If you find nothing later, how will you explain it to me? Bai Xiaochun's heart was calm. At this moment, he was standing tall and fearless, completely unconcerned. His demeanor immediately caused everyone to hesitate. Originally, they had no evidence, but now that they saw Bai Xiaochun had clearly opened the formation, they exchanged glances. Soon, the female disciples whose undergarments had been stolen gritted their teeth and stepped inside the formation, bowing to Bai Xiaochun. Just as they were about to search, a red-furred squirrel suddenly jumped out of one of the female disciples' bags. The squirrel, having just appeared, let out a cry and then darted straight forward. Everyone around was stunned, their faces changing drastically. For the past few days, they had been searching for the lost undergarments, all carrying this special combat rat. This rat was peculiar. Its sense of smell was extremely keen. Within a certain distance, it could sense items it had previously smelled, even if they were in storage bags. Originally, everyone was somewhat at a loss for words, but now they all widened their eyes and rushed into the formation. Bai Xiaochun, his eyes wide with astonishment, chased after it. As he approached the buildings, the moment the main gate opened, a torrent of countless undergarments of various colors immediately fell out, densely packed together at a glance. There were no fewer than several thousand. Bai Xiaochun, you still dared to say it wasn't you. It really was you? Bai Xiaochun, you, how could you be so shameless? Everyone around simultaneously looked at Bai Xiaochun, the male disciples even more enraged, cursing and scolding him. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his body trembling violently as he let out a scream. Impossible! As his words rang out, the murderous gazes of the surrounding female disciples immediately fell upon Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled as he hastily explained, it really wasn't me. I didn't know. He swallowed hard, retreating a few steps, feeling indescribably wronged, unable to express it, yet not knowing how to explain. The surrounding female disciples glared at Bai Xiaochun, some even beginning to chant incantations ready to attack simultaneously. Damn it, how could this happen? Bai Xiaochun was going crazy. For the past few days, he had been in seclusion, immersed in cultivation, and hadn't left the pavilions at all, nor had he paid attention to the room next door. Just as he was worrying, suddenly, from outside the 100 Beasts courtyard, the figure of Taidan appeared, a crimson apron in its mouth, its expression full of fascination as it rushed forward. However, before it could enter the formation, Taidan stopped, staring blankly at everyone around it, and the crimson apron in its mouth fell to the ground. As the crimson apron fell, countless eyes from all sides instantly fell on Taidan. Bai Xiaochun looked at Taidan and immediately felt a headache. To be able to freely enter and exit the pavilions carrying so many aprons, even though Bai Xiaochun had been in seclusion and hadn't noticed it, couldn't possibly be an outsider. Even the great black dog couldn't freely enter and exit the pavilion's formations. Only Taidan could do this. Taidan immediately trembled. It wasn't afraid of the anger of those around it. What it feared most was Bai Xiaochun's displeasure. At this moment, it looked like it was about to cry, lying prostrate on the ground, its head bowed, emitting whimpering sounds. Everyone around showed strange expressions, especially the female disciples, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Outside the buildings, complete silence fell. After a while, a female disciple whispered, "It couldn't have been Taidan. Taidan is very well behaved and obedient. You must have poisoned it, tricked it into doing this. It's by Xiaochun. He's Taidan's master." In the end, almost all the female disciples agreed, their anger intensifying as they looked at Bai Xiaochun. It wasn't that no one knew about it. It was just that Taidan's daily behavior was truly adorable, especially its frightened expression, which immediately garnered sympathy. However, this matter was too bizarre. Although they spoke out, they no longer made a fuss, glaring fiercely at Bai Xiaochun before leaving. Soon, the place became quiet again. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and felt a pang of despair. Taidan, realizing its mistake, quickly went to Bai Xiaochun's feet and rubbed against him. "Taidan, you're usually so smart. Why are you so stupid now? You stole those undergarments. That's one thing, but you can't fool me. I created you. You can say I'm your father if you want, but you can't bury your own father alive." Bai Xiaochun sighed, his face full of sadness as he squatted down and patted Taidan on the head. "Remember this from now on. You can't bury your own family those undergarments. Why did you hide them in your own house? You need to be a little smarter. It was fine before, but now that you've been exposed, what are you going to do?" Taidan lowered his head and started whimpering, as if he knew he was wrong. Seeing his reaction, Bai Xiaochun's heart softened, and he stopped scolding him. He turned back to the pavilion, sat down sadly, and continued his cultivation. In the courtyard, Taidan lay there, whimpering a few times, its eyes showing a fierce look as it tilted its head to look at the disciples from the north shore who were leaving. Late at night, it quietly crept out, its body vanishing into the night in a flash, heading towards the north shore. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a mournful, heart-wrenching cry suddenly came from the disciples on the north shore. "Damn it! Who dared to steal my battle beast spirit pills? Those were the spirit pills I prepared for my battle beast's advancement. I worked so hard to obtain them." No sooner had this mournful cry been heard than another similar wail echoed incessantly. My 10,000 spirit herb, I've cultivated it for 5 years, and now only the roots are left. It's gone, it's all gone, it's all been gnawed to pieces. There's a thief, how outrageous. My cave dwelling was full of food supplies for my battle beasts, and it's all gone. That's food for the next 3 years. Oh my god, yesterday I painstakingly borrowed a 3rd-tier blood beast bone from Elderly, intending to observe the changes in its bloodline, but it's gone. It's completely gone. Whether from the outer or inner sex, such cries grew louder and louder, eventually reaching hundreds of people wailing simultaneously. Without exception, they were all male disciples, and all of them were the same disciples who had visited Bai Xiaochun's buildings yesterday. The disciples, heartbroken, roared and rushed out. They immediately saw Taidan with a blood-red bone in his mouth, gnawing on it as he ran. A pathetic cry erupted from the crowd. A disheveled disciple, his eyes bloodshot, charged forward like a madman, tears streaming down his face. "Don't gnaw on it. That's the 3rd-tier blood beast bone I borrowed from Elderly. Don't gnaw on it." Crunch, crunch. Taidan proudly held his head high, his body flashing as he dodged the disciples, continuing to gnaw at the bone in the distance. Soon, the bone, which had been intact, was gnawed into several pieces and swallowed whole. The disheveled disciple felt his vision go dark. Thinking about how he wouldn't be able to return the bone and would face Elderly's wrath, he began to roar wildly and lunged at Taidan. It wasn't just him, hundreds of people were all furious and wanted to kill Taidan, but their speed wasn't enough. They watched helplessly as Taidan ran frantically towards Yanwei Peak. As they chased after him, a cold, displeased snort rang out like thunder. "What kind of behavior is this? So many of you trying to scare the clever Taidan. It seems you all have too much free time." Following the voice, the head of Yanwei Peak slowly emerged, her cold gaze sweeping over the hundreds of disciples before her. The disciples immediately trembled, standing straight and bowing to her. Behind her, Taidan followed obediently, his eyes wide, even rubbing against her legs, looking incredibly cute and fawning. This scene made the disciples inwardly scream in anger, but they didn't dare open their mouths. Their hatred for Taidan was overwhelming. "It's just that it ate a little of your food. It's just a small matter. I'll compensate for everything it ate, everyone disperse and don't bully Tai Dan next time." The old woman glared fiercely at everyone, but when she lowered her head, her expression immediately softened and became gentle. She patted Tai Dan's head, and Tai Dan became even more obedient, even sticking out its tongue like a puppy. The disciples around gritted their teeth, feeling even more wronged. They felt that it wasn't them bullying Tai Dan, but rather Tai Dan bullying them. Seeing the Yanwei Peak's master showing such favoritism, they had no choice but to suppress their anger and leave, not daring to cause Tai Dan any more trouble. They all directed their anger at Bai Xiaochun. It's all Bai Xiaochun's fault. He's the one who created this hateful battle beast. This beast is truly disgusting, lustful, stealing undergarments, and even sneaking around, repeatedly preying on those female disciples. And even the sect master and elders they all treated incredibly well. Bai Xiaochun was sitting in meditation in the pavilion when he suddenly sneezed several times. He looked around blankly, then continued his breathing exercises, his cultivation getting closer and closer to the 10th level of the Qia condensation stage. Another month passed, and Tai Dan's behavior became even more serious. All the male disciples who had ever teased Bai Xiaochun were driven mad, but they had no way to stop him. At this point, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation had finally reached the 10th level of the condensation realm, reaching its limit, as if encountering a barrier, making further progress difficult. Only foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Foundation establishment is divided into Mortal Meridian, Earth Meridian, and the legendary Heaven Meridian. The lifespan increase is also completely different, 100 years to 100 years and 500 years respectively. As for Heaven Meridian Foundation establishment, Bai Xiaochun hadn't considered it. It was too vague a concept. Throughout the entire Lingxi sect, over the past 10,000 years, only a few individuals have been able to achieve the Heavenly Meridian Foundation establishment stage. These were all people who had received great fortune, enabling them to obtain the Heavenly Meridian energy and thus achieve foundation establishment. Normally, there are quite a few mortal meridians, as long as you have foundation establishment pills. But Earth Meridian Foundation establishment requires Earth Meridian Qia. Moreover, Earth Meridian Foundation establishment also varies in strength, depending on how many times the spiritual sea tide can withstand during foundation establishment, at least once, at most 9 times. And my physical strength has already reached the first level of shackles. Whether I break through to the immortal golden skin or successfully establish my foundation through the dragon elephant transformation sea scripture, I should be able to break through the shackles. And if I break through both simultaneously, I might even become more powerful. Bai Xiaochun pondered. He remembered that in the sect, he could use contribution points to exchange for foundation establishment pills, and although there were many with Bai Xiaochun's family wealth, he could still afford them. He was just a little unwilling to accept it. After all, the Mortal Meridian Foundation establishment could only increase his lifespan by 100 years. While still hesitating, Bai Xiaochun took out his sound transmission jade slip, pondered for a moment, and then sent a message to Li Qing'o, inquiring about the situation with the Earth Vein Chai. Very quickly, the jade slip emitted a soft light, and Li Qing'o replied. Bai Xiaochun immediately infused his spiritual power into it, and instantly, Li Qing'o's low voice echoed in his mind. I was planning to tell you this soon. 3 months from now, 150 people will be selected from the North Shore, and 100 people from the South Shore. All are inner disciples at the 10th level of the Qia condensation stage, and they will gather at the main hall of the Dao Seed Mountain. The 3 great foundation establishment sacred lands are about to open. You will go to the fallen sword abyss and compete with everyone else for the Earth Vein Chai, thereby achieving foundation establishment. If successful, you can increase your lifespan by 200 years. Your dream of immortality will take a big step forward. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. His breathing quickened as he looked at the jade slip. Earth Vein Foundation establishment, if successful, can increase lifespan by 200 years. A look of longing flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, but he quickly hesitated. Competing with others will inevitably lead to bloodshed. But that's 200 years. Bai Xiaochun struggled for a long time, his obsession with immortality completely erupting, his eyes turning red. Soon, news of the imminent opening of the 3 great foundation establishment sacred lands spread slowly throughout the north and south. Many prodigies, like Bai Xiaochun, already knew about this. These three great Foundation establishment sacred lands were, in order, the fallen sword abyss, the one nether secret realm, and the ancient spirit cave, each opening once every 60 years. The time for their opening was approaching. These three areas are all strategic resource zones, not exclusively controlled by the Lingxi sect, but jointly held by the four strongest sects of the lower eastern region of the cultivation world, including the Lingxi sect. Each time they open, the four major sects send disciples to compete. Among them, the fallen sword abyss ranks first, followed by the one nether secret realm and the ancient spirit cave. This is because, according to legend, the fallen sword abyss contains a trace of heavenly vein energy. This legend has existed for a long time, but since its discovery, no one has ever obtained the heavenly vein energy. Even for the earth vein, hundreds of people from the four sects enter each time, but only a few dozen succeed. It can be said that the competition for the earth vein is fraught with bloodshed and a struggle for survival. Inside, it's definitely going to be a bloody battle. The competition for the Earth Vein Foundation establishment qualification always results in many deaths. I heard this is also a struggle between the four major sects. The more people who successfully achieve Earth Vein Foundation establishment, the more people will enter the next time it opens. I'm not reconciled. There's a huge difference between Mortal Vein and Earth Vein. Earth Vein Foundation establishment can crush Mortal Vein. They're simply not on the same level. Discussions about the three great Foundation establishment sacred lands quickly spread throughout the north and south. All inner disciples who had reached the 10th level of Qi condensation were stirred by this news. However, some were hesitant after hearing rumors of bloodshed, preferring the safer Mortal Vein Foundation establishment rather than the prospect of 100 years of extra lifespan and a glorious future of crushing Mortal Vein Foundation establishment. 3 months later, in the early morning, the bell of the cultivation mountain echoed throughout the entire sect. Under the majestic sound of the bell, the 7 sect masters of the 7 mountains on the north and south banks all soared into the air, their expressions solemn. Behind them followed dozens of disciples, heading straight towards Cultivation Mountain. At this moment, all the disciples in the sect looked up at these figures in the sky. Each of them was a very famous person. On the north bank, Beihan Lai, Suteng, Gongsun Water, Beihan Feng, Gong Zongyan, and Guiya, shrouded in black mist, led the way. The south bank was the same. All the disciples of Qingfeng Mountain, Xiangyun Mountain, and Ziding Mountain looked up. Su Baoxai, excited, recorded the scene he was witnessing in the small notebook in his hand. Shangguan Tianyu was stronger than before, his whole being like a sword unsheathed, radiating dazzling light. There was also Zhou Xinqi, his entire body enveloped in blue light, as if a strong life force was spreading. Then there was Lu Tianli, like a lightning bolt wanting to shatter the heavens, and several veteran inner disciples. At this moment, they all wore solemn expressions, following the 3 sect leaders, quickly advancing. 150 people from the North Shore, 100 people from the South Shore. I wonder how many of them will succeed in this battle against the other 3 major sects and rise to the top, achieving Earth Vein Foundation establishment. And how many will never be able to return. The path of cultivation is a cruel path of the strong prevailing over the weak. I heard from the elders of my family that every time the 3 great Foundation establishment sacred lands open, it's a bloody battle. It seems that Foundation establishment is no longer the main goal. The most important thing is to eliminate people from other sects. This is a war between the 4 great sects every 60 years. Then why send these prodigies to their deaths? Although they can't achieve Earth Vein Foundation establishment, Mortal Vein Foundation establishment is much safer. Although they'll be much weaker, they won't die as many have, weak for generations to come. If they really do that, the Lingxi sect will sooner or later perish. For any of the 4 great sects, unless they believe that a disciple cannot achieve Earth Vein Foundation establishment, any sect with hope will inevitably have to fight. Otherwise, not only will this generation of disciples be weakened, but their control over their sphere of influence and their external threat will be greatly diminished, causing unnecessary trouble. For example, the Dengxi sect, having avoided battle 3 times in a row, suffered a significant drop in its combat power. The surrounding forces closed in, creating a pack-like, predatory situation. Only our Lingxi sect managed to seize 2/3 of the resources within the Dengxi sect's territory. At this point, the Dengxi sect was forced to join in, sacrificing their lives to obtain Earth Vein Foundation establishment disciples, barely managing to maintain the situation. Elders from both the North and South, along with several veteran disciples, were discussing animatedly. Simultaneously, disciples from both sides quickly flew to the outside of the Tao Cultivation Mountain's main hall. Each stood under the guidance of their respective sect leaders, their expressions solemn, their faces filled with murderous intent. They all knew that the place they were about to arrive at was a place where opportunity and bloodshed coexisted. At this moment, they were all scrutinizing each other. But very quickly, many were astonished. They noticed that one person was missing from the crowd. Why isn't Bai Xiaochun here? Not only were they surprised, but the 7 sect leaders from both the North and South Shores also fell silent, looking towards the 100 Beasts Academy. Li Qing'o stood there, his expression unchanged. He believed he hadn't misjudged Bai Xiaochun. Although Bai Xiaochun was somewhat stubborn and afraid of death, his obsession with immortality was absolutely not insignificant. At this moment, inside the 100 Beasts Academy, Bai Xiaochun remained silent for a long time upon hearing the bell ring. After a while, he gritted his teeth fiercely. For the past 3 months, he had devoted himself to cultivation, even using many contribution points to exchange for over 1,000 talismans, arming himself to the teeth, and intending to completely break through to the immortal silver skin. Although he hadn't succeeded, he had made considerable progress. At this moment, he carried his packed luggage, refusing to take Taidan with him, and flew alone on the Golden Crow Sword, heading straight for the Dao Seed Mountain. Along the way, he also stopped by the Spirit Stone Pavilion, using a large amount of contribution points to exchange for Earth Fire Crystals, preparing for any situation. His eyes were bloodshot. For the past 3 months, although he had already made his decision, he had acted cautiously, researching many ancient texts. He learned how brutal and bloody each time the 3 Great Foundation Establishment Sacred Lands opened, and also understood that the opening of these 3 Great Foundation Establishment Sacred Lands was a display of power and a threat to the outside world for the sect. The more he understood, the more his heart trembled, especially since 800 years ago. Out of the disciples of the Lingxi sect who entered the 3 Great Foundation Establishment Sacred Lands, fewer than 10 returned alive. The sheer ferocity of the scene startled Bai Xiaochun. Fortunately, such a catastrophic event only occurred once, and it has been clearly documented. This was because 800 years ago, the Bloodstream sect had a terrifyingly powerful genius, the boundless and unparalleled Wu Jizi, who crushed everything in his path. Not only did the Spirit Stream sect suffer immense losses, but the other 3 sects suffered similarly. It was precisely because of this near annihilation and suppression of the disciples of the 3 sects 800 years ago that the Bloodstream sect was able to surpass the Zhuanstream sect and become the leader of the 4 great sects, and that Wujizi is now the Bloodstream sect's Wuji True Immortal. In other instances, when the 3 Great Foundation Establishment Sacred Lands opened, the death toll wasn't as high, at most only half. Even if one couldn't successfully achieve Earth Vein Foundation establishment, careful attention could still save their life. But even a 50% death rate still made Bai Xiaochun tremble. He desperately wanted to refuse this opportunity, using the Foundation Establishment pill to condense the Mortal Meridian Foundation Establishment, which would only increase his lifespan by 100 years. But his dream wasn't just to increase his lifespan by 100 years, but immortality. It's not that I want to live 100 years longer. I want immortality. Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned even redder. In the past few days, after carefully studying the ancient texts, he understood more and more about Foundation establishment. From those texts, he saw that, from ancient times to the present, no one who had achieved Mortal Meridian Foundation establishment had been able to cultivate a golden core. To cultivate a golden core, one must first achieve Earth Meridian Foundation establishment. And if one could enter the golden core stage, even the lowest level golden core, the increase in lifespan would far surpass that of Foundation establishment. With this as a foundation, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the hope of immortality. I can avoid it this time, but 100 years from now, what will I use to avoid death? By then, will I regret not going to the Earth Vein Foundation establishment sect back then? For the past 3 months, Bai Xiaochun had repeatedly asked himself this question. In the end, blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and he seemed to go mad, gritting his teeth and making a firm decision. All for immortality. Bai Xiaochun roared, stepping onto the golden crow sword, transforming into a rainbow and heading straight towards the Dao Seed Mountain. His speed was incredibly fast. By the time the disciples from both the north and south shores had just gathered in the main hall of the Dao Seed Mountain, his figure had already arrived. Bai Xiaochun's arrival immediately drew the attention of over 200 inner disciples outside the main hall, all of whom turned to look at him. Shangguan Tianyu, Zhou Xinqi, Lu Tianli, Bei Hanli, Su Song, Gongsun Water, Gongsun Yan, Ho Yunfei, and also Guiya. A smile, mixed with encouragement, slowly appeared in Li Qinghu's eyes. Bai Xiaochun quickly stepped forward to Li Qinghu, clasped his hands together, and bowed deeply. "Stand behind me." Li Qinghu saw the bloodshot eyes of Bai Xiaochun, knowing he had struggled. This decision was quite difficult for Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun moved, quickly walking behind Li Qinghu. Standing there, he saw Ho Yunfei. Obviously, during his time in the North Shore, Ho Yunfei had participated in the trials and become an inner disciple. Even with the help of his family, his cultivation level increased rapidly, reaching the 10th level of the condensation realm. Their eyes met, and encouragement flickered in Ho Yunfei's gaze. Bai Xiaochun silently nodded. With so many people around, it wasn't appropriate for them to speak openly. Just then, the main hall's doors slowly opened. Zhang Yuandong's aged voice slowly emanated from within. The ancient spirit cave's exact formation date is unknown. Before the existence of the One Nether secret realm, it was the only place in the eastern and lower reaches of the cultivation world where an earth vein condensed. Countless wars raged around the spirit cave, eventually being controlled by the three major sects. After the rise of our Lingxi sect, it became the domain of the four major sects. The Still Sword of the Abyss, 5,000 years ago, there was an unimaginable great sword from beyond the heavens. It was larger than 100 spirit stream sects, containing a terrifying power that pierced through the sky and plunged into Mount Bai Feng. The sword's energy penetrated the netherworld, and the earth vein energy merged into the sword's body. This caused the area within the sword, along with the other two areas, to form another foundation establishment sacred land, giving birth to countless earth vein killing beasts. Killing them could yield varying amounts of earth vein energy. Gathering enough earth vein energy could condense the earth vein energy, shaking the earth vein energy within the sacred land. Based on the judgment of the four great ancestors after their investigation, there is a possibility that a trace of heavenly vein energy exists within the Still Sword because it fell from beyond the heavens. Thus, there is a slight chance that it absorbed the aura of the heavenly Tao while falling. And the Heavenly Meridian Foundation Establishment, also known as the Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Zhang Yuandong paused, raising his head, his gaze like lightning sweeping across everyone. The path of cultivation becomes narrower the further you go. Only by stepping over countless corpses of enemies can you reach that supreme Tao. This foundation establishment trial, I demand that you all use your abilities to eliminate the disciples of the other three sects. This is a trial, a war between the four sects, and it is also related to the fate of our Lingxi sect. After you return, I will tell you about the cause and effect. Similarly, I believe that the disciples of the other three sects will also use their abilities to eliminate those from the other sects. The Foundation Establishment Holy Land is not a place where everyone has the opportunity to establish their foundation. Resources are limited. This is the Great Tao Competition. Zhang Yuandong flicked his sleeve, his voice like thunder, resounding in all directions. Over 200 disciples present all let out a low roar. The sound was like thunder, the momentum shaking the heavens. This foundation establishment trial will be led by the three sect masters of Yanwei Peak, Ziding Mountain, and Elder Ayang Ya of the Law Enforcement Hall. You have all been given the best arrangements. 100 people from the Still Sword Abyss, and 75 from the One Nether and Spirit Cave. Open the Spirit Stream formation and proceed to the three great foundation establishment sacred lands. Very quickly, the rumbling sounds intensified. In the blink of an eye, the figures of more than 200 people within the formation became blurry, vanishing in an instant. Outside the formation, Li Qinghu silently watched, his eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety, like watching a young eagle spreading its wings. Even though below lay a chasm of 10,000 fathoms in the distance, a crimson sun blazed across the sky. Mount Baifeng, within Zhengong continent, had once rivaled the heavens, surpassing any mountain in the Lingxi sect, and comparable to the entire territory of the Lingxi sect. But now things had changed. Half of the mountain was gone, including the remaining half on the surface. Looking across the boundless expanse of Jengong continent, one could only see a desolate wasteland, devoid of even a blade of grass, spanning nearly half the continent. Here, ordinary people could not survive, ferocious beasts could hardly live, and even cultivators, if they were. Staying in this place for too long would lead to a sudden and unnatural death, with the body exploding and scattering streams of sword energy. The cause of all this was the great sword that had fallen from the heavens. This ancient-looking sword was stuck obliquely in front of Mount Baifeng, more than half of its blade embedded deep in the ground. It was riddled with cracks, the narrowest several meters wide, the largest a fissure over 10 meters across, its interior pitch black and emitting waves of icy cold air. Four sides were covered by protective light screens, sealing off all entrances. This sword was enormous. Just looking at the blade and hilt on the ground, it far surpassed Mount Baifeng. Even compared to this sword, it was like a hand compared to an ant. And Mount Baifeng, if compared to the cultivators, seemed to become the hand, while the cultivators standing on the mountaintop became the ants. At this moment, two sects had arrived on Mount Baifeng, occupying two separate areas. One side had 80 people, and the other had 100. The Foundation establishment cultivators leading the teams were casually chatting with each other, while the disciples they brought with them behind them were scrutinizing each other, revealing unfriendly expressions. Among them, the 80 disciples occupied the left area, all dressed in white. On the sleeve of each of their robes was a medicinal pill mark. One could even sense the faint scent of medicinal herbs emanating from them. They were from the Dangxi sect. The 100 condensation cultivators standing opposite them wore dark blue robes, each radiating extraordinary cultivation energy. Upon closer inspection, many of them appeared to possess vague, ethereal phantom images. Quite bizarre. They were from the Zhuangxi sect. While the disciples of these two sects were scrutinizing each other, suddenly the clouds in the sky swirled, countless runes flickered, sometimes transforming into purple peaks, sometimes into sword light, and finally resembling a black dragon soaring and roaring towards the earth. The leader of the Dangxi sect was a middle-aged woman. Her eyes flashed with light as she looked up at the sky and softly murmured, "The Lingxi sect has arrived." The monk leading the Zhuangxi sect was an old man with many pimples on his face, looking very gloomy. His eyes were wide open, and each blink gave off an eerie feeling. At this moment, he was also raising his head, staring intently at the Lingxi sect's formation in the clouds. Very quickly, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, directly falling onto an open area of Baifeng Mountain. 100 blurry figures gradually became clear. When Yangji's figure appeared, the expressions of the Dangxi sect woman and the Zhuangxi sect old man immediately changed. Chai Taoist, Hi Taoist, Lin Taoist, long time no see. Ayanya chuckled hoarsely, waiting until the disciples who had been summoned had adapted, then waved his hand, dispersing the protective formation, and stepped out first. While the old man was chatting with the two Foundation establishment cultivators, Bai Xiaochun was vigorously wiping his forehead, somewhat dazed as he observed his surroundings. He was immediately captivated by the enormous greatsword. When he looked up, he couldn't see the end of the sword, only countless swirling clouds, extremely terrifying. Sounds of gasps and exclamations came from all sides. The disciples of the Lingxi sect were also shaken by this greatsword. Hearing the exclamations from all sides, Bai Xiaochun realized that the number of people around him was incorrect. Previously, there were over 200 people, but now, including himself, there were exactly 100. Zhou Xinqi wasn't here, nor was Lu Tianli, however. Shangguan Tianyu and Guiye, as well as Bei Hanli, Gongsun Wanner, and Hou Yanfei were all among the crowd, and at this moment, they were also shaken by the greatsword. But very quickly, everyone averted their gaze. When each person sat down cross-legged in meditation, a jade slip appeared in their hand. They concentrated their spiritual power into it while looking towards the disciples of Dangxi sect and Zhuangxi sect. The disciples of these two sects also focused their gaze on him, some even looking towards Bai Xiaochun. However, the expressions of the people from the two sects towards Bai Xiaochun were different. The Dangxi sect disciples were startled and somewhat unconvinced, while the Zhuangxi sect disciples showed contempt. While Bai Xiaochun was still astonished, Hou Yanfei approached him, handed him a jade slip, and whispered, "You arrived late, Before you came, the three sect masters and Elder Aying had already discussed the devastating consequences of this incident, urging everyone to do their utmost to protect their lives and eliminate disciples from other sects. They also distributed a jade slip to each person. Inside, there is an introduction to the fallen Swordibus and information about disciples from other sects. I think the other side also has information about us. Bai Xiaochun hurriedly took the jade slip. After infusing it with spiritual power, he immediately saw a detailed introduction to the fallen Swordibus. The fallen Swordibus, also known as the fallen sword world, descended thousands of years ago, piercing the earth, with half of it exposed. Inside the sword's body, a world was formed, extending downwards. The deeper one went, the stronger the earth vein beasts became, and the more earth vein energy was contained within. The entrance to the fallen sword world was an incomplete gate several tens of meters deep underground. Within this world, besides the earth vein killing beasts formed from condensed earth vein energy, there also exist killing spirits. According to speculation, these are all people killed by this sword years ago, transformed by the impact of earth vein energy. Although they don't possess the same combat power as when they were alive, they are still extremely dangerous. Fortunately, they lack intelligence and don't actively attack. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath upon reading this, paying close attention to the killing spirits. He felt this type of creature was no different from vengeful ghosts. At the same time, the jade slip also provided a detailed explanation of earth vein energy. The earth vein is divided into two parts. One part comes from the killing beasts. After killing them, a small amount of earth vein energy spills out, which can be absorbed into a flask, accumulating into earth vein energy conduit, like a key. The remaining portion of earth vein cha, accounting for more than 90%, is scattered throughout the entire world and cannot be directly harvested. It can only be summoned through the use of cha conduit. The amount of earth vein cha is limited. When one reaches the foundation establishment stage, depending on their aptitude and destiny, their body will undergo a spiritual sea tide once. At that time, a large amount of earth vein cha is needed to sustain it, so the earlier one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the greater the advantage. With each successful person, the amount of earth vein cha in the eternal sword world decreases slightly. Under normal circumstances, unless an exceptionally talented disciple undergoes a tide conduit, the earth vein cha in the eternal sword world is sufficient for about 30 people to succeed. Therefore, the earlier one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the better. If one is slow, even if they manage to condense the earth vein cha condense, they will be unable to successfully reach the foundation establishment stage because there won't be enough earth vein cha. During the tide conduit, after reading the introduction to the abyssal sword, Bai Xiaochun felt that the place was indeed too dangerous. With a gloomy expression, he continued to look at the information related to the three sects, including the accompanying profiles. He quickly looked up and compared all the disciples of the Dangxi sect and Zhuangxi sect. Furthermore, he observed the disciples who were specifically mentioned with great care, gradually feeling a sense of dread. Dangxi sect's Zhao Aryu, skilled in illusionary techniques, suspected of possessing illusionary bodies, once attacked 3 cultivators of the same level simultaneously, ultimately killing each other. So powerful, she's not inferior to Gongsun Waner as illusionary techniques. Bai Xiaochun glanced furtively. He immediately spotted a young female disciple of the Dangxi sect, exquisitely beautiful, with smooth, flawless skin. She was now gazing intently at Gongsun Waner, her eyes gleaming with a bright light. It turned out that these two had been secretly sparring here. Lei Shan of the Zhuangxi sect, a body-cultivating cultivator, possesses a body of thunder and fire, immense strength, and exquisite techniques. He once stubbornly escaped for 7 days under pursuit by a foundation establishment cultivator without dying, suspected of having a fire spirit body. With superior recovery abilities compared to others, Bai Xiaochun glanced towards the Zhuangxi sect and immediately found Lei Shan. He was a burly man sitting cross-legged, his body seemingly surrounded by swirling thunder and fire, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. He seemed to notice Bai Xiaochun's gaze and let out a thick, sinister laugh, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His enemy should be Lu Tianli, right? They're all just thunder practitioners. Bai Xiaochun quickly averted his gaze and continued reading the jade slip. Dangxi sect's Fang Lin is the sect's #1 prodigy. 6 months ago, he was unknown, but in the past 6 months, he has suddenly risen to prominence. He is skilled in poison techniques, decisive in killing, and has cultivated the heaven and earth cauldron. His strength far surpasses that of a peak Qi condensation cultivator, making it difficult to accurately assess. There are only 2 battles to consider. One where he killed 7 rebellious Qi condensation cultivators at the Great Perfection stage without suffering any harm. And another where he destroyed a Foundation establishment cultivator's protective treasure and killed our sect's secret agent. Bai Xiaoqun widened his eyes, quickly searching for the opponent, and saw a young man with an unchanging expression. The 9 Islands of Zhuangzi sect, the #1 prodigy, is the first person in 3,000 years in Zhuangzi sect to cultivate the annihilation life-destroying technique. It is rumored that this technique can obliterate all life. Everything in its path vanishes. If one can condense the annihilation runes, they might be able to fight on equal footing with the Foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Xiaoqun's scalp tingled. He quickly looked up and saw a young man with a cold expression. Whether it was an illusion or not, Bai Xiaoqun saw numerous runes running across the other person's body, seemingly linked together like an iron chain. Just a quick glance was enough to make Bai Xiaoqun's eyes ache, and the world before him seemed to darken. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling that the opponent was too terrifying. Looking at the jade slip, Bai Xiaoqun suddenly realized that while the Dangxi sect disciples were given the most detailed introductions, and the bloodstream sect could also be considered comprehensive, the information from the bloodstream sect only mentioned 2 people. Su Shexin of the bloodstream sect, average talent, a single lineage descendant of the bloodstream sect's first-generation ancestor, transcendent status, a spoiled brat. Countless magical treasures, bloodstream sect Song Q, the #1 prodigy, known as Little Wuji, possesses the aura of Wuji Z from 800 years ago. His cultivation method is unknown. He only fought 1 heaven-defying battle, using his Qi condensation cultivation to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, creating an unprecedented legend. For Qi condensation disciples, this person is extremely dangerous. Killing him would be a great achievement. Bai Xiaoqun found the first part of the bloodstream sect's information unremarkable, not paying much attention to it. However, when he saw the second part, he gasped in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. Bai Xiaoqun's mind trembled, finding it unbelievable. He made up his mind, such a formidable figure must be a match for Ghost Fang, and he couldn't risk his life here. He discovered that the people from the 4 sects were truly terrifying this time. It took him a long time to reluctantly accept this unimaginable amount of information, and then he suddenly felt a pang of curiosity. I wonder if the jade slips of the other 3 sects contain any information about me. I wonder how they would introduce me. Bai Xiaoqun immediately became curious. Just as his curiosity grew stronger, to the point where he even considered finding a friendly disciple from one of the 2 sects to chat with and exchange information. A sudden pressure descended from the sky. The entire sky seemed to turn blood red. The bloodstream sect had arrived. Unlike the teleportation array of the spirit stream sect, the bloodstream sect appeared at Baifeng Mountain using a gigantic blood red hand. This enormous blood red hand seemed to cover more than half the sky, obscuring the sunlight and dyeing all the clouds red. At that moment, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the palm of the blood-colored hand and slowly opened. The eye was filled with blood vessels, radiating a chilling and eerie aura. But when it blinked, the entire Baifeng Mountain trembled, and then more than 100 figures suddenly appeared in an open area between the 3 sects. Their figures gradually became clearer. As these figures became clearer, the oppressive aura emanating from the air grew stronger, as if anyone daring enough to launch a sneak attack would be instantly annihilated by the hand in the air. The heavens and earth trembled. The bloodstream sect's numbers now far surpassed those of the other 3 sects, numbering around 121. Even excluding the leader, a Foundation establishment expert, there were exactly 120 people. The bloodstream sect disciples all wore red robes, their faces icy cold and filled with bloodlust. When they looked at the other 3 sects, it was like a pack of wolves spotting a sheep. This feeling filled every bloodstream sect disciple with ferocity, their killing intent incredibly intense. However, they showed no trust in each other. Upon appearing, they immediately dispersed, each maintaining a certain distance and sitting cross-legged in meditation. All the disciples of Dangxi sect were shaken. Only Zhao Aryu and Fang Lin still had a glimmer of light in their eyes, full of vigilance. The same was true for Zhuangzi sect. Except for a few renowned geniuses within the sect, the other disciples trembled with fear, intimidated by the killing intent emanating from the bloodstream sect disciples. Deep gasps also echoed from Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaojun widened his eyes, looking towards bloodstream sect, recalling the description of bloodstream sect in the jade slip. The bloodstream sect's rules were completely different from Lingxi sect's. Their principle was that the strong prevail over the weak, and even fellow disciples could kill each other at any time, almost like a demonic sect. Therefore, disciples who could grow up in this environment were mostly vicious and ruthless. This is a demonic sect. Even fellow disciples can openly kill each other. It's terrifying. Our Lingxi sect is still better. Bai Xiaojun swallowed hard, paying even more attention to the bloodstream sect members. He then quickly searched for the two people mentioned in the jade slip. His main focus was on Song Qiu, the bloodstream sect's heaven-defying prodigy who had once annihilated a foundation establishment cultivator. Regardless of the method he used, the fact that he could do so was enough to prove his terrifying power. Bai Xiaojun quickly spotted Song Qiu, a young man with an ordinary face radiating a cold aura. His robe wasn't simply red like others, but a purplish red. Within a radius of several meters around where he sat meditating, not a single person dared approach. The killing intent emanating from him was far more intense than that of the other disciples, almost tangible. To outsiders, the surrounding void seemed to slightly distort. The moment Bai Xiaojun looked at him, Song Qiu also simultaneously looked towards Bai Xiaojun, seemingly searching for him. The instant their eyes met, an intense sense of danger surged through Bai Xiaojun, a feeling that transported him back to the nameless mountain range of yesteryear, to the time of the massacre between him and Shen Heng. Bai Xiaojun took a deep breath and slowly withdrew his gaze. Then he looked towards the other people and saw Su Xiaoshan mentioned in the jade slip. This Su Xiaoshan was quite recognizable. He was handsome, with a slightly smug expression, always looking down on people as if nothing or no one was worthy of his attention. Moreover, his impeccably dressed appearance easily attracted attention. Beside him were two very beautiful female disciples. He had his arm around one of them, while the other sat beside him, peeling fresh fruit and feeding it to him. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaojun felt a little envious. At the same time, Bai Xiaojun gradually noticed that the disciples of the bloodstream sect, like Song Qiu, had mostly been subtly and indistinctly gazing at him. In stark contrast to the defiant gazes of the Dengxi sect and the contemptuous stares of the Zhuangzi sect, the eyes of the bloodstream sect disciples made him feel somewhat uneasy. He suddenly felt an intense curiosity about the jade slip containing information about the disciples of various sects in the hands of the bloodstream sect disciples. Leading the bloodstream sect was an old man wearing a dark red robe with a pale complexion, a slightly hunched back, and cold eyes. When he glanced at everyone, he licked his lips with his tongue. His tongue was unlike that of ordinary people. It was split at the tip, resembling a snake's tongue, causing the disciples' scalps to tingle. Ayanya and the cultivators surnamed Hai and Lin didn't speak to each other, but all looked towards the bloodstream sect. Upon seeing the old man with the snake-like tongue from the Zhuangzi sect, the expressions of the two cultivators surnamed Hai and Lin changed drastically as they gasped in shock. And even Ayangji's face became solemn. Zilanzi, bloodstream sect, you're late. Suddenly, Ayanya spoke, his voice somewhat unfriendly. Haha, it's not that I'm late, but that your three sects arrived early. The old man with the snake-like tongue raised his eyebrows, a smile playing on the outside, but not on the inside. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Ayanya. Their gazes seemed to contain a divine eye technique, instantly unleashing upon eye contact. A silent explosion seemed to erupt between them, then Ayanya let out a frustrated cry, his face turning pale. He flicked his sleeve and retreated a few steps, standing before the spirit stream sect. The old man with the snake-like tongue from the bloodstream sect also flashed his eyes, his blood surging as he retreated half a step. He raised his head, a strange glint in his eyes. Old man Ayang, it's been many years since we last met, and I didn't expect your cultivation to have progressed so much. But never mind, we have plenty of time to catch up. Since our bloodstream sect has arrived, we should open the fallen sword abyss and conduct the trials. After saying this, the old man with the snake-like tongue raised his right hand, and a fragment of a jade pendant flew out, hovering in midair. Lin and Hai exchanged glances. each taking out a fragment of a jade pendant and throwing it out. After Ai and Ya flicked his sleeve and threw out the fourth fragment, the four jade pendants immediately connected in midair, gradually merging into a single intact jade pendant. A dazzling light shone, and at a spot on the ground next to the fallen sword, the protective light screen slowly split open. Judging by this, in about half an incense stick's time, the entrance would be formed. This scene attracted the attention of almost all the Cha condensation cultivators. When Bai Xiaochun looked back, Yangji's voice echoed in the ears of all the disciples of the Lingxi sect. There are over 40 entrances to the fallen sword world in total. Each entrance can only accommodate a maximum of 10 people, and the first battle usually takes place at the entrance. Ambushes inside the entrances are also common. You must work together and be prepared. Remember my earlier instructions. When encountering disciples from other sects, don't be soft-hearted. If it doesn't endanger your life, kill them immediately. Quickly collect the Earth Vein Che into your Dao bottle, condense it into Earth Vein Che, and shake the Earth Vein Che of the entire fallen sword world. While Ai and Ya was quietly instructing the disciples, the Foundation establishment cultivators leading the teams from the three other sects also said similar things to their disciples. Ai and Ya raised his right hand, and 100 small blue bottles immediately flew to each person's face. These are the Dao bottles. At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the crack in the ground surrounding the Eternal Sword's light screen. The light screen was quickly torn open, creating a gap about 3 meters wide. Entering this gap would allow one to follow numerous cracks in the ground to penetrate the abyss. Within the abyss, many holes in the Eternal Sword could be seen, and from any of these holes, one could enter the sword world. The four major sects are restraining each other, and there are also the elders above vying for control, so Foundation establishment cultivators cannot enter. But you cannot stay here for too long. The sacred land can only remain open for 3 months. After 3 months, whether you succeed or fail, you must leave. I will guide you outside. On the other hand, although you are unlikely to encounter any extreme situations, all disciples who enter here have been informed. This is related to the 4 great patriarchs who arranged the 4 teleportation arrays within. When an extreme situation arises and there is no force to counter it, the array will automatically activate, teleporting each of you back to your respective sects according to your different cultivation methods. Even if there is a mistake, you will still be teleported to the province under the jurisdiction of that sect. The inability to counter it does not include the possibility of mass slaughter between disciples of the 4 great sects. Finally, regardless of whether you succeed in the Foundation establishment stage or not, I hope you all survive and come out. Yangji's gaze swept over the crowd. His face, usually icy cold, now showed a rare gentleness, his eyes filled with encouragement. The old man's gaze, especially towards Bai Xiaochun and Guiya, was filled with anticipation. At this moment, seeing the entrance open, the disciples of the Bloodstream sect instantly flew out, heading straight for the entrance. In the Spirit Stream sect, Guiyo was the first to rush out, followed by Shangguan Tianyu, and then the sect's prodigies followed suit. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, quickly pulling out 7 or 8 leather robes from his storage bag, putting them on as he flew, and simultaneously taking out a large black cauldron strapped to his back. His eyes were filled with determination, suppressing his fear, and he gritted his teeth as he stepped through the entrance. He didn't enter alone, but followed behind a group of Spirit Stream sect disciples. Very quickly, disciples from all 4 sects entered the gap one after another and disappeared without a trace. Ai and Ya, the old man with the snake tongue, and the 2 cultivators surnamed Hai and Lin exchanged glances but said nothing more, simply sitting cross-legged and waiting at the entrance. At the same time, they were all wary of each other, guarding and silently waiting in this place. The cracks in the ground around the Eternal Sword were numerous and varied in size. Not all disciples of the Lingxi sect chose to go together. For example, people like Guiya, Bei Hanli, and Gongsun Waner all went alone. Furthermore, the north and south banks split into 2 groups, choosing different cracks to enter. The Dangxi sect and Zhuangxi sect did the same, but the disciples of the Bloodzi sect, lacking trust in each other, mostly chose to go alone. Even when they teamed up, the maximum was only 3 people. Bai Xiaochun, with a black cauldron strapped to his back, followed the disciples from the south shore with a wary and anxious expression. As soon as they entered the abyss, he felt a chilling sensation, as if it were about to freeze everything. Waves of icy air continuously surged from the depths, threatening to penetrate his body and freeze his blood. However, his skin was too thick, so the cold air seemed unable to penetrate him. The further down they went, the denser the cold air became. Fortunately, because they weren't too far from the surface, the cold air was expelled when they circulated their cultivation, so it wasn't too dangerous. The disciples from the South Shore were initially surprised to see Bai Xiaochun following them, but quickly their surprise turned into joy. With Bai Xiaochun there, they felt much safer. Although they were all at the 10th level of Qi condensation, each of them possessed considerable arrogance, but no matter how they perceived Bai Xiaochun, they still had to acknowledge his formidable strength. At this moment, the entire group separated from their formation and circled around Bai Xiaochun, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai, you possess such righteous aura, unlike those Shangguan Tianyu and his group who left on their own. You've come with us. This is the true Southern Shore prodigy." "Uncle Bai, I'm Zhou Yudao. Do you remember me? That acid rain of yours really harmed me." Bai Xiaochun was startled to see the group disperse and push him to the forefront. He had actually intended to rely on their numbers and strength, believing that following behind would be safer. But upon hearing their words, he glared, cleared his throat, and tilted his chin up, assuming the air of a senior. "Haha, you don't need to worry with me here. Who would dare cause us trouble?" The crowd excitedly surrounded Bai Xiaochun as he walked forward. The inner disciple, Zhou Yudao, was beaming with smiles. Hou Yunfei walked beside Bai Xiaochun, looking at his equipment and then at his senior's expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. It was as if he remembered a battle at the Luochen family years ago. "Xiaochun, keep going. You must succeed in the Earth Vein Foundation establishment," Hou Yunfei encouraged in a low voice. "I wanted to. Do you think you guys are doing this on purpose? I originally intended to rely on them, but how did it turn into them following behind me?" Bai Xiaochun, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, hurriedly said to Hou Yunfei with a gloomy expression. Hou Yunfei's expression was strange, and he cleared his throat. Suddenly, Wei sensed that wherever Bai Xiaochun was, no matter how serious or dangerous the place might be, it would instantly transform into something strange and joyful. All right. Who said I'm a glorious disciple? The sect master's junior brother. I already implicated them while refining pills on the South Shore, and I, Bai Xiaochun, am a man of reason. Bai Xiaochun reassured himself, puffing out his chest and displaying the air of a master. But inwardly, he was also nervous, cautiously advancing. In this rift, there were disciples from other sects, some alone, some in groups of 5 or 3, but upon seeing this group of over 10, they all hastily avoided them, not daring to provoke them. Even those who felt their own strength was extraordinary only showed a cold glint in their eyes before quickly leaving. Very quickly, a gaping hole appeared before everyone, and 2 streaks of rainbow light were heading towards them, the distance no longer far. Bai Xiaochun remained motionless. Dozens of disciples from the Lingxi sect surrounding him glared menacingly, chanting incantations and unleashing a barrage of spells. The 2 cultivators within the rainbow-colored beam, both from the Bloodstream sect, changed their expressions and quickly dodged. However, the spells raining down from all sides were too numerous. They only managed to avoid some, while the rest struck them, causing them to spit out blood. The 2 retreated rapidly, glaring fiercely at the Lingxi sect members. Bai Xiaochun was pleasantly surprised. He realized that indeed, numbers meant greater power, and they could easily create a gap in the sword. However, due to his status, he didn't enter, instead letting others go first. Regarding whether there was an ambush or not, there was no way to know. They could only rely on themselves. The Jade Slip couldn't transmit any information back. However, if many people from the same sect entered at once, as long as it wasn't an extremely vicious ambush, there was nothing to worry about. After the 4 people entered the rift, Hou Yunfei also chose to step in. Before entering, he told Bai Xiaochun that if anything bad happened to him this time, he hoped Bai Xiaochun would be considerate of his cousin Hou Yanqing. Hou Yanqing was the next person Hou Yunfei was most valued by the Hou family. He hadn't joined the Lingxi sect yet and was still cultivating within the family. Bai Xiaochun quickly comforted Hou Yunfei, telling him not to be pessimistic, and secretly gave him a handful of talismans. Hou Yunfei was startled by this handful of talismans. Upon seeing the number, he immediately widened his eyes and gaped in astonishment. Deeply moved, He nodded slightly towards Bai Xiaojun and then solemnly stepped inside. As his figure disappeared, the rift gradually faded, becoming impassable. At this point, the group continued to rush downwards. Although Bai Xiaojun was worried about Hou Yunfei, after careful consideration, he concluded that 5 people entering a rift shouldn't be a problem, so he continued leading the group forward. For the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they chatted and laughed together, reminiscing about Bai Xiaojun's time on the South Shore, discussing their future and their ideals. When Bai Xiaojun revealed his dream of immortality, everyone smiled. Zhou Yudao, standing beside him, even loudly declared his dream of becoming the patriarch of the Lingxi sect. It was as if this arduous path had become much easier at this moment. Under Bai Xiaojun's leadership, the group relentlessly pursued their objective, seizing any rift they encountered. But Bai Xiaojun's voice continued to echo in this abyss. Attack for me, this place is ours. Get out of the way, get out of the way, this place is ours. Oh, you dare glare at me. Attack for me. Along this noisy path, the number of Spirit Stream sect disciples beside Bai Xiaojun gradually decreased. Each person before entering the rift was very grateful to Bai Xiaojun. The feeling of having disciples around him respond with a wave of his hand, instantly attacking, also greatly excited Bai Xiaojun. This is the feeling of a prodigy. No wonder so many people want to become prodigies. As Bai Xiaojun was reflecting, suddenly more than 10 people were fighting over the sword in front of him. There were clearly 3 rifts there, but all 4 sides of these 3 rifts were surrounded by bloodstream sect disciples. These sects were very powerful, able to block 8 or 9 people from all sides who tried to infiltrate. While the group was still locked in a stalemate, Bai Xiaojun's eyes suddenly lit up. Behind him, only a dozen or so disciples of the Lingxi sect remained, all equally excited. With a loud roar from Bai Xiaojun, they quickly sped forward. This place is ours. The 6 disciples of the Bloodstream sect, who had been carrying out a sect mission and guarding the area for a long time, were now somewhat weary. Seeing the Lingxi sect's group of over 10, their expressions changed. Without hesitation, the moment Bai Xiaojun and his group arrived, they directly slipped into the openings and disappeared. The disciples of the Dangxi sect and Zhuangxi sect, who were trying to flee from all sides, were struck by a barrage of divine abilities and techniques. Looking back, they saw that the 3 openings had already been occupied by Bai Xiaojun and his group. Humph, get out of the way today. Your Bai family is in a good mood and won't make things difficult for you. Bai Xiaojun, relying on his large group, arrogantly spoke up. It's him again. This guy's name is Bai Xiaojun. He's disgusting. He's robbed me 3 times along the way. Damn it, he robbed me twice too, otherwise, I would have entered the Eternal Sword world long ago. They belong to different sects, making it difficult for them to cooperate. Besides, even if they could, they wouldn't have as many people as the Lingxi sect. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as the Lingxi sect disciples disappeared one by one into the 3 openings. Bai Xiaojun felt immensely satisfied. He watched the first opening dim after 5 people entered, then the second opening dim after 3 people entered. He felt he had done a great deed for his sect. At this moment, he quickly cleared his throat, feeling he could finally retreat, and so he and the remaining 5 Lingxi sect disciples approached the 3rd opening. The disciples of Dangxi sect and Zhuangxi sect, their eyes shining brightly on all sides, knew it was too late to stop them now. Even if the Lingxi sect disciples entered and the opening wasn't dark and they could still enter, they wouldn't dare step in, fearing an ambush. They were about to disperse to find the next opening when, suddenly, their eyes lit up, even showing a hint of astonishment, their eyes revealing murderous intent. In their eyes, after the 5th disciple of Lingxi sect, Zhou Yudao, entered, and just as Bai Xiaojun was about to enter, the opening suddenly darkened. Impossible! Bai Xiaojun was also stunned, being forcibly pushed back. He swallowed hard, quickly turned his head, and saw the disciples on all sides, their eyes filled with malice, slowly approaching. Each of them was a peak 10th level Cha condensation cultivator, each a prodigy well-known and even admired by their fellow disciples within their sect. Even if they weren't as hopelessly talented as those disciples, they were still individuals with extraordinary abilities. Bai Xiaojun, you go into, hurry up, seize the opportunity to enter. That's right, if you don't go in, we'll help you. We'll cut you in half, maybe we can get in. Haha, Karma, you brought people to steal from me 3 times before. This time, let's see what you'll do. The group sneered, their killing intent palpable. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had become their enemy. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The moment these people attacked, his right hand suddenly reached into his storage bag, instantly pulling out a large handful of talismans and fiercely slapped them against his chest. A dazzling light flashed out, quickly becoming blinding. Within a radius of 20 meters around Bai Xiaochun, everything suddenly transformed into a world of light. A series of loud banging sounds erupted, becoming increasingly dense until they were almost deafening. 8 or 9 people around him widened their eyes, their minds reeling, unable to believe what they were seeing. Within that 20-meter radius, there were hundreds of layers of protective light shields, each displaying a myriad of colors. Their scalps tingled. It was as if they had never witnessed anything like this in their lives. How many defensive talismans are there? My God, how incredibly rich is this guy? Damn it, this protective light shield, let alone us, even if there were several times more people. We wouldn't be able to break through it in a single moment. The minds of these disciples were violently shaken, completely bewildered by Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, looking at Bai Xiaochun, their eyes revealed intense fear. Bai Xiaochun stood there, head held high, chest puffed out, hands clasped behind his back, chin raised, but his expression was somewhat melancholic, like a lonely and cold master. You're all too arrogant. Come here. Your Bai family patriarch will fight you to the death. Bai Xiaochun roared, looking ready to fight to the death. As Bai Xiaochun roared, the magnetic wings inside the large black cauldron behind him flapped violently, his body suddenly accelerating, instantly charging out and directly impaling a young man from the Zhuangxi sect. To be precise, there was no direct collision, but rather the young man from Zhuangxi sect crashed into Bai Xiaochun's protective light barrier. 20 feet away, he let out a pained cry, his body instantly sent flying far away, barely managing to stop. He glanced at the thick protective light barrier surrounding Bai Xiaochun, his expression somewhat complex, then sighed and quickly turned to leave. He felt frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't believe he had the ability to break through Bai Xiaochun's protective light barrier. Rather than wasting his mana, it was better to enter the fallen sword world sooner. The people around him were shaken by this sight, realizing they couldn't do anything to Bai Xiaochun. Feeling dejected, they instantly dispersed, using their highest speed to leave. Since they hadn't yet entered the rift, they didn't want to risk their lives fighting Bai Xiaochun here. Don't run. We'll fight until dawn. You're being too arrogant. Come back here. Bai Xiaochun's voice echoed repeatedly. Those people were all exasperated and left even faster. Soon, the area was empty. Bai Xiaochun widened his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. If those 8 or 9 people had attacked simultaneously, he would have wasted some time, and the most important thing right now was the 5th earth vein. He collected the protective talismans he had placed outside. Half of them had been burned, but they were still usable. Bai Xiaochun tilted his chin up, once again displaying the aloof and cold demeanor of a master, and flicked his sleeve. Bai Xiaochun isn't a pushover. His body flashed, swiftly moving downwards, leaping and jumping along the way, constantly searching for gaps in the great sword's hilt in the protruding cliffs and crevices. The speed of entering the eternal sword world had both advantages and disadvantages. If he entered quickly, he could soon eliminate the earth vein killing beasts and obtain earth vein chai. However, there was also a serious drawback. The further down he went in the eternal sword world, the more earth vein chai was contained within the earth vein killing beasts. Often, killing one killing beast at the bottom would yield the same amount of earth vein chai as dozens at the top. And to condense the earth vein chai, the amount of earth vein chai needed was enormous. Furthermore, the eternal sword world was vast and contained many killing souls, which he often had to avoid. Therefore, running inside the world wouldn't be as fast as running outside the sword's hilt. The only problem was that the colder the outside of the sword, the deeper one went, the more intense the icy chill became. Even beyond a certain point, it was no longer a place that chai condensation cultivators could enter. Conversely, inside the sword itself provided protection, so there was no need to worry about this. Therefore, whether to enter early or not depended on individual strength. It was difficult to judge whether it was good or bad. Bai Xiaochun possessed a certain degree of resistance to the cold here. He thought that if he couldn't enter before, There was no need to rush. He planned to reach the limit of his capabilities, then choose a loophole from there, allowing him to get ahead of many others. As time passed, Bai Xiaoqun flew rapidly, and soon there was no one around. Unbeknownst to him, he had already passed the limit of the area that Qi condensation cultivators could enter. The chilling air around him grew increasingly intense. Even he felt his body becoming uncomfortable, his limbs slowly stiffening. If this continued, he would suffer serious injury. He took a deep breath and looked down. This abyss seemed endless, pitch black. At most, I can sink another 100 feet. Bai Xiaoqun tried using talismans to resist the cold, but after finding them ineffective, he shook his head and began searching for a hole in the great sword. But not long after, when his body had sunk more than 30 feet, Bai Xiaoqun suddenly stopped. He vaguely saw a figure not far away beside the great sword. This person immediately noticed Bai Xiaoqun and looked back. Their eyes met through the cold mist, and Bai Xiaoqun instantly recognized the person with the cold, ruthless gaze. Bloodstream Sect, Song Q. Spirit Stream Sect, Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun's scalp was about to explode. The person before him could actually kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, creating an unprecedented, heaven-defying miracle. Bai Xiaoqun thought that the opponent should have already entered the Eternal Sword world, so how could he still be in the abyss outside the sword and even reach such a deep area? Especially when the opponent looked at him, Bai Xiaoqun immediately felt an intense sense of danger, sensing a surge of killing intent emanating from the opponent. It seemed that if he made even the slightest movement, the aura would instantly erupt. Song Q was also terrified. He hadn't expected a second person to be able to reach this place. It should be known that the concentration of cold energy here far exceeded the limits of the Qi condensation realm. Even a prodigy would find it difficult to advance, yet Bai Xiaoqun remained completely unharmed, moving with remarkable ease. At this moment, as he looked at Bai Xiaoqun, Song Quest's gaze became even more serious. After recalling the description of Bai Xiaoqun in the sex jade slip, his eyes darkened slightly. The two remained silent, neither moving. In Song Quest's perception, Bai Xiaoqun was incredibly mysterious and unpredictable at this moment. Although no killing intent appeared, his intuition told him that if he were to act, one of them would likely die, and he wasn't entirely sure if he would be the one to survive. After a long while, Song Q suddenly spoke. 20 feet below, there's a gap. Bai Xiaoqun's eyes lit up, trying to suppress his racing heart, and slowly lowered his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, as he descended and got closer to Song Q, Song Quest's heart rate quickened. He stared intently at Bai Xiaoqun's body, fully prepared to counterattack the moment the other party made a move. When the distance between him and Song Q was only a few meters, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes suddenly swept across. Song Quest's body suddenly moved, covering a part of his back, a fierce glint in his eyes. Sneaking around like this, he's definitely up to something bad, Bai Xiaoqun muttered to himself, cautiously descending until he reached 20 meters, where he indeed saw a gap. After carefully observing and confirming there was nothing wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief and stepped into the gap. Song Q did the same, his heart also relieved. But thinking of the description of Bai Xiaoqun in the sex jade slip, he didn't dare to be careless. He waited until Bai Xiaoqun disappeared into the gap before finally feeling completely at ease, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Since he reached the 6th level of Qi condensation cultivation, he had never had to be as cautious as he was today, and he even proactively told the other party the location of the loophole. This Bai Xiaoqun is not ordinary, but after my plan is complete, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Song Quest has revealed a murderous intent. When he turned to look at the sword behind him, the killing intent in his eyes turned into a blazing fire, even a frenzy. Senior Wuji's analysis was indeed correct. This is a crucial point inside the sword's world. As soon as Bai Xiaoqun stepped through the rift, he felt as if he had passed through a layer of water, appearing in a world of black and white. The sky was white, the ground black. It was like the entire world was a watercolor painting. Rolling mountains and a black river flowed silently. Further in the distance, two eyes seemed to be placed parallel to each other in the sky, like stars, slowly twinkling. Most astonishingly, the entire world was tilted. As Bai Xiaoqun stood there, he felt as if this world resembled a mountain slope. It took him a long time to adapt to this strangeness. What kind of sword is this? It can actually give birth to a world inside. Although it's relatively small compared to the real world, it's unbelievable. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and looked around. There were no figures here. According to his judgment, although this location wasn't the deepest part, it was still deep enough for the disciples of the four sects who had already entered. Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then cautiously quickened his pace downwards, leaving the entrance. After about half an incense stick's time, as he flew past a small mountain, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his right hand in an instant, to fingers emitting dazzling silver light, and suddenly squeezed a spot right next to his body. The space beside him warped, and a finger-sized black snake suddenly appeared, seemingly voluntarily lunging into Bai Xiaochun's hand, its mouth wide open. The small snake let out a sharp shriek, shattering the silence. Its body writhed, instantly coiling tightly around Bai Xiaochun's arm. The force was so great that even Bai Xiaochun was surprised. If his physical body hadn't been so strong, reaching the first level of the shackles of life, the small snake would have escaped. At this moment, he used his fingers to squeeze hard. With a crack, he crushed the snake's head. The small snake stopped struggling, and with the naked eye, one could see its body transforming into a wisp of gray gas within this black and white world, only about the length of an incense stick, lingering without dissipating. This is Earth Vein Che. Bai Xiaochun immediately took out his Dao bottle, opened it, and collected a strand of Earth Vein Che, shaking it in his hand. He discovered that this strand of Earth Vein Che had transformed into a drop of gray liquid inside the Dao bottle. To fill the bottle, it seems I need more than 1,000 drops. Bai Xiaochun stammered slightly, looking upwards. He felt that if he had to kill more than 1,000 of these killing beasts here, then he would probably have to kill even more in the area above, perhaps even 10,000. I need to hurry up and try to condense it into a level 4. Bai Xiaochun sped up his search for a level 6. After 3 days, Bai Xiaochun looked at the Dao bottle, which had accumulated around 30 drops of gray liquid, and frowned. In these 3 days, he had killed dozens of level 6 beasts to obtain this small amount of gray liquid. He felt this speed was too slow. At this rate, it will take more than 2 months for me to condense for. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, feeling he still needed to go deeper, so his figure flashed, and he quickly advanced. After a long while, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Not far ahead of him were 2 corpses. This was the first time in 3 days that Bai Xiaochun had seen other people. Obviously, after entering this place, they had either flown at high speed or had obtained a special opportunity to be ahead of Bai Xiaochun. One of them wore the robes of the Lingxi sect, an inner disciple of the South Shore. The other corpse wore the robes of the Dengxi sect. Both seemed to have perished together. The Dengxi sect disciple still held a Dao bottle in his hand. Bai Xiaochun looked at the deceased South Shore disciple. He knew this person. He remembered him very clearly as Chiyu Dao, an inner disciple of Purple Peak Mountain, one of the 5 who ultimately entered the 3rd spatial rift. He had enthusiastically called him Uncle Bai, and together they had fought fiercely against other sects in the abyss outside the sword's body, only to die here. It was a feeling difficult to describe. Just days ago they were still laughing and talking, and when they met again, they were separated forever by life and death. It was as if this world had been enveloped in death, transforming into waves of pressure, reminding Bai Xiaochun that this place was full of deadly dangers, and even the slightest carelessness would cost him his life. Even after death, he was still being used to set traps. Anger flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He clenched his fists. Except for Feng Yin back then, this was truly the first time Bai Xiaochun had witnessed the death of a fellow disciple. He could hardly contain his grief. He clearly remembered the other man saying that his dream was to become the patriarch of the Lingxi sect. Cultivating immortality is for the sake of a better life, for the sake of dreams, but why all this killing? Is this the price to pay? Bai Xiaochun fell silent. He recognized it as a trap at a glance, but still chose to proceed. The moment he approached the 2 corpses, the ground around him suddenly rumbled, as if explosives were detonating, creating a thick mist. This mist carried potent poison, spreading directly towards Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, a flying sword, as fast as lightning, instantly appeared within the mist. A phantom scorpion coiled around the sword, emitting mournful hissing sounds, like the clash of swords. In another direction, several explosive pills, containing extraordinary power, suddenly shot out, accompanied by a tearing sound of wind. To the left were flying swords, to the right were explosive pills, and all around were formations of poisonous mist. Such a deadly trap would undoubtedly lead to death for any ordinary person who entered. Die! A cold snort echoed from within the mist. Bai Xiaochun concentrated his energy in his dantian, his face grim, the suppressed emotions in his heart erupting like a volcano. It is you who will die. His voice boomed like thunder, stirring up an endless gale that suddenly surged outwards like a tidal wave. His hair flew, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his aura earth-shattering. Bai Xiaochun's voice, like thunder, carried both sorrow and anger. Throughout the 8 directions, deafening explosions filled the air, creating a shockwave that directly pushed aside the poisonous mist, swirling it in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous mist was forcefully pushed back 10 meters, revealing Bai Xiaochun's flying sword and the explosive pills on either side. Along with 2 terrified disciples of the Dangxi sect, 1 male and 1 female. The scorpion on the flying sword let out a heart-wrenching scream, like ink being wiped away by a giant hand. A creaking sound emanated from the sword. Having lost its spiritual power, it directly dimmed and was swept away into the distance. As for the explosive pills, although they had now exploded, the power contained within them seemed to be suppressed, unable to be unleashed towards Bai Xiaochun, instead erupting in another direction. At this moment, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were blurring. Bai Xiaochun's aura surged even more, his figure seemingly growing larger, his voice echoing in all directions. Whoever kills a disciple of our Lingxi sect, no matter how far away they are, will be killed. Each word was like thunder, every word a murderous threat. The impact force from all 4 sides intensified, the raging storm reaching its extreme. It wasn't just wind, it also contained Bai Xiaochun's killing intent and the aura of Bai Xiaochun himself after comprehending the Water Marsh Kingdom and forming his life force spirit. That aura was like a giant hand capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Even around them, plumes of steam formed, as if the Water Marsh Kingdom itself was about to descend. The hair of the 2 disciples of the Dangxi sect was disheveled, their clothes were in disarray, their faces were pale, and even their bodies bore deep indentations. They were utterly terrified, their bodies like lonely boats adrift in a raging storm. In that instant, they were uncontrollably pushed back by a force capable of moving mountains and filling oceans, and they couldn't help but spit out fresh blood. The woman was even more miserable. Her body trembled violently, blood gushing from her orifices. As she was pushed back, seemingly unable to withstand the oppressive force any longer, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her eyes burst, her head exploded, and then her entire body exploded. His entire body instantly turned into a bloody mist, swept away. No, the male disciple's body was covered in blood, his whole being trembling uncontrollably, as if the world before him had suddenly gone dark. He cried out mournfully, even in his wildest dreams. He never imagined he would provoke such an unimaginably powerful and defiant individual. He had only ever encountered such a powerful aura and pressure from a few elders in his sect. As for a Jia condensation disciple, he had never seen one in his entire life, not even the strongest in the sect, Fang Lin. The information is wrong. The sect's information about him is completely wrong. Don't kill me. I guess his mind nearly collapsed. The male disciple began to tremble and beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. He was terrified. Before the man could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, moving swiftly, and in an instant, he was close enough to grab the blood-soaked young man from Dangxi sect by the neck with his right hand. My junior disciple Chi didn't want to die either, and I don't want to kill anyone either, Bai Xiaochun murmured softly. He wasn't a kind person at all. His heart was set on the Lingxi sect. Regardless of the reason, he was drawn to the Lingxi sect, because that was his home. At this moment, he fiercely squeezed with his right hand, and with a crack, crushed the neck of the young man from the Dangxi sect. The man's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked a few times, and then he breathed his last. The surroundings gradually quieted down, and Bai Xiaochun released his grip. He went to the body of the disciple from the south shore and sighed softly. Qiyu Dao, I will take you back to the sect, Bai Xiaochun said softly. After taking the Dao bottle, he placed Qiyu Dao's body into his storage bag, not touching any other items. As for the disciples of Dangxi sect, he plundered them all. After leaving this place, he combined the Dao points of the 4 of them, and the total amount of their combined power was equal to the amount Bai Xiaochun had previously obtained alone. Therefore, Bai Xiaochun finally got half of it. Bai Xiaochun finally saw the introductory information about himself in the jade slip of the Dangxi sect disciples. Bai Xiaochun of Lingxi sect, suspected of being a prodigy in the art of medicine, suspected of being the little black turtle medicine apprentice of Lingxi sect. His cultivation method is unclear. His combat power is ambiguous, fluctuating between strong and weak. He is suspected of possessing a treasure, possibly a hidden ghost fang, which is why he achieved the first Heavenly Pride title. Compared to his ambiguous combat power, his medicinal skills are more noteworthy. Upon encountering him, the two of you should attack him together. Bai Xiaochun didn't know how this information ended up in the hands of the Dangxi sect, but after reading it, he became even more curious about the information in the hands of the Zhuangxi sect and the Zhuangxi sect. However, he didn't linger there and turned to leave. 2 hours after he left, a young man with an expressionless face slowly approached. It was Feng Lin, the Dangxi sect's #1 prodigy. When he saw the area, his eyes flashed, and he carefully examined it. Soon after, he stood before the spot where Bai Xiaochun had let out a low growl, his eyes closed as if he were comprehending something. Very quickly, his expression changed, and when he opened his eyes, his breathing became rapid. So strong. Who is it, Sangqiu, Guya, or Judao? Feng Lin sighed, and a fighting spirit slowly emerged in his eyes. Then he looked around, stopping to stare in one direction for a long time, the direction Bai Xiaochun had left earlier. Feng Lin pondered, his eyes flashing, then changed direction. He didn't want to encounter the other party now. 2 hours later, another figure appeared in the same spot, a burly man surrounded by lightning and fire, his body towering. He stood there for a long time, his eyes flashing with a glint of light, his chest heaving. Not Sangqiu, not Judao. Could it be Guya? Damn it, I don't want to provoke any of those three. This burly man was Lei Shan of the Zhuangxi sect. He looked around, hesitating for a long time, but he couldn't figure out which direction the person with the terrifying aura had gone. He gritted his teeth, chose a direction, and quickly left. The direction he chose was precisely the direction Bai Xiaochun had left. 3 days passed quickly, and many people passed by this place one after another. Some noticed some traces and were terrified, while others, unaware, continued to walk past quickly. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, as Sangqiu slowly approached the place, his steps suddenly halted. Although nearly half of the traces of this place had disappeared, he immediately noticed something was amiss. He crouched down and pressed his right hand to the ground. After a while, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This aura, it's not Judao, nor Feng Lin, nor Ghost Feng, so it must be Bai Xiaochun. Songquest's eyes narrowed, and with a swift movement, he flew away into the distance. During these 3 days, Bai Xiaochun's speed in the sword world had been very fast. Whenever he encountered Earth Vein Beast, he would immediately attack and collect the Earth Vein energy. The gray liquid in the Dao bottle was gradually accumulating, but it would still take quite a while to form the Earth Vein energy conduit. Although killing a killing beast here yields more Earth Vein Cha than before, it's not always possible to encounter one. Most of the time is spent searching for them along the way. Moreover, the Earth Vein killing beasts here seem to exist between reality and illusion, able to merge into the void, making their movements extremely elusive. Even their attacks are incredibly unpredictable. If Bai Xiaochun didn't possess keen senses, it would be difficult to detect them. These Earth Vein killing beasts can only be detected when they emerge from the void to form their physical bodies. Without getting close, their existence is undetectable. I must quickly devise a way to attract these Earth Vein killing beasts to a single location. Continuing like this is too slow, even killing disciples from other sects to harvest Earth Vein Cha is too inefficient. Bai Xiaochun was lost in thought when he suddenly froze. In an instant, a claw covered in scales appeared in the open space before him. It missed its target and quickly retracted, but Bai Xiaochun's right hand powerfully reached out and grabbed the claw. He fiercely pulled it back. With a shattering sound, like a broken mirror, a more than 10-foot-tall Earth Vein ape-like beast was dragged straight out of the void by Bai Xiaochun. This ape had no fur, its entire body covered in black scales. Now pulled out of the void, it let out a low growl, its eyes filled with ferocity but lacking much intelligence. It sprang up as if to lunge directly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and in that instant, he quickly raised his left hand and grabbed the ape's neck. He didn't break it as usual, but instead carefully examined it, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. If I could create a kind of elixir that could attract the beasts, that would solve all the problems. It could help me complete the collection of earth vein chai at the fastest speed, a speed even faster than killing others to seize it. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. He glanced around, then, carrying the struggling ape behind him, headed straight to a valley ahead. In this valley, he found a secluded spot and looked at the beast in his hand. His gaze made even the beast, lacking much intelligence and possessing a ferocious nature, tremble. His incredibly sharp eyes seemed to penetrate the beast's entire body, examining its internal structure. It wasn't that Bai Xiaochun could do this, but at this moment, he was treating the beast in his hand as a research subject, just as he had studied the snakes in the 10,000 Snake Valley back then. To create a particularly effective elixir for a specific type of ferocious beast, one must have a deep understanding of everything related to the body of that beast. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He potted his storage bag, and a flying sword instantly appeared in his hand. With a look of intense interest, he lightly slashed at the chest of the beast, quickly dissecting it and beginning his research. A day later, Bai Xiaochun, his eyes bloodshot and filled with veins, left deep in thought. The internal structure isn't much different from a ferocious beast. It has internal organs, blood, but in the blink of an eye, everything dissipates upon death, transforming into earth vein chai. There's no food inside the earth vein beast's body, but without food, what do they eat? While Bai Xiaochun was deep in thought, he quickly captured another beast to continue his research. In recent days, even though this place was already the lower half of this sword world, more and more disciples from the four sects appeared. While these disciples were busy killing people to seize Tao-level artifacts or slaying killing beasts as they flew past, Bai Xiaochun had been studying more than 10 killing beasts. Gradually, the blood vessels in his eyes became more numerous, his hair disheveled, and he looked somewhat deranged. Their eyes have degenerated, their sense of smell is no longer sharp, but their other senses are still keen. How did they merge into the void? How were they conjured from within this earth vein chai? And why do they want to kill cultivators? Bai Xiaochun was immersed in the process of refining medicine. At this moment, he was muttering to himself about some of the questions he was pondering. The earth vein killing beasts he encountered along the way all actively attacked him, their bloodlust extremely evident. Huh? Bai Xiaochun's heart pounded. He felt as if he had just grasped something crucial. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and swiftly advanced, wanting to find a ferocious beast to verify his hypothesis. Not long after, a giant bear, about 3 meters tall, covered in ferocious black scales, suddenly appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun, swallowing one of the 5 people attacking it in one gulp. The people attacking this beast wore blood-red robes and were all disciples of the Bloodstream sect. At this moment, each of them was filled with killing intent. Even though their companion had died, they didn't care at all and continued to attack relentlessly. Bai Xiaochun saw this from afar. His eyes lit up. He transformed into a rainbow and instantly arrived near them. Just as the Bloodstream sect disciples were about to attack again, his figure appeared before them, and he directly raised his right hand and pressed it towards the giant bear. The disciples of the Bloodstream sect were stunned. They didn't recognize Bai Xiaochun immediately, but they could see the representative robe of the Spirit Stream sect on him. A cold, somewhat sarcastic smile appeared on their lips. They had fought this giant bear for a long time and knew that this earth vein killing beast had a unique characteristic. Its physical strength was incredibly terrifying. He doesn't know his place. The Lingxi sect disciples are all a bunch of arrogant fools. This is a mid-level killing beast, far surpassing low-level killing beasts. This guy is courting death. The 4 Bloodstream sect disciples surrounding him sneered. They could imagine the next scene. This Lingxi sect disciple would be torn to shreds by that killing beast. But just as they were sneering, suddenly, all 4 of them trembled violently, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. They saw Bai Xiaochun, his hair disheveled, raise his right hand and press down on the giant bear. The giant bear roared, emitting a series of howling sounds, its head violently thrusting up, as if wanting to directly collide with Bai Xiaochun's arm, wanting to smash his arm and body into pieces. But the moment it touched Bai Xiaochun's arm, the giant bear's body felt as if a mountain had been crushed beneath it, completely powerless to resist. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun's right hand pressed down on its neck, pinning it to the ground. The ground vibrated and rippled. The bloodstream sect disciples surrounding them were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? His strength is so immense. The four swallowed hard, but they were unwilling to leave like this. They exchanged glances, hesitating. In that moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaochun's actions once again shook their hearts. Bai Xiaochun completely ignored the four bloodstream sect disciples beside him. At this moment, he was entirely immersed in his research. Raising his left hand, he wielded a flying sword, and right before the eyes of the four bloodstream sect disciples, he directly slashed the arm of the killing beast, just as he normally would. Prying it open and carefully examining it, fresh blood gushed out, transforming into bursts of earth vein energy. When the killing beast let out a pained cry, Bai Xiaochun, as if finding it too noisy, casually cut off its neck. When the sound ceased, the four bloodstream sect disciples immediately widened their eyes, their bodies trembling, and simultaneously retreated backward. Their gazes towards Bai Xiaochun were filled with terror. Bai Xiaochun showed no reaction whatsoever. Very quickly, in just half an incense stick's time, the intact killing beast was directly dismembered by Bai Xiaochun, becoming fragments. Although it was rapidly fading away, the sight alone made the four disciples of the bloodstream sect feel like their scalps were about to explode. Does he have a grudge against the beast slayers, or does he just enjoy this whenever he encounters an opponent? My God, he's even more terrifying than our bloodstream sect. He must have some special obsession. He is Bai Xiaochun. One of them, after taking out the jade slip to identify him, his face changed drastically. The three words Bai Xiaochun had barely left his mouth when the other three were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Without any hesitation, they hastily retreated, fleeing for their lives in an instant. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up with excitement. He took a deep breath, excitedly stood up, and paced back and forth, occasionally waving his hands. I understand now. These beast slayers look like ferocious beasts, but their nature is different. Spiritual energy is a great tonic for them, just like the earth vein energy can help foundation establishment cultivators. That's why the disciple who was swallowed disappeared without a trace, devoured in an instant. Haha, my elixir will definitely be successfully refined. Bai Xiaochun laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. When he turned to look around, he was a little surprised. He remembered that there were a few other people here just now, but now there wasn't a single one. Bai Xiaochun shook his head, his figure flashed, and he flew straight to a distant place. After finding a mountain cave, he immediately took out the earth fire and began refining the elixir. He had a pill formula he had created himself in his mind. At this moment, he followed the formula, and based on his understanding of beast slayers over the past few days, he began refining the elixir. Besides the herbs, he also added a little of his own blood. Even that wasn't enough, so he added a few other ingredients that complemented and countered each other, following his own understanding to create the final combination. 2 hours into this alchemy process, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the furnace. After the sound gradually subsided, a pill appeared. Bai Xiaochun quickly picked up the pill and went out to search for a killer beast. Before long, he found one and used it as a test subject. But when he discovered that the pill didn't attract the killer beast at all, he was immediately disappointed. Something's wrong. What exactly is the problem? Bai Xiaochun pondered. In the following days, he once again immersed himself in searching for and researching killer beasts. Very quickly, more than 20 days had passed since the opening of the Eternal Sword Abyss. During these 20 days, almost all the disciples of the four sects ventured deep into the Eternal Sword world, slaying beasts in various areas and engaging in fierce battles with each other. The disciples of the Bloodstream sect were the strongest and most ferocious. The Zhuanstream sect and the Lingstream sect were evenly matched in strength, while the Danstream sect had the fewest and was the weakest. Similarly, the prodigies recorded in the history of the four major sects all emerged from battles. The most famous battle was the one between Ghost Fang and 9 islands of the Zhuangxi sect. This battle lasted for an entire day, resounding throughout the land and shaking the heavens and earth. In the end, 9 islands was severely wounded and fled, while Ghost Fang reached the pinnacle of power, considered capable of challenging Song Qiu. Meanwhile, Gongsun Waner and Zhao Ayu also engaged in several battles, experiencing both victories and defeats, but neither could completely eliminate the other. Shangguan Tianyu also shone brightly during the Deep Abyss sword trial. During one instance, while fighting a beast, he encountered Fanglin, the #1 prodigy of the Dangxi sect. Their strength was evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a winner. As for Song Q of the Bloodstream sect, he was elusive and rarely saw him. But another person from the Bloodstream sect mentioned in the Spirit Stream sect's records is Su Xiaoshan, who has also made a name for himself in this eternal sword world. His collection of magical artifacts is so vast it drives people crazy. Every time he makes a move, it's almost like a sky full of magical weapons, making his opponent's hair stand on end. And the one praised as the dark horse among the disciples of the four sects this time is Bei Hanli of the Spirit Stream sect. In the records of the other three sects, there's hardly any introduction to him. He's only considered an ordinary prodigy. But no one expected that a few days ago, when he met Lei Shan of the Zhuan Stream sect, they engaged in a great battle. In this battle, he and Lei Shan fought to a draw, and his fame immediately spread far and wide. It's worth noting that Lei Shan is the second-ranked prodigy of the Zhuan Stream sect. Besides Zhu Dao, only a handful of Zhuan Stream sect disciples of this generation can fight him. The fact that Bei Hanli, previously just a prodigy of the Lingxi sect, could accomplish this shocked many. Besides the clash between these prodigies who shone brightly over the past 20 days, other disciples have also been brutally slaughtering each other. Every day, people died, and some unlucky ones encountered the soul-slaying beasts here, being sucked dry and turning into corpses. Similarly, in this fierce battle for Earth Vein Chai, each surviving disciple accumulated different amounts of Earth Vein Chai. In the end, because the Earth Vein killing beasts only revealed themselves when approached, they were difficult to find, so the real slaughter only began slowly. Whether it was teamwork, traps, or attacks, all kinds of methods were employed. The entire fallen sword world was rapidly descending into chaos. Everyone was like a bloodthirsty killer, slaying enemies, seizing Earth Vein Chai, and using the fastest speed to condense Earth Vein Chai. They all wanted to be the first, not the last. At this time, Bai Xiaochun also realized that the entire world was filled with killing intent. His presence was infrequent. Most of his time was spent researching and refining medicine. But during these few outings, he had seen 17 corpses of Lingxi sect disciples. Each time he encountered a corpse, he silently collected it. He wanted to bring them back to the sect. Even when searching for killing beasts, Bai Xiaochun would unleash his full speed, often striking with lightning speed, directly capturing a killing beast, then dragging it away for research, and then continuing his medicine refining. To date, he had failed dozens of times, sometimes failing 5 or 6 times in a single day. But the more he failed, the more determined Bai Xiaochun became. He understood the body of the killing beast like the back of his hand, and knew its structure inside and out. Once, in a state of frenzy, he even personally observed how a killing beast killed a cultivator. He realized it wasn't a physical killing, but rather the devouring of life force. All the experience he had accumulated during these days surged forth. He chose a secluded mountain cave and began refining. This time, his refining process lasted 5 days. During those 5 days, he didn't leave a single step and failed dozens of times. Finally, at sunset on the 5th day, when the sky was still dim and many parts of the world were still engaged in fierce battles, the alchemy furnace in front of Bai Xiaochun suddenly exploded with a thunderous roar. This explosion even echoed throughout half of the fallen sword world. Boom! The sound echoed incessantly, like thunderclaps splitting the heavens and earth. Even in the air outside Bai Xiaochun's cave dwelling, a thick, swirling mass of black clouds appeared, intensely churning. Faintly visible within the black clouds were wisps of white energy. At this moment, in half of the fallen sword world, all the disciples of the various sects were slightly stunned, simultaneously looking towards Bai Xiaochun. Ghost Fang flying rapidly, his eyes flashing upon hearing the sound. Elsewhere, Song Qiu, standing before an inconspicuous cliff, carefully observed, and was also slightly startled upon hearing the sound. What kind of commotion is this? A supreme treasure has appeared. Su Sheshan of the Bloodstream sect's eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and he accelerated his flight. There was also Lei Shan of the Zhuangxi sect, not too far from here. Evidently, he shared the same thoughts as Su Sheshan. At this moment, excitement and curiosity filled his eyes, and he quickened his pace. The thunder and strange phenomenon not only attracted cultivators, but also beasts, and even more so, mysterious and unpredictable, extremely bizarre soul slayers.